favorite clickbait conversationalist. Y'all know I'm back with it, back with it, back with it. Good evening. I am doing well. I am doing well. So I want to have a discussion today. And y'all know me. I'm always clickbaiting. So good evening. Good evening. I am wonderful. I'm wonderful. Oh, yeah, I got you. I'm mirroring. I just added it. So 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay. I have mirrored it for you guys. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you're doing well, honey. Hi, beautiful creature. Hi. Good to see you, September Witch. It's definitely good to see you. Dan, what's going on, honey? Okay, so we're having this discussion today. Let me move this out the way so you guys can see me but see the questions. Okay. So I wanted to discuss these things because there is a lot going on in the spiritual community. I'm hearing about a lot of scammers. I'm hearing about a lot of misinformation. Oh, no. Dan, how did that happen? Oh my gosh. You're such a sweet person. You rarely say anything off the wall to anyone. This is why I have 2 pages. Because they did that to me before. I did a return type of a prayer openly, and then they got me for violence or something, and I was like, what? I didn't violently say anything, but yeah. I said my attitude was like a polar bear, and oh wow. Okay, Daniel, why do you feel like it's wrong? Please, guys, give me your contents on the subject. If you feel it's wrong, please request so that we can have a great discussion. Please understand, here on my platform, I allow everyone to come in and speak their mind, right? If you come in being disrespectful, I will remove you because I like to keep the conversation going to where everyone can really enjoy themselves and learn. Okay, so let me go ahead and add a few people here who may want to come in and give how they feel. I'm a little late doing the conversation, so I hope that we can get a few great people in here who know how to discuss a topic. Hi, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Okay, so hi, Mary. I don't think it's harming to the community to a certain extent, especially when it comes to spell work. Okay, now I want you to expand on that if you want to jump in the box, because a lot of my knowledge comes before the 2000s, right? A lot of my knowledge comes from like the 1800s, back when there was a particular thing that you would have to do when you're wanting to do, rituals, spell work, things of that nature. So how do you feel that when it comes to spell work that it's not really harming? Now, I want y'all to know at the bottom where I say that spiritualists and witches are the same. That's clickbait. Y'all know I'm a clickbait, everybody. I do not believe that they are the same, okay? Good and evil exists everywhere and in everything. Yes, I do agree with that. If you hit down at the bottom where you hit guest, you can request there where we may be able to talk about the discussion. So please come up. Anyone who has over 1,000 followers, send me a request and I will let you in so we can talk about it, because I've been seeing a lot of things in the community where people are getting scammed. People are getting used and misused. People are spending hundreds and thousands of dollars with people who aren't really helping them. And so these are very much important topics that need to be talked about, because I think the community is kind of hurting from, some of the things going on out there. So please request, come on in. Tap the screen. Let's go ahead. We have our first tonight.
Hi, thank you for having me on. I appreciate that.
Oh, of course, not a problem. Listen, so my community is an open community of discussion, no matter what your belief system is. As long as you're not disrespecting someone else's belief system, you are more than welcome to come in and say how you feel.
I appreciate that. That is awesome.
Yes.
So to answer your question, I initially I don't know if I articulated it well or not. I am a spiritualist. I'm a practicing spiritualist. And to answer your question as quickly as possible, I feel that the new age spiritualists are too open with rituals and spell work.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of that needs to be sacred, and it's not being held to the same regard as it should be. There are pieces to what we do as spiritualists that I don't feel that are, necessarily need to be private or need to be kept secret. But there are some things that I just do not feel it needs to be on mainstream social media, like, passed around like candy. It's like right now, there's one thing that's trending right now that makes my stomach like flip over is there's a tongue binding spell that's going around social media right now. Is trending, and it is one of the most disheartening things that I've ever seen going around, because people don't realize how impactful and powerful that spell is. And it's just the uninformed and the ignorant that's really starting to really get on my nerves, and it's made me as a spiritualist on this platform pull back from a lot of the things that I would be willing to share with people. I'm just like shutting all of it down now because I don't think it's respected enough.
No, it's not. And I agree with you. So first and foremost, guys, for the people who are watching, if you are seeing this trend of the tongue binding spells, yes, baby. If you're seeing the trend of the tongue binding spells and the trends of the making someone fall for them or never want to leave them type of spells, or certain hoodoo and voodoo things from the past, I'm gonna be very honest with you guys. That should not be shared all over this app. Okay,
No, it should not.
let let let
No.
let me break some things down for you, and I've put together um a huge list of books. Hi, honey, that I've read from beyond the century that we're in now. And when you dig into the actual history, you will realize that you should shut the heck up. You
Right.
should not be saying anything whatsoever about certain practices. It is very sacred, especially when you deal with like the Order of the Golden Dawn, things that Aleister Crowley did, things that the voodoo and
Mm.
hoodoo, the Gullah Geechee, the Kenoki,
Mhm.
from our African religion, things that they did and certain powders and rituals and oils that they used, you should not be openly discussing that on an actual app that hundreds of thousands of millions of people can see.
Absolutely. I
If you
completely 1000% agree.
if you want to make a group and you want to talk about certain things and you want to learn better, it's cool to make a group, and have a small discussion because people want to learn better. But you should do your research.
Yep.
They're widely doing things on this app that you shouldn't be doing. First of all, certain spells and things that you actually get from some of these books, there are certain rituals and fasting and things that you have to do before you do this stuff.
I agree. And I
I
mean,
feel like the
honestly,
secret is out, but the sacred stuff,
like
keep it to
the way
yourself
that I was
in a
taught,
small, intimate setting. Yes, research
nobody
is
should
needed.
do
One thing that I decided to do, because many people decide, they keep asking me like, hey, where do you get your knowledge from? What did you do? How did you learn? What are you doing? So I decided to put together sectors of books for different people. So people who want to learn about African and hoodoo and voodoo religions, learn about the past, books that are written in the 18, the 15 and the 1600s. I have um zip files of all types of books from Egyptian to African to chaos magic to just so many different things and sectors of books, and when you dig deep and you start researching, you will realize that some of this stuff you shouldn't be touching.
No, 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 no. Some
So,
of it
and
you
this is
shouldn't
the
touch, and
first
some
step.
of it you should not even share with anybody. You should not even tell anybody that you know how to do it. Some stuff should just be that sacred.
Yes, most definitely. And see, and that's and it's it is, some of the things are sacred. That is the actual truth. Coming from New Orleans, Louisiana, I have um books from my heritage, from New Orleans, Louisiana, from hoodoo, voodoo, from so many things from the past. People don't even know, before you even came to hoodoo and voodoo, you had Kenoki. Okay, these people made vessels for the ancestors, and these vessels had a lot of
Mm.
things in it. And some of this stuff, I don't know why they doing this all in the open. Y'all don't understand. Let me tell you something. She right about what she's saying, because they're gonna take it back to the day where they bring them witch trials back, and you're gonna be wondering why people is looking for you, because you on this app doing certain things that you shouldn't be doing. Y'all got to be
Child, they don't
careful.
even realize. They don't even realize the ramifications of what it is that they're doing. They're binding these binding spells that they're doing so willy nilly, and then they're wondering why they're in a karmic cycle with a person that they can't get rid of. Why you won't leave me alone, baby? You did a binding spell because you didn't want him to leave you alone. You didn't realize what you was doing. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's just a lot.
No, and
It's a lot. I
and
can
see,
go
this
on
is
and on.
why I want to have this conversation, because look at what's going on with the community. I don't be on the app often unless I'm making content, but from what you're seeing binding spells all over the app. Before your binding spells, someone else seen where the women were openly talking about how they're feeding their men their monthly.
Yes,
And
yes,
before
I saw that
that,
too.
there were some readers on this app who were fake, and they're charging people hundreds of thousands of dollars and playing a guessing game. And
Mm-mm.
that stuff needs to be weeded out. It's got to be.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me
I
go.
was with me in my practice, what I was doing, because I'm not even doing spell work anymore for anyone, because it's just too many people lie bad when it comes down to it. So and I, having to argue with people and telling them that they're lying, because you can tell, like, God shows you things, the spirit shows you things, so it's whatever. But I one of the things that comes with spell work, you have to do a consultation with people, and I don't think a lot of these new spiritualists are even consulting. They're just taking these cases for people based upon whatever it is that they say in the word that they say, and they're not even consulting with their own spirits about whether they should take it, because every case is not yours. Every case is not assigned to you. You should not touch every case. You should not feel like you are able to take every case.
No,
But that's
you
just
are correct. Even on my website, when people want to do energy work with me, I have literally right there, there's a consultation. They have to do that video
absolutely me too.
consultation with me before I do any work with them.
Hmm.
I can't
Yeah.
do it.
Like right now, my dog is going off. Like I don't know who's in your chat, but someone in this chat, I'm a medium too. So there's someone trying to come through your chat right now. And I put the dog out twice. He keeps trying to come through my dog, and it's ridiculous. I don't know if y'all can hear the dog keeps alerting, but yeah, someone is trying to come through right now, and it's unreal. I don't know who this is. I'm about to get off the live because of this. I don't want to disrupt it because I can't. Sometimes it gets so strong I can't stop it. So
No,
I'm
I
gonna jump.
completely understand, sweetie. If you have to, revert to the comments or come back in later, I completely understand.
Yeah,
Um, this is a serious thing that needs to be discussed, and I'm not gonna stop
definitely.
until I'm not gonna stop until we have really brought these things to the light, and people have learned better about their practices.
Yes. Very much. I'm so glad. I honestly am so grateful. I know this is nothing but spirit that had me drawn to your page tonight. I just started following you. You just popped up on my FYP, but I wanted to have this discussion on Facebook actually because that's where I see it the most. I don't see it on this app as much. I see it primarily on Facebook. And it's becoming so prevalent on Facebook that I feel like it needs to be addressed on some sort of corporate level from this type of panel, this type of
Yeah,
setup openly, so that people can just completely understand what should and should not be doing, what
yeah,
should be not be done on these apps, because these apps are portals, like they're
yes,
portals.
yes, yes. And listen. So the spirit is definitely moving heavy. So let me help y'all understand something.
Mhm.
I am um I am a spiritual life coach and practitioner. I get on this app and I do readings. It took me, oh my God, it took me months to decide to want to do it. And Spirit said, you're going to, people will be able to notice your difference. And so I
Right.
went and I started doing it anyways. And I began to find out that there were people who wanted to work with me. The more that people begin to be a part of my life and get help from me, there were 4 bot accounts inboxing people, offering people readings. Real readers do not inbox you.
No, they
Let's
do not.
let's I need y'all to listen today. Real readers who are helping you in your life are not going to inbox you. We ain't saying jack to you. Even if we have a dream, we not saying nothing to you. You reach out to us and then we will tell you what we see. If you feel you want to work with us, you will ask to book with us. We are not messaging you. We're not.
Absolutely.
I need y'all to know
Never.
that. I need y'all to know that because they're playing and they're using my profile on this app, they're using my profile on IG, and they're faking to try to get money out of people because people have expressed how much I've helped them, that people are trying to
Right.
use my name incorrectly.
Child, there's so many of bot accounts that look like mine that's on this app right here. I've lost count. I have completely stopped even trying to report them. It's ridiculous.
Hmm.
It
And
reminds me of the
hey,
people who
honey, I'm
claim to
sorry, I
be
forgot to
sugar
say
daddies.
something.
Hey guys, they claim to be sugar daddies and they DM you. I don't know if you guys ever went through it. I'm like, these frauds.
Hmm.
They're just trying to
Sugar daddy.
hightail on the train, and they are not. Yeah, yeah, it's
It's
crazy.
so much going on these apps. It's crazy because um in general. Hi, and everyone who's joining, by the way, if you guys follow me, please understand that there are bots that are watching. And with these bots that are watching, they're going to try to inbox you after. I have even heard from some of my followers who wants to work with me spiritually that other people who were a part of my panel last Saturday decided to inbox these people.
Oh no.
So I need you guys to be very respectful. I will never inbox any of your followers and ask them if they want a reading. For you to inbox people who decide that they want to follow what is going on with me and my brand, um, you never know if they've already had a conversation with me. I got the screenshots and everything. I need y'all to stop that. I need y'all to stop that. That's so disgusting. Um, for her to have to tell the woman that she already chooses to want to work with me and she doesn't want to give or allow her spirit to be taught by everyone, that is extremely
Right.
important, y'all. Stop letting everyone pour into your spirit. Don't get a reading
Come
from
on
me
now.
and then go get a reading from someone else on my panel and then go get a reading from this other person and that other person. You got too much energy going on there. That's not the way this thing works. You have to be careful who touches you. You have to be careful who speaks into you and who you are working with and who you are allowing to connect to your spirit. Not everyone is doing positive energy work. And you don't want to be a part of whatever backlash these people have. It does. It causes so much confusion. I'm gonna need y'all to be careful. But yes, Miss Connection, thank you so much for joining because uh I was hoping I'd be able to get a few people on here today to really talk about this. And I'm hoping that we can
Absolutely.
get to the point to where we can push so many of the fakes off the app because
You know,
they
I'm glad to see
literally.
someone else trying to do this because I had given up. I had said, you know what, F it. You know what I mean? And I've gotten the same push this year all over again to come back to the app and be consistent. But I'm like, okay, Spirit, what do you want me to do? All of these people up here are not here authentically for the same reason. It's ridiculous that I have to come up here and fight with the bots and the different people that are just on this app and they have thousands of views and followers and you could tell they're not authentic.
Well,
It's an
they
echo
bought the
because listen,
followers.
I'm a medium, darling. So
They bought the
you can definitely hear my spirit very, very strong.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much
I
for
wanted
coming
to
in.
I
And
wanted to
Vange,
add
go
just
ahead and add your piece
something.
as well, sweetie.
Okay. Hi you guys, and hi Star Angel, my sister, as usual. I wanted to just speak on. I think I have an echo. Let me know if I have an echo, guys. No, I'm okay.
No, Afro
Yeah,
High
I think so.
Priestess. I'm gonna let her in here in just a second. No, you're good. Go ahead. No, you are
Oh,
welcome.
okay,
And
okay.
listen, Vange, before you speak, come back anytime, sweetheart.
Mhm.
I have these conversations every Saturday. I promise you. I know you needed to get off because of everything that was coming through, the little echoes and stuff. So you're welcome to come anytime, sweetheart. For everyone who is following, everybody has been asking about the additional knowledge. Well, when you go to the link in my bio, when you click the link, I have compiled a lot of ebooks from centuries beyond our time. So if you would like to purchase the ebooks, they're for dirt cheap because you can get this knowledge on the web, but I've already compiled it for you. So when you click the link in my bio, you will see right as you get on my pillar before you click book session, there will be a link right at the top that gives you a chance to check into Tantra magic, check into Egyptian, understand African and Hoodoo religions, astrology, working with angels. I have so much more that I need to add. Give it 24 hours and I will send you the link and you will download over 150 books per section. So whatever it is that you decide you want to purchase, trust and believe you will be surprised at the amount of knowledge and it will give you an understanding as to what happened in the past and what the true spiritual people of old were really doing instead of what these new age people are doing. Because I think a lot of people need to realize we need that old knowledge. You got to go back. They're changing things and rearranging things, and you got to go back, guys. So if you guys ever want any, books or where to go, what to do, I have thousands of them. And they're way before the 2000s. Trust and believe that. None of this new age stuff. Go ahead, honey.
That's right. Yeah, one of my, if I could just be transparent, one of my things that has been really bothering me when I get off the app from what I've been seeing going on, and I don't know if you ever gone through it or if some are better than others, but I can honestly say I'll be 46 this Monday, and when I hear all the new age stuff and I get to myself, I have noticed that I have a tendency, I'm not one to get depressed, but it saddens me.
Hmm.
It makes me sad for what's going on. It makes me not angry, not pissed off, because I think to myself, being raised by my great grandmother who kept what was in our family sacred,
Hmm.
and me going to her as a little girl, let's say the age of 5 and 6, and like, Nana, what's this? And Nana, can you tell me what's going on? Or Nana, I had this dream, and or Nana, what about this? And then all the questions that the elders, because I was that to her. And when I began my, let's just say began, we all, being awoke at such a young age, and she would just kind of be like, there, grandbaby, your dream was this, your dream was that, and even so much into reading palms and all these things. Right? She was just a extraordinary, gifted, spirited being. And I treasured that as a little girl. It was like that sweet place I had with my great grandparents. Not just because they were great grandparents, right? Knowing you're spoiled and the natural. It was that preciousness that even when I went to her and asked certain questions, she would say, "No, baby." As if to say you're not ready yet to receive like a spiritual maturity at age and things of that kind of way. And so when I just come on TikTok and see people just, oh my gosh, just spewing out so much. I close down the app and I go, now, I will say this. This is how I feel. I don't know. I've never seen you do it. I could be wrong. But my biggest pet peeve, and I know every reader has their different style, but if I could just vent, I've been wanting to say it.
Go ahead.
And every reader has a different style. It's just that it doesn't resonate with my truth. I'll put it that way. When I hear readers that are combative,
No.
when I hear that they like you'll have guests that come on that you 100% probably don't agree with them or they don't agree with you, but you have been so respectful. You let people talk. They can have their truths, their whatever, and you open that dialogue for everybody. That is a rare gem to find. It just is. And so that's one of the reasons why I tune into you, because I really believe that you're authentic in who you are. And when you really know who you are, you don't have to prove it. You don't have to go over the top. You don't have to be rude. You don't have to cut nobody off. You don't have to, all these things. And so when I watch, it don't even matter the race to me, the young ones, the old ones, the black ones, white ones, readers. I just be like, I almost feel a sorrowfulness, if that makes sense.
Right.
I feel like a pity. It's kind of, that's how I carry it. It's like, this is not right. And I feel like it's almost like when the Bible says, "Forgive them for they know not what they do." It's almost that feeling I get, because I'm like, if only they knew, like, you open up portals that you're not supposed to, and binding spells, and when I have this all through my TikTok that says, if you want to put a spell on yourself. That's how you do it.
Yes.
It's like, you want to, you put that spell on yourself.
I will
And
never
and because at the end of,
listen, I will never teach spells on this app whatsoever. I will teach simple things like mini manifestations if you want to have like a better day or a better week, manifesting good things into your life. When it comes to digging deep, I will wait until I get a huge following and do something like I will sell tickets to, like, maybe a live setting where people can come and sit with me via Zoom and we can actually discuss things that need to be talked about private. I will do something like that, because no, you should not be putting it all over this app, because let me tell y'all something. Let me all 75 of y'all who are here. These people of the book nationalists and these people who don't like what we are doing, they are going to eventually make an issue out of the fact that so many people are getting a hold of this knowledge. I want y'all to hear me. And the reason why I'm saying that is this. Many people, and people think it's all about the Illuminati. Honey, no. The Illuminati is on the low mark of the list of the amount of secret societies that are out there.
Exactly.
The amount of secret societies and the amount of people who do the occult, who do spiritual work, who do witchcraft, who do sacrifices, who work with angels and demons and the planets, and they work with a wide, vast range of things that they do this working in. Those type of people, they don't want minority people to have any type of power. So if you're around here telling all these special things and these secret things that you really should not be opening up to the world, they're watching you. You're on their radar. I can promise you that. If you don't believe me, just think about the fact that ever since a particular administration, the government has a way of watching you, and anything that looks suspicious puts you on a list to be watched without your knowledge. Go do your research. If you don't believe me, go look it up. The moment you do or put things out there continually, like you're opening up conspiracy theories, you're doing certain things that should not be talked about, they have the ability to put you on a particular list that has people watching you all the time. So keep putting stuff out there if you want to. Or be careful and hold on to your practices. Now,
I don't think they care. I don't think they care. I think people are so that's the difference. I think the cut down the middle difference is most of these people don't care. They don't even believe. They're in it for the hype and the trend of it. They're in it because they hear something, got a snippet here or there, then they want to take that and collect it to this. Especially when you talk about, I think you said something about the, seeing some of the women do the, when women are on
What
their
Miss Queen
menses
B
and that
said in
kind of
the
thing.
comments. I'm not gonna say that out loud, but what Miss Queen B said in the
Let me
comments.
see.
Go ahead.
Oh, that part. Yeah, for real, for real. Like, okay, have you seen? No, but it's true. And I really believe that was what my great grandmother was trying to help me understand, even way back then. And nothing's new under the sun. Just because we have technology, don't mean that we ought to just be blah. Yeah, I don't. And I'm extremely open and free spirit and all that stuff. But this right here, like I'm on panels talking about love and sex and dating, and then I come to this right here that's at my core, and I'm tiptoeing. If you look at my long list of stuff, you rarely see me. I think I got 2 readings on all the 1,200 videos I think I have, or something like that, because I'm careful. Not only that, people not know you're supposed to connect to, and I think you said it before, your guardians, your ancestors, your spirit guides, whatever you connect to get permission. You can't just be loud because you so powerful. And it's really arrogance and ego. You can't just come out of the woodwork. Even for me now, the little bit of, and that's what's a little bit of knowledge that I know. I'm still the student. I'm like God, Jesus, my whatever's. Make sure that I'm not leading nobody astray. That's important to me. I don't want to lead anybody into a fickle, and I don't want to be led, of course, myself. So it's like reading is essential, going back, getting more practices. Because even I won't give the details, but even now, I told my daughter I'm so excited to go back to school and do some get some what's called certification under my belt,
You
with some of these practices. But even that, I got to use discernment, because you just never know. I got to literally listen that tone, use my gifts to make sure that everything's A+. Because if you go up under a teacher, and I know you know this as yourself as a teacher, you want to be mindful
You
of
do.
who's guiding you and who's teaching you.
You
I
do.
gave the example to my daughter and said one time when I was taking psychology, there was a psychologist, the teacher, the first round of college. We were in the human sexual behavior classes, to say the point. But the teacher was such a sexist towards women. When we got to that portion of the session or whatever, you could just tell he was just spewing out all the stuff. And then he had the nerve to say, well, I'm going through a divorce. So I told my daughter, I remember that same day I checked out of his class, and I went and signed up with another teacher, and I got all straight A's, because I knew that being in that, I couldn't go through and have this teacher teach me when he was unhealed himself. You get me?
Exactly.
So it's like, it's the same thing that even I've talked to other spiritualists or other folks who practice, and I talked to this one before, and I just realized she's a tough cookie, but she's a little too harsh and heavy. I use the word heavy for me. I don't really like throwing out empath, but I know what I can stand and what I can't take. So I'm like, you can't cuss at me to get the point across. You're gonna have to handle me with gentleness. You know what I'm saying? And to some other people, they might be more receptive to a teacher, spiritual practitioner who uses a few of sailor words and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, in closing, I am just appalled, is what I can say, at how it's been watered down. And I feel like, and I'm gonna keep it real with you. This, I feel like it's like this for me. God, I lost everything. And back in 2019, when the pandemic hit, I lost everything, considered homeless. The only thing I got to hold on to, Queen, is my spirituality. You hear me? That's all that I sometimes feel like, it's all I have. So when I see people faking the funk and using it as a trend, it saddens me, because I'm like, damn, now, where is my integrity going? So I
Listen.
don't know if that makes sense, but I kind
No.
of feel,
You're right. You're right. Listen, let me say this real quick, because there's a comment there that said, I don't like when readers get mad when they are wrong. Listen,
exactly.
I have been and piggybacking off of what she said. I have been a spiritualist, and been very very well versed in everything that I do for almost 10 years now, for over 10 years. Okay. And I just decided to get on this app because I was tired of scrolling through the app, seeing all this fake and phony stuff. And let me tell you something. Your gift is not going to be fully cultivated properly for you to hear right if you haven't done your shadow work.
Mm.
Mhm.
Not one
Mhm.
person has told me that I am wrong when I do my readings. Not
Mhm.
one.
Mhm.
I'm a I'm a knock on wood because I'm still human.
Exactly. Amen.
But
Amen.
when you are open to the spirit realm and you are truly moving by grace and you are truly moving by God and you are actually
Yeah.
out here helping people instead of scamming,
Yeah.
most of the time, 99% of the time, they are not going to be wrong. When you find people that
Mhm.
are wrong, they are reading off a cheat sheet and
That's
they're
those
giving you
those the
an
fake
idea.
ones to me though.
Say that again.
The
Those those be the fake readers to me though. When they're wrong and instead of saying that okay, maybe I'm reading the situation wrong, they basically would get their people that's in the chat to start attacking that one person they got a reader from. I've seen it happen. Like I've definitely I just feel like with that particular person, I feel like he really wasn't divine and he was just basically on telling people, do your shadow work, do your shadow work, do your shadow work. And he's like, sir, this lady telling you that she's in a great space in her life, but you're telling her that she's not doing good and she got that funk when she's in the comments telling you I'm happy as I've ever been.
Exactly. They will push it. They will push you to that because the goal is to push you out to feel some kind of way about yourself so that you come back. That's I mean that's like any that's narcissistic. That's any manipulative man. That's any
Mhm.
job that says, "Oh, you're gonna need us and we need you around," and then you know what I mean. And you really you really don't mean that much to them. You know, this is why when I do readings, like I said, my birthday's coming up tomorrow. I was just thinking, Lord, I just want to go out to the beach and do it. If it don't rain, I wanted to just go out there and do my thing and just be out. I like being out with the people that and have them come up to me. I don't go chasing nobody down. I don't go, you know what I mean? But have them come see me. I sit with them, give them a consultation. They ask me how much. I said, whatever the heart leads you. If you want to, you can. If you don't, I don't even charge. You know what I mean? And I mean, and I don't want to put emphasis because I believe that in some places and spaces you should get do I dare say compensation for after all the Bible does say the gifts will make room for you, so the room could be money, who knows, you get what I'm saying. So I understand that, but that's not my first go-to. It's not like I go let me go sit up here at Venice Beach out in California because I know there's a group of people and I know I can make some bank. What I do is, oh God, thank you for the beach, thank you for allowing me to be at the water. When I get out there I light them incense and I'm just so in love with just
And
life in that
see what
moment,
you're saying?
you know.
You see what you're saying? People aren't doing that. Spirituality is a lifestyle. Not every spiritualist is a witch. By the way, if you guys came in because of my clickbait saying spiritualists and witches are the same, hi, thank you for joining. It's always clickbait with me. I do not believe spiritualists and witches are the same, but I like to get people in here who want to talk about these subjects. So, back to what you were saying. The the thing that you just said there, I like to go out and enjoy the water. I like to go out and light my incense and enjoy the atmosphere. True spiritual people, we do that. We
Mhm.
go enjoy the forest. We go enjoy the beach. We sit out in nature. We go enjoy the sun. We we love
Mhm.
being in nature
Y'all should
because
try the sun gaze. If you
yeah,
haven't tried it, please sun gaze, y'all. It's the most amazing feeling ever.
yes. And it's a gratitude thing where we really we like that person just said in the comments, we get before the spirit of the earth and the spirit of God himself and say, hey, thank you for nature. Thank you for your the beautiful plants. Thank you for the water. Thank you for we say those things. The new spiritualist people, I'm going to say 50% of them aren't doing that.
I just think they're sitting at home and and maybe I sound a little jelly in their beautifully made bedrooms with their beautiful candles and setup, and it's lights, camera, action. You know what I mean? So
Most of
that
the
camera
people
going
aren't
on,
even
it's
doing
it's
that,
like
girl.
that.
They reading cards out the kitchen. Well, let me hush. Um, we, it's not
And
my
so
business.
I just
Let's
go
not get on those
and what
Uno
do you
cards, y'all. Have y'all seen the readings with
what do you
Uno cards?
no,
Girl, have you
that's somebody
seen the
said that
reader with
before,
the
but what do
Darth
you
Vader
think
mask
about it,
on?
Queen?
I probably gotta get down and
Wow.
come back up because I don't know I hear real bad echo.
Okay,
Do y'all
come back.
hear it?
Go down and come back up. Have y'all seen the reader
Okay.
with the Darth Vader mask on?
Yes, I have. I've seen I think I've seen another one, but was the Skeletor from He-Man? I seen another
And
one too.
that's
I'm
okay
like,
if
what
you
is
don't do
going
cards.
on?
There's nothing wrong with that. So let me break something down for y'all. And this is why I have made a collection. Oh, I got somebody else, so I'm gonna bring him up as well. I have made a collection of hundreds of thousands of books that I have read over the years. And this collection, it's available if you guys just want to go on the web and research them, but you got to be careful. You can't find the PDFs everywhere. Um, let me break down something to y'all. Playing cards were the original tarot cards because it was about numerology. And I'm just going to give y'all a quick snippet because I don't like teaching much on this app because there's already enough bad information. I like for people to do their research. Playing cards were the original. You used the spades, the hearts, the diamonds, the clubs, and you did those numbers and you read off of those numbers and off of the fact that you had a seeing gift connected to understanding the numbers and understanding the astrology and the atmosphere and blah 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 blah. That's what readings originally came from before people ever painted tarot cards. So the people that you see on this app who are using playing cards and you're like, why they got these diamonds and spades and what are they doing, baby? That's old.
That's a real divine right
That's
there.
old. I don't even use it. It's so old because like with my numbers, I'm advanced, but I'm not master. So I prefer the cards because I get visions and I hear things based upon what I see. I never listen when you are learning tarot, do not use any type of cheat sheets. You should learn what the original cards mean before you ever read anything for anyone. People are on these apps giving incorrect information, incorrect interpretations, using cheat sheets, and not really discussing what's going on in people's lives. There has to we have to get to a point to where you can honestly see the truth in people and you can honestly see the falsities in people.
I just want to add Queen, like
Yes,
for
come
instance,
on
like
in.
you saw that
Anyone
I
who
use
wants to come in and talk
playing
about
deck
it, please
cards.
come in.
That I use playing deck cards and how it came to me. I was literally this about maybe 6, 7 years ago. I was in my kitchen sweeping, and I had bought playing deck cards. I don't know how to play cards, and the spirit led me to sit down, and I fell into, make long story short, I fell into this what somebody said trance, and the Holy Spirit, because I'm still a believer, mind you. The Holy Spirit had me write on these cards with a black marker of what every card was to represent, right? I lost it in storage when I lost everything. But
Mm-hmm.
those were, and I remember when the Spirit said, grab the cards off the mantle and you're going to write. And I was like, cards, what are we going to teach me how to play spades? Because again, I don't know how to play regular cards. It was weird
Right.
for me, but I knew I had them for the kids, like if they needed them or wanted them in school. And so when I grabbed them cards, I literally got to just writing down whatever it was. I don't know if you can hear me, but writing down everything that the Spirit said for me to write down. And I had been using them ever since. And I had people question me. I had my family say, well, that's devil myth. I had people think they were tarot when they weren't tarot, but the Spirit led me to not use tarot. I don't know why I'm not supposed to, but my guardians were like, that's not for you. Use this and then stick to that.
And
And so
that's
I've been
fine if
using them
that's
ever
not for
since.
you. That and people need to realize like I have many people who are like I have so many decks I don't know where to begin. First of all, why did you buy that many decks? You should only buy what resonates with you. Let's not be you guys should not be buying hundreds of thousands of things because first of all, and let me help y'all. Some of these people who have created certain things, you never know what type of spirit, you never know what type of prayer, spell, or whatever
Yes.
could be placed over these things that you're buying. And you just buying everything. You're not even saging them when you get them. You're not even removing negative energy, removing previous energy. You just pulling the cards out and reading.
I called my guy today. Actually, I was like, "Are you open tomorrow?" Because he's my spirit shop, so to speak. And I said, "Will you be open tomorrow? Because I want to come through and get some things. Do you have cards?" And the cards that he had was the oracle cards. And so here I am being honest. That little girl curiosity. I mean, I'm tiptoeing around it like, okay, well, creator, I'll just go ahead and try these, like that little, girl in me. And when he told me, nope, they're still not in, I remember telling God, okay, if they're not in, then I know it's not meant. We're not going to go back and forth with this. I'm not going to be confused if we're going to move to the next level. And so I have closure on it now. And it was like, because I ended up I lost my, one of my original playing deck cards. And as cheesy as this sounds, but this is how the Spirit brought it to me. You can just go right on back to the 99-cent store and get what you're supposed to be working with and work out. But there's parts of me where I felt like, no, that ego of mine was like, it has to be elaborate. I want to move up from what I know. You get me? I don't know if that makes sense.
And you
Now I
can, but
want to
here's
have
the thing.
a prettier deck.
Here's the thing. There was someone who joined my live last week. God told her, her actual spirit guide told her she wasn't ready yet, right? When she became ready, as she progressed in her spirituality, she was actually ready to start doing readings and doing this and this, that, and the third. The same thing that her spirit guide told her in the beginning she wasn't ready for. So when God is telling you, you're not, good night, honey. When God is telling you shouldn't do that yet, as you progress, you will begin to open up to different levels of divination. Cards aren't the only levels of divination. Okay, cards are some of the easiest levels of divination. I can tell you I don't even need cards to actually do a reading for someone. They can ask me a question and I can automatically begin to tell them what's wrong and why they're even asking the question in the first place before I even pull a card. That's what a true seer can do.
Exactly.
So
what about, how do you feel about people? How do you feel about the integrity of the spiritual community? What I mean by integrity is like, I remember walking out of my shop and there was a woman who had walked out of the shop too, and I said, oh, he was a reader too, and she said, oh, he's really good. I said, yes, he is. And she ran to me and she was like, I was like, well, I read too, but I wasn't doing that to try to quote unquote take her from him. But I was just like, I'm a reader too. She's like, oh my God, do you do auras? Do you do this? Do you do that? And in that moment, Queen, let me tell you what I felt. I was like, if I was any other person, I would have been like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Come with me kind of thing. And then I looked at her and I saw just whatever the Spirit led me. And I said, number one, by my integrity as a reader, I'm not doing that. And not only that, I could see that she was bouncing from here to there with everybody, and anybody will do kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just like, no. She was like, you sure you don't read auras? And I've learned that even if I have the gift, if I sense that person is over anxious, high, drunk, whatever it may be, not in their natural state, I won't want to do it, or I won't feel drawn to do it, if that makes sense, right? Because I don't want to take quote unquote advantage of someone who is not at the time closed in their right mind, even if they're emotionally all over the place, right? So I'm like, in other words, get somebody else to do it. It was kind of that mode. Right. I was like, she started out with him, and I was like, well, he's a really good reader. Just stick with him. He will care. She's like, are you sure? She was like, you sure you can't tell? You can't read my face? You can't? I said, no, I don't do that. And I left it like that. So my question was, again, the integrity of when you have people that want to either choose you over someone else, or the vice versa. How do you handle that?
Okay, so
I hope I made that clear.
No. I completely understand. So here's what I do, right? I'm a very integral person, and if you decide that you want to work with me after you have seen me in someone else's live and you're like, wait a minute, I don't know what she was doing, but I would like to work with you. I am one of the people who will ask, do you already have a spiritual leader that you are working with? Right? A spiritual leader, tarot reader, whatever. It is very important, if that person already has someone that they're working with, that they do what they need to do to close that door in that area, not just run off and leave it open. If you're leaving a church, you should close it properly. Like, hey, I don't want to be a part of this collective anymore. Write a letter, whatever it is that you need to do to close it properly. Text message, letter, phone call, something, right? Because you don't know what that spiritual leader or reader is doing while they are guide. They can be praying specifically to a specific angel on your behalf every time they're dealing with you. They can be doing rituals to cover and protect you while they are, governing you or doing readings for you or teaching you. And so if you are not, I am one of the people who will ask, do you have someone else that you're previously working with before I start working with you? And I feel that that's very important because not everyone's spirit is the same. You don't want to get mixed up in some other prayer or spell or something that might have been said. And vice versa. If a person looks at me and be like, hey, I found someone else that I would like to work with, I would never be upset. I would never be mad. Hey, you're not meant to stay with me forever unless you feel like you want to follow my journey. Right? It's just you just have to be very, very careful. Being integral is important, and you find people, they're pulling people and they're trying to, hey, I want to work with you. Hey, I'm offering you a free reading, and they're just inboxing people and they're doing so many crazy things. And these people are already working with people. The integrity has to start from within. People have to realize you can't work with everyone. You should ask questions. And if people are already working with people, you should respectfully decline until they have cleared that door and that space to give way for what you will be doing for them in the future. That's what I would do. Yeah, I'm hungry. Thank you, baby. Oh, of course, you are welcome. You're welcome. Miss Afro High Priestess, please, give your how you feel on these topics. Anyone who would like to come in, please request. We are talking about these topics for maybe another hour or so. Ooh, thank you, baby, for my salad. I appreciate it. I got salad, y'all.
What kind of salad?
My baby made it. So it's a spinach, arugula, red onions, no RBST hormone, free cheese, olives and cucumbers and
You sharing?
crispy beets and crispy dill pickle chips. So
That sounds good.
Yeah.
yeah. So he made that for me. That's oh yeah, I forgot to say
What kind of olives, black or green?
green. I love black olives, but in this salad I chose green.
Okay.
But
I like olives too. They be salty.
yeah. Don't think the devil isn't up in here. As for yeah. Mhm. Someone asked earlier, Starseed New Age. So before I let Miss Afro speak, Starseed is not New Age. Okay. People are pulling on to, oh my God, I'm a star seed. I'm a star seed child because some of the new R&B stars have been saying that they are part of a star seed. And so people are kind of pulling on the fad of, oh my God, I'm star seed. It's not new age, it is extremely old, but not everyone is a part of that group.
It's kind of like how they did the Orishas, huh?
Yeah. And the
I'm a shout out Orisha.
Orishas,
Shout out him or y'all.
the Orishas and the come all the way from Yoruba, the Yoruba goddesses and gods and whatnot. That's extremely old. Yes, of course. I do it every Saturday. I have a discussion every Saturday. So let me grab some information so we can look it up real quick. Starseed people. So I'm gonna explain it to you. Okay. So they're saying that the star people is a new age belief. Let me go back to where starseed comes from. Starseed, the Syrian star seeds come from the planet Sirius A and Sirius B, which were stars in the atmosphere. Okay. It was basically like the most important and divine stars in the atmosphere of the galaxy. Right. This is extremely old. This comes from if you do your research, you can look up the other star seed types like the Orion, the Arcturian, the Andromedan, and the I'm saying I might say this incorrectly, so I'm gonna spell it. The Pleiadians. Okay, all of these people were um people of old, connected to like the planets, the galaxies, the stars. This has nothing to do with this new age. Oh my God, I'm the star people. This stuff old, okay? And this is why I'm saying you guys have to do your research. This is why I'm putting together so many books from the 1800s and 1500s and 1600s, just so I can give y'all these books for y'all to start
Good.
researching
That's really
yourself.
good.
Because when you read in these books, you will actually find out that Moses did magic. I have Moses's sixth and seventh book. Okay. You will find out that he did not get two scrolls like the Bible said. He actually got 12 tablets. There's so much that I can really talk about that you just gotta dig, guys. You gotta dig because things are missing. I have um mm, I have 11 or 15 rare Bibles. I even have the Tanakh that comes way before King James. Okay. Y'all gotta dig. Y'all gotta dig. And if you don't know where to go, guess what? I'm gonna point you in the right direction. I'm gonna point you in the right direction. I probably said the Tanakh wrong, okay, but I know how to spell it, okay?
It's
Do
so
you
much
think that
information. Got
people
so
are
much
don't really want to do the work? Have you recognized that?
Yes, people don't want to do the work. Um,
Like
and
they want all the information, they want to hear the good news of what's to come, but they don't really want to really learn that deeply. So how do you stay confident and no, I mean, I would imagine you know that the creator will send you your tribe, but do you ever feel like because it sounds like you have like a world ton of knowledge, you know, and do you think that sometimes people are like, I'm not, and now me, I love to learn, so it ain't for me. I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds cool, especially if I have a teacher, you know. But to some people, they just don't want to do it. They just want the goodies that come with it. How to get the man, very earthy stuff. How to get the money in the man, and that's pretty much it and then they practice on who they how do you say it, it's like they're in it for the trend, they in it for what the benefits are right now without knowing you have to go backwards to get it, you have to go and go dive deeper. So does it ever make you feel like, you know what, I'm just kind of in this alone? Have you ever felt that, or you know that you're set aside because of it?
I know that I'm set aside differently. There are a small amount of us, well, that's actually growing like vastly. So, me, I'm not gonna say that my knowledge is beyond people, right? Because there's theologians who have went to school.
Right.
I have done some
Very
training,
true.
I have done some schooling, I have some certifications. Right now, I'm working on getting certified with an international academy of therapists to actually be able to do teaching and do classes to help many people. Um, and what the and I agree with you because the problem is no one wants to dig deep. Um, you gotta you gotta go before. Listen, first off, before I answer her, y'all in the comments, I do not believe that witches and spiritualists are the same. I am here to have a discussion and conversation. You are more than welcome to come in and request and say how you feel upon these subjects because there is a lot going on in the community. Okay. And with everything that is going on in the community, I'm a clickbait you. I don't believe that spiritualists and witches are the same, but hey, come in and tell me how you feel. Right. So we can have a discussion because these topics right here are important. There is a lot going on and a lot of misinformation, and you must open yourself to knowledge yourself. Now, back to what I was saying to you. Um, I believe that I don't necessarily feel alone, right? Because there are many of us who are waking up at alarming rates because people are tired of the lies. Um, I'm going to be on for about another hour or two, and then I'm going to get off, and then I'm going to probably do readings for a small moment before I go to bed. Um, there are we're waking up at alarming rates, and with us waking up at alarming rates, there is many people, but a small sector of people that have that vast knowledge that comes from before time, that comes from before the 2000s, right? um what tends to happen is no one wants no one wants the no one wants to read anymore, because society has made it to where you only have a speck of, what's this word I'm looking for, you only have a speck of an attention span. Okay.
Yep,
And so,
that's it.
because society has made it that way, where you have a speck of an attention span, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, less than a minute. If it's more, if what you have to say is 3 minutes long, I'm not watching your video. If what you have to say is longer than 15 seconds, I'm not watching your video. I don't want to hear nothing you have to say. I'm gonna need you to say what you got to say in 15 seconds. This is the way society is nowadays. And so, with society being like that, no one really wants to read. And so no one is really increasing their knowledge, because reading makes you tired. Reading makes you tired because no one is used to expanding their knowledge. They're used to the 7 second, 15-second videos.
That's right. They're not used to it.
Yeah,
That's it.
they're
Yeah,
not used to
for
it. And
real.
so sometimes, if you don't want to read, do audiobooks, right? But then the books that I have, they're PDF. So you're going to have to do one or two things. You're going to have to sit there and read, or you're going to have Microsoft Edge read the book to you. One or two. You're going to have to read, because listen, when you go down this rabbit hole of knowledge, you will find out that things have been changed and rearranged so much, and so much has been hidden, that you will be like, holy crap. Let me give y'all another nugget here. Christianity, the people of the book, were the first people to take Satan, Lucifer, and place that as a person. The originality of Lucifer was the morning star, which was connected to the planet Venus. Never had nothing to do with an evil being until Christianity. I'm telling you, you have to do your research. See, I give y'all little nuggets here and there, because these books that come way before and go way back, you gonna sit up there and read them books and go, what?
Look, pearl.
You gonna be like, what? Listen, the people of the book told us for so long that Satanists worship Satan, and Satanists don't even believe in Satan as an entity. They believe in 11 principles on how you treat people. They don't believe in Satan or God. They just believe in principles on how you treat people in life. But the people of the book told us that they were evil. Y'all got these are little things that if you go back, you would be like, wow. Yeah, the books are knowledge are very important. Yes. You have to spoon feed some, yes, but see, and this is why, see, I have collections of books that and the reason why I'm selling them for dirt cheap is because you can get it on the web if you want to sit up for hours and days and look for it yourself. Each collection is $11.11. And each collection comes with over 150 books from your history. Your history. The history of African voodoo and hoodoo. The history of oh my God, the history of chaos magic, the history of working with angels. I have from the book of Enoch to the books of Moses to Enochian magic to just, I have so much. And when you start digging, you actually start seeing. Because on those 12 tablets of Moses, Moses had seals. And these seals was what
Right.
was given to him by God for him to be able to work with the angels. But Moses in y'all
When
Bible
you
only
mentioned
had 10 commandments.
the chaos magic, what exactly is that? Like not exactly, but just a little bit of knowledge
For what
on the
for
chaos magic.
chaos magic. So chaos magic
Hmm.
is a very strong old magic that is used by, ooh, I'm gonna say high, possibly political people, right? Um, I'm gonna give you a definition from in my notes. Give me a second here. Let me grab my laptop, and I'm gonna pull something from my notes, and I'm gonna explain it to you just very very shortly. Because going down this rabbit hole will give you. So from my note, well, you know what? We'll do my notes another time. I'll pull it from Google because I don't want to go too deep. Um, Chaos magic is supposedly a modern magic, right? They say it comes from 1970s. Well, it actually comes from way before that. Okay. Um, that particular magic in general had to do with the essence of it's from the occult, okay? And it teaches the essence of magic and a perception that are conditioned by beliefs. And what I mean by that is they believe that the world as we see it or as we perceive it can be changed by deliberately changing those belief systems. And so they would do magic and they would do certain things to change the entire perspective of any set belief system. And some chaos magic also believe in curses and hexes. Now, I do not know specifically about chaos magic, but I do have a bunch of books on it. I have done a little bit of research. I don't do it, right? But I have about 150 books on the subject for people who are looking to understand where that comes from. Okay. So it's basically
Sense.
changing the
Thank you for
beliefs by
that.
working with the elements, doing more so baneful type of magic. Um
Hmm.
it's real deep.
Kind of like the powers that be, so to speak, the maybe in the one percenters and so on and that kind of thing and beyond, or
Yeah,
deeper
I was
than
gonna
that,
say the
higher
one
than that.
percenters definitely used chaos magic because most of the chaos magic is you if you dig deep into some of these books, you will see people use chaos
Hmm.
magic to control certain things like political
Maybe the stock
political and
market and the way things are ran.
yeah, I'm trying not to say certain words. I ain't trying to get shut. You know
Okay.
what I mean? I'm gonna have to
Right.
do. We're gonna have to have conversations where y'all ask. We're gonna have to, do Zooms and meet personally because
Right.
political people and people in certain families and whatnot use it goes beyond what people think the Illuminati does. Okay.
Do you think some of this stuff is this is may sound a little left field, but
I
would
have
it fall in the
opened those
category
books
of
with
dealing
knowledge. What are
with
you talking about? I'm
Bitcoin and
saying like
things
I
of that
don't
kind of
do
way?
chaos. Hold on one second, sweetie. I don't do chaos magic, so I can't go deep into everything that it is. Um, if you are a part of my live, I will answer questions and give you a brief description. Am I going to tell you everything I know? No, because that's not my business. You have to research and go deep for yourself. Why do you think I have the books available? I've read hundreds and thousands of them. Let's see, I have over 1,000 books. I've probably read 500 of them. So I have to go into my notes and give you information off of those notes. Will I tell you specifically what they do? No. My live will get shut down if I told you specifically what certain sectors of people do. Come on, y'all. Y'all got to do your own research. Um,
That- That's the thing. You got to do your own research, so you can't come somewhere in a public space and be asking for stuff that
Yeah,
it
no,
took
and
us
you
a
can
long
ask
time to get.
questions and I'll give you little information here and there. But if I dig deep and tell you what's going on,
Hmm.
they attack. Yes, they do. They attack. Yes. And this is what I mean by hexes and curses. However, I'm not trying to openly say those words because you have to be careful with certain words when the person is speaking. Okay? let me help y'all. Yeah, I have to give you snippets. I have books. I've read most of them. And I've selected a group of some of the books that I've read. Yeah, a Zoom gonna be coming. Because for some people who may not have a full understanding of the books, that because when you start digging down that rabbit hole, you're gonna be in them books going, wait a minute, I don't know what this is, what is going on, please help me. Yes, correct, thank you, Oracle. So for you guys who might think that I have all these thousands of books and I haven't read anything, you are definitely not thinking correctly. I just can't say everything that I know of. So listen, I will be doing Zooms so that we can talk. And that's gonna be coming soon. But right now, for those who want to go down the rabbit hole, click the link in my bio. If you don't believe me and you believe I'm talking mess, and you want to find out from yourself and you want to look into that knowledge, because the knowledge that I have is the same knowledge that everyone has the ability to tap into. Everyone has the ability to possibly tap into, but you have to. You have to do the research yourself. You have to. You gotta dig and find out why people did certain things, why things were covered up a certain way. Listen, let me break down another thing for my African American kings and queens who are here. Voodoo and hoodoo was never incorporated with Christianity until our ancestors were trying to protect themselves. The original voodoo, hoodoo, VODOU, Kenoki, the Galagichis, Obeh, all of that stuff from our heritage, from Haiti, the Caribbean, the Santerias, none of that stuff when it originally started ever had anything to do with the Bible, ever had anything to do with Catholicism. They connected that stuff to that to protect themselves. That's why they were doing spells with books of the Bible, using psalms and things of that nature. They did that to protect themselves because they didn't want to get offed. So they wanted the people, as with them being slaves, to think, oh, okay, well, they're practicing, they're praying to God. They're using the Bible. Oh, okay, they're doing Catholicism. That's fine. Because Christianity and Catholicism was so big when it first came out, anything outside of that from our original heritage was outlawed. So they had to protect themselves for years. Original voodoo and hoodoo has nothing to do with Christianity, nothing to do with the Book of Psalms. I have over 150 books. I've read probably 120 of them. That will bring you down the rabbit hole of your spirituality for the African American people who are in this live. Yeah, go down your rabbit hole. Listen, for those of you, so I'm definitely gonna have to do a Discord. I'm gonna have to do a Discord. It's either going to be a Discord, it'll be live Zoom, something. I'm thinking about it. So for those of you who are asking the difference between hoodoo and voodoo. So hoodoo, everyone can do. Voodoo is a closed religion. Okay. However, you got to do your research upon original voodoo. Voodoo is for people who are connected to their ancestors. If you have not gotten it passed down from your ancestors, then you should not be practicing it. Hoodoo is what everyone can do, of today's age, right? If your ancestors were slaves, I will most definitely. If your ancestors were slaves, you have access to voodoo. You have access to your original heritage because your ancestors were slaves. Even if you didn't get it passed down, you still have the ability to find the access to it if you choose, because it is a part of your heritage. It's racially based magic. I'm gonna say it's for the melanated people, because to say that it's racially based is actually incorrect slightly, because hoodoo, voodoo, santeria, all of it is based the same. So if you're going to say it is racially based, I'm going to say it's melanated based, because it's for African American, it's for the Haitian, it's for the Caribbean, the Native American, and the Mexican people. It's all connected to those cultures of people. When you dig down your rabbit hole, you will actually find out it's not just African American. It is closed, yes. It is very closed, but it is for those sectors of people. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I had to break that down because it's not just for African American. That's why there's different names for different sectors. Santeria is just for that's their name for the Mexican people. Okay, voodoo, hoodoo. You have the Gullah Geechees. There's so much in the African American community. You have to find out through your ancestors, through your heritage, what you're connected to and what you should be doing. Okay. Santeria, well, Santeria was originally, it did originally start with the Mexicans. If you actually do your research, when voodoo and hoodoo came with the African American people, with the Latin people from when they were pulled by the French to New Orleans and other places like Mississippi and things of that nature through the slave trade, um, they crafted Santeria to go ahead and connect that with Catholicism to protect them. Y'all got to dig deep. They connected that to protect them so that people would think that they were doing Catholicism. I'm from Louisiana. Yes, everything is an origin of Yoruba. And if you go a little bit deeper, it's an origin of the Kanoki, which comes way before Yoruba. Y'all got to dig and get your books. Get your books. Look, I don't want to be the only one talking. I want to listen. Get your books. I have to say things about what I know because it's very old. Yes, that word you said right there, EWE. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just sitting here learning and absorbing everything.
Listen, for everyone who is maybe agreeing to disagree, I would tell you to go in my bio and purchase the ebooks of Rare Knowledge. When you click that link, I have over 150 books. I've read about 125 of them. When you learn about the Kenoki, when you learn about the uh EWE, when you learn about how far back it goes, it has nothing to do with the Bible. The Book of Psalms was never a part of it. They only did that to protect themselves, guys. So y'all got to take y'all time and learn. Yes, you have access to your ancestors and spiritual guides no matter what you practice. That is correct. No matter what you practice, because it's all taught differently for different people. I even have a group of books at one time when I was researching Wicca. So I have some of the like neo-pagan, I have some of the stuff from Aleister Crowley. You'll come to find out that everyone was taught differently in different sectors. And you will be able to find what works for you. Trust me, everyone is still learning. Look, I'm still learning. I might have read 500 books. I'm still reading more. So I don't know everything. Yes, and you being a Wicca high priest is okay. And see, do you have 1,000 followers? Can you come in and if you would like to talk more about your pagan reference, um, you don't have to be a part of a coven to be a witch. For those who are in the comments, there are good witches and bad witches. What I'm going to say is there are good and bad intentions in everyone. You don't have to be just a good witch or a bad witch. You can be a neutral. In some of the religions, they break it down as the left hand path, the right hand path, or white, black, and gray. Gray is the neutral type of witch. They don't really discuss those differences anymore in the current day and age. Um, Everything is about energy. There is a group of people who work with the demons. There's the books on demonology. There's so much, and all of these demons and all of these angels, they all teach different things. People work with different sectors. See, I'm a hush because some of those things you just can't. You got to study. You have to study. It's all energy. It's based upon what you do. You can work with the angels if you choose. You can work with your ancestors if you choose. You can work with the planets if you choose. You can work with so many things. It's a vast variety of things in the atmosphere that you can choose to work with, but you have to be very, very careful in understanding the rituals and understanding your fasting and understanding what you should and should not be doing before you decide to do it. These people who are out here just doing any and old thing on this app, I can guarantee you 50% of these people have not done the right rituals. Because when you deal with Yoruba and you deal with the Kinoki and you deal with the old African religions, those ancestors love cigar smoke. They love a little bit of rum. They love a little bit of liquor. You can blow that liquor, you can blow that rum, and you can blow the cigar smoke as a way of blessing, just like the Native Americans use sage. Right? But you can't be drinking and doing all that if you want to connect with the angels. You actually have to purify yourself and eat only vegetables and eat only fruit and eat certain things before you decide to think you want to pray to the archangels. So you shouldn't have liquor and everything in your body when you decide to do. See, so you have to learn every sector of the things that you're dealing with and find what resonates with you. Your ear is ringing because someone is talking about you. And so when your ear starts ringing, depending upon which ear it is, good Lord, is it left or right? Me being from New Orleans, Louisiana, I believe it's the left. It's someone bad. And when the right, it's good. Most of the times, most of the so most of the times when you hear your ear ringing, it's somebody talking about you way too much. I actually had someone who was talking about me during Christmas, and then I had someone confirm that they were just talking about me and my husband on Christmas Day. It was crazy. Right after I heard it, someone confirmed 2 days later. Yes, hi, bye, honey. Anyone else want to come up? Please come up. Afro, Vange, is there anything else you guys want to say?
I have a question. One thing that I think where I'm at is not necessarily. What would you tell the person who is not going into an awakening but have always been awoke and just simply trying to return back home? I really believe that that's where I'm at. I'm just simply trying to go back to where I left off with me and my great grandmother. You know what I mean?
So,
Like I already have seemingly the knowledge, the awareness. I want to get into honing my own and where I come from, and I wouldn't go so far as where my ancestors come from, to be honest, but just far back as my great grandmother and her practices, and picking up where I left off. And I think this is why I will be going to my classes or going back to school to get some type of certification. Because for me, I haven't graduated for anything, haven't completed anything in the formal setting of schooling in that kind of way. And I think that would just be awesome to I feel pulled actually to go in and excited to get certified as whatever the spirit is leading me. There is a part of it where it's a little bit of ego where I could be like to those naysayers, bam, can't tell me nothing. And then there's the other part of it is just, again, just going back home. So how do you kind of, because sometimes I get confused if I'm going back home or if God is pulling me higher. That's what it feels like.
A little bit of both. Because you want to go back to your heritage and then you want to advance. Right? So when I did my research, I went back to my heritage and then I advanced. I'm not one of those people who stick just to my heritage, because think about it. The vast knowledge of the universe is available to everyone. So if you stick just strictly to your African heritage, it's kind of like when you were in religion, if you were ever in religion, um, you were sticking to one specific thing, and you are enclosing yourself in a particular see-through box, right? So I would advise, as you are continuing to open yourself, not only pray to your ancestors like they're saying, don't just make it about your ancestors, because when you go down the rabbit hole with your ancestors, there isn't uh you only gonna work with your ancestors, because they don't play no games. When you go down that rabbit hole with your ancestors, your ancestors is that, strictly your ancestors. You start venturing off, they get
Exactly.
upset. Some of them are
Exactly.
tricksters.
And that's
Some
and
of them can be
I
jealous.
feel like even in the spirit there's more to me. It's ironic, right? Because it's like even in the spirit realm, we have to be that rebel and say, but ancestors, let's say ancestor Susie or whatever. But I want to go over here. It's kind. I'll give you an example. It's just certain things that I'm drawn to.
Hmm.
I could watch a movie and I go and I feel like that's me. I don't know if it comes from past what's it called, past lives or things like that.
Hmm.
But it feels like I want to go home. I'll give you an example. One movie really resonates to my spirit, and I know may sound strange as hell, is Avatar. I literally feel like, I don't know if I want to go as far as say like it really exists as much as it is. Um, I feel connected to that awareness, if that makes sense. Like the whole movie just I really feel it's where I come from. I know it sounds silly as shit,
No, no,
but
no.
I
Listen.
mean I want things, but that when I watch the movie E.T. even, I always feel this connected out of this realm to
Hmm.
things, if that makes sense. Just
Hmm.
this huge connection that is not so black and white. It's not mostly about us as a people as much as it is this bigger plane. You get me?
Hmm.
Like it's so much bigger than just that. And I feel connected. And so when I see again movies like Avatar, E.T., you name it, anything that deals with extraterrestrial or other beings and creatures, it really resonates with me. And I've been that way since a child. And like I said, I'll be 46.
I'm gonna
So
tell
I
you.
feel close to that.
I'm gonna tell you this, Queen. You may be better being kind of like myself. Now, I'm not going to always say get certifications. After,
Hmm.
for those who feel led to work with me, if you want to get into a part of any of my classes, you can in the future. I'm finishing out certifications with a different community instead of going to a school, right? Um,
Hmm.
I would advise, be careful when you go into those certifications or classes. Take your time, because
Right.
from what you're saying, you sound more eclectic. I'm eclectic. And if no one knows what that
Okay.
means, let me break it down. You have
I've heard
a
eccentric, so I
style
know
or
I'm
taste
weird.
from a broad
Hmm.
and diverse range of sources. And listening to what you were saying
Hmm.
about what you felt connected to, I feel like it would be better for you as you expand your mind and open up to a broad range of sources and not just be stuck to one thing. But that's my
You mean
discernment.
if like
I'm a
now
let you.
does that mean in certification that let's just say that alone, should I just go in one direction or get certified in many?
Exactly what I'm saying, because I'm getting certified in many.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm literally, once I get my full certification, I will be a certified teacher with an academy of therapists internationally, where I will be
Exactly.
able
That's
to
what I
teach
want to
not
as
only
well, right?
Reiki, but I will be able to teach different things on meditation, voodoo and
Exactly.
hoodoo,
Exactly.
whatever things that I know specifically that I can help other people in. Now, I'm not going to teach everything, because I don't know everything, right? I only know
And
what I.
that means it's going to be accredited by the psychology folks, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Under that umbrella. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
And then
Yeah,
if you want
that's my
to,
aim too. Like,
If you want to, outside of those certifications, go to a spiritual school, right? There are a few out there, but you want to
Exactly.
find a metaphysical school. Now, these metaphysical schools is going to give you those thousands of books I have, they're going to have you looking at some of that stuff. So you'll already have most of your knowledge if you decide to get any of those books that I have.
Because I was looking them up online the day before yesterday on schools out here in California. There's a few in LA on, and I just typed in
Do it.
spiritual certification, spiritual classes, and I'm like, okay. And some of them, what's interesting is that I guess I have to keep my mind and spirit open to knowing that it may not be exactly going to say what exactly that my, you know what I'm saying? But once I get in the class, I will learn a vast information that maybe later on, if the spirit leads me, then I can then apply to wherever I'm going. Versus, in other words, not get so hung up like, oh, they don't really talk about stars in this class, or they don't really talk about ancestry, but just kind of getting that knowledge and then,
Some people
having it in
feel
hand, I guess, for
some
later
people
on.
feel better with being in a class. Let me be honest with you.
I like the physical.
I am certified as a spiritual life coach and a master spiritual life coach and practitioner, right? Most of these people who have been doing this for years have no certifications. They have their knowledge.
That's true too.
So when you get your
That's right. I thought about that
certifications,
too.
you're getting them. People who decide to get their certifications, I would never talk you against that. Because in today's day and age, people feel like if you ain't got certifications, you ain't nothing, right?
Right.
Certain things can't be taught in some of these classes.
But don't base my value as a whatever it is the Lord's taking me to know as
Yeah,
a whatever it is. Don't
I was
base
gonna
my
say,
value on the
in
certification.
these spiritual
Right.
schools, they're gonna teach you. All right. I'm gonna break it down for you, so that you can know if you want to go.
Thank you.
In these spiritual schools, they're gonna take you back to
Right.
the Bible. They're gonna talk to you a little bit about divination. They're gonna talk to you about astrology. They're not gonna take you back before the Bible. They're not gonna do it because the way that what's the word that I'm looking for? The books, the knowledge, the teaching sources, the sources that they use for their teaching sources have to be approved. And so,
the curriculum,
yeah,
right?
thank
That's
you,
right.
curriculum,
Yeah.
curriculum. So if the curriculum isn't approved, you're not going to learn everything that you want to know. I'm gonna be very honest with you. They're never going to go African hoodoo and voodoo and none of that. So if you want to learn that, you're going to have to learn that on your own. Some of the spiritual schools are going to go a little deeper and some of them are not. They're going to go into history mostly. They're going to go into the Bible. They're going to go into other religions. They're going to go into paganism. They're going to break down a variety of things. Most of it around like the Greek gods and the Romans and the Catholics, and that's what most of them.
Right. I don't want to be pushed so far in left field. I don't want to be sitting. You know, you take classes, just your regular college classes, and you end up taking them and realize you didn't really need them. That kind of mode, but it's there. I don't want to be, in other words, I don't want to say wasting time because knowledge is knowledge, but at the same token, spinning my wheels when I may not know every place that the Spirit is taking me, but I do know. That I don't also pick this up too. I don't want to get caught up in what may be somewhat of, I don't want to say the occult, but you get me, cult-like is a better way to say it, which is ironic, but I don't want to be drawn to that either.
Okay.
You see?
I'll be honest with you. Some of these spiritual schools are taught by people who have made cults or covens. Right? So you have to actually make sure that you are joining yourself in a spiritual school that wasn't connected from a coven or cult. Just a spiritual school that's giving you a spiritual certification that's making you a non-denominational spiritual type of minister.
Right. Exactly. I don't want to be connected. That would be no different than going when you go to these churches and they be like, we can't help you unless you join. You know what I mean? I don't want to go around, let's say, the rabbit hole or do that circle thing just in a different place, right?
I found one that I'm going to do mine with, and they are not connected to a coven or cult.
Do you have my business number?
Mm-mm.
So
I
have
sure
you
don't.
ever
Should
sent me your information for me to reach out to you?
just in DM.
Okay,
No,
okay.
actually I didn't. I
Click
didn't.
if
You
you
want me to DM
at
you
the
and get it?
bottom where it says get
Mm-hmm.
leads, send me your name, your number, and your information. You could click get leads or click sign up in my bio, whichever one. I will text you the
Okay.
school that I was going to go to. I'm still going to do it just to have a certification for in the event that they're like, oh, Awaken Goddess,
Exactly.
I need you to come
Yep.
on to the Oprah show. I need you to come here. I need you to come there. Well, you know how them people
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
If you ain't got
Yeah.
them certifications, they looking at you
Right.
sideways because
Yep. Yep.
I was ordained as a minister and a
No, for real.
prophetess.
It mattered.
Yeah. So let's see here. Hold on. Let's add.
And that's really the point. Just like what you said, that's my same point of wanting to do that, so that way when the time comes, and I know that's why God is leading me here, because to me, I'm like, why am I being drawn here? But you never know what's in the future. Why you took the class? Why you're taking this route? Because you might need it later, and we don't know how big God is going to bless us. Just to make it plain English, we don't know who's going to be looking. That's why I always have that mode. Someone's always watching, like Monsters Inc. Always watching Zawowski, whatever his name was. Like, they're always looking in on you to see what's going on, and that's not for us to be paranoid, but just to know that
Yes.
you don't, even in a positive way. You don't know if someone's like, wait a minute, I watched that live, and we, have you come speak with us or whatever.
Yes, ma'am. And I
Yeah,
would say this.
but you must be certified.
Yes, yeah, you at least have to be certified, even if you don't have a degree. Um, I would
Mm-hmm.
say if you want, um, for those who are looking into the ebooks, if you're looking more into your African spirituality, I would say buy that outside of your class because they're not going to talk about African spirituality if you're looking to go
Yeah,
deep into
I'm
your
taking
heritage.
notes right now. Seriously, that's what I'm thinking.
They're
Yeah,
not
for
going to
sure.
because
Is it well?
I've tried, unless you find to get into your African spirituality, you're mostly going to find groups that are going to question you. They're going to question you before they start teaching
Right.
you their heritage, and they're going to do this in secret because
Mm.
before the time of Christianity, hoodoo and voodoo, and the Kenoki and the Galagichi and all of these people, they were outlawed for what they were doing. So you would have
Right.
to talk to a priest or priestess that is certified and qualified to give you this information. And it's better for you to
Mm-hmm.
research yourself because when you let me tell y'all something. When you dig deep, when you dig deep in hoodoo and voodoo, you will find out that some of these herbs and rituals and stuff, you got to put mask on and you got to put medical gloves on. Okay? This stuff go deep.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be talking about this type of stuff openly. This stuff goes so deep down the rabbit hole, you gonna be sitting there like you're gonna be like,
Exactly.
well, good God,
Mm-hmm.
the amount of
And that's why I said
prayer.
earlier, for me, it's like it feels like returning home in that way,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
it one place is like I'm ready. I know that I'm ready to either get to this next level, but I want to make sure that my basic core is stabilized. You know what I
Yes, you
mean?
do need
And
that.
who it is, what I got going on before I level up, so to speak,
For
or
those
advance to whatever.
asking,
So I think taking this certification route or taking this quote unquote schooling route kind of brings things down to earth. But even in that, I have to be mindful. This is not a regular class you're taking. You're not just taking an English class. You're taking something that deals with spirituality.
I'm gonna give
And
you.
I know I have to practice detaching and shielding and all of that. Yeah.
For those who are asking, will I start a class eventually? Yes, I will. As soon as I finish my certifications, I can start classes right now if I want to, right? But I prefer to have
Might as
my
well.
full certifications, which will not take that long because I'm not going to go to a college. I have a different group that I'm getting certified with, which is going to be internationally. Okay. So my
Mm-hmm.
classes will be coming within a few months. give me some time for those who are asking, because it takes time. I'm going to have to record them. I'm going to have my material, and my material and curriculum will not be based on what anyone has any governing over. I will be able to help anyone with any sector of information that they would like to learn on. Okay. So yes, I
So
will
what are
be.
the questions do you ask? What are the questions that you ask for those that are like that are looking to move forward with taking it into, I won't say a formal setting, but taking classes, and we want to know that it's not by the occult or by, like, remember what you were saying
Oh,
earlier,
yeah,
by
yeah, yeah.
the
So this is
covenant
what
and
you
all
would
that
do.
stuff. What are the questions we ask?
You would speak to, for those schools, right? Because I'm not a pick me person. I would never turn
Hmm.
you away from something you're already trying to do. Do it. Go to the college. Um, talk
Hmm.
to look at the about us information, right? And look at who's
That's right.
over the
That's right.
schools
Yeah,
and
yeah.
who created the schools. And when you call and speak to the staff, ask them for the name of the person who created the
Hmm.
school, research the information. When you research the person, it will 9 times out of 10 tell you if Eric so and so created this coven back in 1743 and this school is based upon that particular knowledge. You will be able to research all of that. Go
Because I
redo
sure don't
your.
want to research and find out he's connected to the cake. I can't say that here, but you know what I'm saying. He's connected to the hoodie people.
Listen, listen.
Just say it.
I'm telling you to find your. I'm telling you to do your research because not many people think about it. Not many people are like, oh well. Most of these new schools are based off of older covens and groups of people, and they just have new leaders.
Hmm.
They have new board members. They have new CEOs, new
I look at
CFOs.
symbols too. I look at the symbols that are on their website. I try to research and dive deeper on, without being too, oh my gosh, but you get what I'm saying, just to see what's really going on, representing
like
this
like
and
the
that, and
person said,
then
use
I'm
your
able to see.
intuition, not just using your intuition. Research, because if you're not careful, some of these
Research.
groups can be connected to something that you may not want to be a part of. Like me personally, I've done my
Right.
research on Aleister Crowley. He was a cool individual, but he also did some crazy stuff back in the day. Aleister Crowley
Hmm.
was a spearhead for many sectors of secret groups, like the Order of the Golden Dawn and the Order of a few other groups. And these groups also built schools. So you have to be very careful. Like, and
Yeah.
this is why I'm going with a different sector of people. Because when you do your research and you ask who built the school and you find the founder,
Hmm.
the original founder, and you see what the founder was connected to, you got to be like, oh no.
Exactly.
So I would look on their page and find out who the founder is and where the founder originated, why he started the school that he started, if there was a coven associated with it, if it was just people who was building and opening up knowledge. Right, because
Mm.
the people who are just building and opening up knowledge, even though they might have came from a group of covens, they'll tell you in their like bio and in their information like we're no longer a coven, we're just here to open up the knowledge of individuals, give people a vast variety of information, blah blah blah. They're going to say that.
Right.
They're not going to be
But
dishonest. They're going to tell you where the history came from. So I would ask those
okay,
questions like about the founder, so that you can do research,
I'm taking
because
notes. Thanks,
they're
teacher.
not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you everything over the phone. You gotta look into the founder
Yeah,
and the
it's
inner
crazy
being.
when you're
Yes,
on this journey
ma'am.
because you don't know who's connected to who, or what group believes in this while the other group doesn't, and I don't want I don't say my feelings hurt, but I'd hate to get on the journey so tough and then you find out, damn, this is like when we're part of churches and you find out the pastor is doing things that he ain't supposed to be doing.
And
That
see, and that's why
part,
I'm doing most of my
you know.
certifications with the international therapy of oh, I'm gonna say the name specifically, but it's an international academy just for you to be able to
Hmm.
be your own therapist in your own way. Um And these certifications will be able to be used internationally, whether you're doing stuff virtual or in a particular office, where you can go into learning
Yeah.
about either Reiki or Hoodoo and Voodoo. I already know about Hoodoo and Voodoo, but you can do Reiki, you can do sound therapy. Sound therapy comes from the sound bowls. You can do herbalism. There's a wide range of things. Um,
Yeah, that's my dream, is to have a little small little office
yeah,
where
me
I
too.
want my whole idea is the people come to me. I don't want to go searching. I don't want to. I feel like I put my bids in, so to speak, all these years, and now I just kind of want to sit in the gift and let it come to me. That's real.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. And see, when you take your time, if you're looking to have people come to you, you can always start online. Now, I know people hate it, right? But you don't have to use TikTok if you don't want to, if you're really like don't like this platform, right? Um, you can build profiles after you get your certifications on many different apps where you can get people who will reach out to you for unconventional therapy, right? Depending upon what you're looking to get into. You have to remember that even though you have a wide range of knowledge, you want to find your niche. Okay. And within finding your niche, and before we get back to the rest of the questions, guys, I just want to help her a little bit. Okay. So y'all bear with me and tap the screen while I help this beautiful goddess out so that she has the best information that she can possibly have. And then we will get back to the questions. Okay. Um, is pretentiousness what? What are you talking about, sweetie? Of course, of course. Um, so you find your niche up on based upon your vast knowledge. So let's say you get some more books and you do some research deeper than what the schools give you, right? Let's say you get additional certifications in other companies, which opens up your knowledge. And you say, and I'm just going to use an example. You say, okay, I want to be a Reiki healer. I want to be a spiritual life coach. And I want to be, whatever else. Because when I leave Nevada, I'm going to open up a place down south, and I'm waiting for it. When you get ready to do that, you want to go, you want to get your EIN from the IRS, okay? And you want to put your business name out there. It's very, very important that when you put your business name out there, you put that name together and you put it into the system. Before you put it out there, go to the website with the government, which is the USPTO, the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Okay. You're going to look up your name in this website to make sure your name isn't already used or taken. I'm already in the midst of
Right.
trademarking Collectively Different. Moon Goddess Nails is already trademarked. Trademarking is extremely
Yeah,
important.
I did that with my other business. I didn't know you had to do it spiritual.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess any business.
Trademarking is extremely important because it stops your name from being possibly taken. You can, of course, cease and desist anyone who is using your information, because as a spiritual worker, you have to realize so many people want to fake your brand. If you are a genuine person, like myself and many others that I've actually ran across who are genuine, if people are faking your brand with your trademark, you can actually have TikTok, IG, Facebook, everyone shut those people down because you own the trademark of your name. Right. And so that stops people from faking your brand and using your name to try to make money in your name and in your photos and your information. Once my trademark is completed, all these fake Collectively Different accounts, they're going to be mad at me because I'm going to send it to them. So yes, you need it. Okay. Not only do you need that, I'm going to help y'all who are listening, who are spiritual life coaches, tarot readers, or whatever. You should have business insurance. Let me tell you why. Because when you are helping people spiritually, 9 times out of 10, you have to be honest and put it out there that it's for it's for knowledge, informational, and entertainment purposes. You can never tell anyone anything in a way, shape, form, or fashion like you are already a doctor unless you have a doctorate or a actual doctor's license. You cannot tell anyone
Exactly.
anything like you are a lawyer. Okay, so you have to be very careful that you state in your bio, even though you know you have a gift, you have to say it is for knowledge, informational, educational, and entertainment purposes. And the insurance protects you because you are a spiritual life coach. You can get insurance as a spiritual life coach, a regular life coach, or if you are a person on this app, there is insurance for content creators. Okay, so you have to get insurance to cover and protect you. You start small. Okay, this stuff is not biblical and should be rebuked. Child. Um, Oracle, please take care of that for me. If you guys got something to say, come on in once I'm done helping her out. Okay, we can talk about it. Okay, but the vast amount of knowledge I have, you would be surprised that Mr. Moses in your Bible did magic, but we'll talk about that another time. So you want to have insurance, you want to have your name, you want to have your EIN, you want to have your name in the system trademarked. And when you do the trademark, the name already has to be active, or you can file with the intent to use. Okay. And then have your certifications available. Make sure that and I don't know if you've done this with your previous businesses, so I'm just saying this for everybody who's listening. You want to have a business telephone number. You want to have PayPal. You want to have Stripe. You want to have some sort of a payment system in place outside of Cash App, which you readers who are just using Cash App, you want to have more than just Cash App, guys. Really present yourself as a business. Okay. And no, I'm pretty sure you did when you told me you had another business. I'm just saying this out loud for everybody. You never know who all is listening and is like, dang, I didn't know I had to have all that. The insurance protects you guys because if anyone says that they were injured by what you gave them as far as advice, the insurance covers you. Okay? So it's very, very important. Yes, as a content creator, you should have insurance as well. You should be covering and protecting your business. For any possible damages, people like to say that they have damages from everything. Okay. So these are all things you should have. Insurance, trademark your name, trademark your business. Make sure you're not, copying someone else's information. Build a website, have a business telephone number, business email, forms of payment. These are things you should have. If you guys are listening to me and you are spiritual content creators on this app, you are tarot readers, you are building a brand and a name for yourself, you should have these things. It takes about a year to trademark your business name. So because it has to go through a lawyer, blah, blah, blah. They have to check the mark, your logo, all that. You don't have to make a logo. You can just do your business name, but just know that your business will be trademarked for 10 years. No one will be able to steal what you are creating, and you renew it every 10 years. Okay, so just a little information for everybody who is listening, who wasn't sure what you should be doing when you're starting a business. Those are very essential to make you not just look professional, but be professional. Yes, you are protecting yourself and others. That is
Thank
correct.
you, Queen. I
You're welcome.
appreciate
I'm
it so
sorry.
much.
I know you probably knew all that.
And you confirmed a lot where I was a little bit lost still on exactly should I or should I just have it be like, it's okay, it's spiritual, it's not that serious. But then I'm like, it is serious if you going towards it, leaning more towards the business side of it, and it's not just you're doing this because I just want to help heal the world. But yeah, I'd like to again have the gifts make room for me, like I said.
Because listen, when it comes to churches, they are nonprofit, right? When it comes to what we are doing, we are for profit. People must pay for your services. And so if they must pay for your services, You have to do everything to be a legal and legitimate business. If you're starting from home, that's fine. When you get ready to go into a building, you're going to want to go from a sole proprietor to a LLC. So you're going to want to update your information. Sole proprietor is fine, but LLCs take you places. Being incorporated opens you up to like more discounts with companies when you're doing stuff like me. I'm going to yeah, that doggone LLC. Ugh. Um like
It's
me.
really good too, like if you end up growing and you end up wanting to take on employees, like an assistant or
Mhm.
anything like that, you don't have to change the type of business that you have with like the IRS or your state. You don't have to transition from sole proprietorship later on. So like if you're somebody who grows really, really, really fast, it's good to just have that right away so that you can bring on a staff if you need to,
Yeah.
because you never know who's in your area. You never know who's going to find you and need help. Next thing you know, you might need an assistant and you're like, oh, dang, I got to figure out how to do a W 2. I got to figure out how to do scheduling, how to
Yep.
pay somebody, how to,
It goes deep.
all of that stuff. So then you're looking at, you need, okay, now you got to bring on an attorney, you got to bring on financing,
Yep.
bookkeeper, if you don't know how to do that stuff yourself.
And on top of that, and what she's talking about is very true, because you are going to need legal aid. You're going to have forms. You have to have things like non-disclosure forms, right? Because people will try to take your information and use it. And those non-disclosure forms are going to have to,
Yeah.
if you can't afford a lawyer, having a legal aid, which is a little bit cheaper, you can pay 15 to 20 something bucks a month for legal aid. And they'll look at all your forms for you, and you can get those forms notarized, which will cover and protect you. Because once you're doing spiritual things, you have to get to the point to where you have contracts to cover and protect you, right?
Yes.
Because even though I'm a spiritual life coach, I have not built my contracts yet, but it's getting to the point where many of people are reaching out to me that I'm going to have to make some, right? So you have to have contracts, you have to have non-disclosure forms. Um, it gets real big when it comes to businesses. It's just, and she's right. Yes, get the LLC if you want to already have it from the beginning, but you have to pay for that fee every year. If you start with a sole proprietor and you put your information out as a work from home business to start, you will not have to pay any fee depending upon your state. You can notify them that you have insurance and you'll be able to register your business for free. Okay, that's a little gem for you. So as a work from home business, you can register your business for free. Collectively Different was registered for free when it first started. I'm moving over into LLC. When you go into LLC, you have to have a brick and mortar actual location. If you don't have an actual location, hint hint, you guys can get a business address. There are many of websites all over the app which will give you a local business address in your state where you can physically come and pick up mail, physically have mail delivered, and your business name and information can be at that address. Okay, so like you don't have to use your home address. You can protect yourself until you get a
I
brick
know
and
also
mortar location.
I was a part of like what's it called when you do the we space office spaces. I never could afford the big stuff, but for like a month I would pay like $100, and these shared office spaces you can just utilize their space for your address for mail, where you can just go pick up the mail there. Some folks were doing that, and then they had levels. And if you guys don't know of the membership, so even though I had a shared office space, I was paying just like $150 to share that. But that person didn't even come in. They barely came. We worked a different schedule, and then they had tiers to it. They would go higher and higher. And I don't know if it's like that for all states. And even some of the companies had let's just say I'm out here in California, they would have them in Vegas, or they have them in New
Yes,
York.
they do.
Same company, where if you were traveling, then you could just go in there, and if you had to take care of business, that's something. And I'm saying that because I know at this point I can't afford actual office, full on office space, but I like the idea of, again, having my clients in the future come to me, just with that, even if it's just I'm putting 4 hours in, and see me that way. Or even setting up and doing my TikTok from the office gives me more of a more professional feel. And when you think of your business like a business, and treat it like that, it becomes that. It's almost like it morphs into that. But it's also a lot of work, a lot of research, because most times you're going to be, and this applies to all business, most times you're going to be doing all the footwork yourself.
Yeah.
And that's the part where I'm like, oh God, where it just can be overwhelming sometimes. And so I find that I've backed up off of it because I realize, do I do business cards? Do I don't? That's especially with the spiritual work. I'm like,
Yes
do I
and
just,
no. We're
keep
in
going
such
to
a new
Venice
we're
or
in such a new age community that people don't really look at business cards anymore. It's better to have a flyer like me. When I
yes, I'm
leave
a flyer person.
when I leave
Yep.
Nevada and move down south, I plan on opening a location, but my location is going to be more like a store where people will be able to get the necessities they need for, like, their candles, their rituals, their books, their cards, certain things that they're not sure of, that they're like, okay, I want to go down the right path, but I don't want to get the wrong things. That's the type of store I'm going to have, but I'm going to leave my spiritual counseling, I'm going to leave that online. I'm gonna let people, because I don't know if I physically want to have people come to me unless it's for Reiki. Yes, I will have a
Okay.
metaphysical shop. Yes, I'm working on it. So for her, it's different. You see, she wants to do everything in person. For me, I'm gonna do half and half. I don't know if I want to touch everybody.
I thought about that too, but I learned I'm such a like I like that one-on-one. It just allows me to be more genuine because I can see your body language. I mean, I know Zoom meetings can offer that too, but I really like that one-on-one intimate, like
I love it,
in
but
closed doors with that person.
listen.
But at the same token, I don't want the crazies coming through either. Just saying.
This is the reason why half of my stuff will be online, because some of my people, my followers that are here and that aren't here right now, they were telling me how powerful I am as a person. I didn't believe it because I'm like, girl, I'm just a vessel. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, don't hype me up. I'm normal, right? They like, no, you are not normal. Well, quick story time. I found out that I wasn't normal. And I had some weirdos that got obsessed with me. And they began putting my picture from off of my profiles onto their phone and having me as their screensavers and wanting to come and meet me in person. And oh my God, I would love to take you out. I would love to meet you. I would love this. I would love that. I'm so obsessed with you. You're so powerful. You're so this. You're so. And I was like, you don't have to be like that, sweetheart. I would appreciate it if you would take me off of your phone as a screensaver. My husband might not like that, right? And so I have ran across 3 of
Wait,
those.
what? What did I come back to? I left it. You guys are talking about building
So
businesses. I come
I
back
was
and
giving
you're
a
talking
short I
about
was
something
giving
else.
a short story because she was like, I love the in-person thing. And so when it comes to spirituality, people are drawn to, and this is just like the church, right? People are drawn to the power of the individual. So I was telling her that I've had a lot of my followers tell me, like, you're a very powerful individual. And I'm like, okay, well, thank you. Hey, I'm not Beyonce. Don't be doing me like that, right? Um, and I had a few people that were obsessed with me. They sent me a screenshot of their screensaver and they had me as their screensaver. And I even woke up
Oh,
this person who had me as his screensaver. I'm going to get y'all, and this is a little tip about people. You going to catch it. Today's age has made it very common for people to be able to put spells on you just by grabbing your picture from your profile. I'm going to hit you with that and I'm going to come back. So he had me on his screensaver, and the spirit of the divine woke me up the next morning and began to tell. And at about 3 a.m. in the morning, I seen a ritual there, and the spirit of the divine began to tell me that this person does black magic. I had to cleanse my entire house. Okay, this person was obsessed with me. He was just like, oh my God, I want to follow you. You're amazing. And this is not the only time that I've had this happen. right? And so that's why I'm very particular with me. I would rather do it by video, right? And then be very choicey with the individuals after the video ones if they would like to come in person. And I'm telling you this because I've been doing this for over 7 years, even though I have over 10 years of experience. But the moment that I started going live and really putting myself out there, the obsessive people started coming. And those
You know, and
obsessive
I'm glad
people,
you brought that up because I'm so naive. I'm never think because I've catered so much to women. I'm never thinking that, oh, duh, you might have some male clients too. That just hit me like right
exactly.
now,
So
like,
it's not
girl.
just, and you can, if you decide you just want to be for women, that's fine, right? But if you decide that you want to open up, you have to think about the two types of people who can mess with you. The men who are obsessed with you because of the power, they're drawn to you. They're like, oh my God, she's so freaking amazing. Like, where do you get your knowledge from? Oh my God. And then you have the women who are catty and they want to be you. And they're only meeting with you for
Ooh,
the
that part.
meeting. They're only meeting with you because they want to figure out how you use your gift and they want to copy you. Okay. So you have to be so careful because they are going to come. Like me, let's think about it. Watch how the people begin to change on this app. I don't even have 10,000 followers yet. Watch how when I get 10 and 20 and 30,000 followers, how you're going to see people, they're going to be trying to act, they're going to act like me. They're going to try to take my style. When you've seen these people, they've been acting the same way forever. Just because of the way that people flock to me, they're going to do it. You you have your own style. When you do your style, you're going to start to notice that the people around you are going to be acting like you. They're going to want to get sponge off of you. Oh my God. You're going to be like, good Lord. Oh, mm-mm. Listen, you, you, and they, they are very good at camouflaging. Oh, no matter how real you are, some are good at camouflaging. I'm gonna tell you another story and then we're gonna get back to the questions. I had a person who wanted to help me because I'm an advocate for religious trauma. He was like, oh, I'm an ex-preacher, I'm an ex-minister, I preached in the church for 20 years, blah, blah, blah. I would love to help you with that. And I was like, okay, this might be interesting because he is of uh the see-through community.
Of the claw.
The see-through community. Okay.
Oh,
And
okay,
so,
gotcha.
yeah, I'm trying not to say the word. So I was like, okay, my skin tone next to another skin tone is going to help me to look like I am not attacking the African American community. He got obsessed too. I said, oh, you know what? I said, I'm just going to go ahead and work the way that the spirit wants me to work. He started messaging me day and night. When can I meet you in person? I want to fly to see you. Tell your husband I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna take you for a weekend. And I was like, no, you're not.
Whoa, what? What? Oh my
This was
god.
someone who claimed
Oh
he
my
wanted to
god.
work with me.
Oh my. What type of partner is he trying to be?
Look, he got so bad. He said one time he hit me in the middle of the night about 2 a.m. and this is when I blocked him. He hit me in the middle of the night. He said, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm up. I'm getting ready to meditate. What are you doing up? And he was like, well, you don't want to know. And I was like, okay, maybe I don't. He was like, let me ask you a question. What is in your adult collection? You have any movies
Whoa,
that I could
no,
watch?
no.
Okay. Listen, they are going to come, y'all. They are going to come. When he asked me what was in my
Oh
adult
my
collection,
god.
like in my browser, what I might have saved, I was like, and block.
Oh,
You know, that's the
and
other
block.
part that I don't like about the spiritual, and you might have to come back later on and talk about it, Queen, but when the men or whether partners, but people see you so powerful. Because I've had it happen to me, obviously not like that too, but where I'm thinking this person's really serious about getting a reading, and I'm thinking they're really serious about whatever, and then they start crushing on you, and I'm like, it really throws me off, because I'm like, here I am trying to lead you the right way, so to speak, or lead you to sweetness or whatever, and you hit me with this, and I'm like, it almost, see, I'm so sensitive to it, to where I literally, it puts me back to the creator. And there was a moment even in my life where my spirituality and my sexuality, I know it goes together, but where I said, okay, creator, how do I maneuver through this? Because I can't help how what I exude, right? And so even when I'm sitting out in Venice Beach and I'm doing out there, I'm not like Mother Teresa or nothing, and I'm trying to represent whatever it is the creator got in me to represent. And then I have women and men alike. And then I have to remember, maybe it's the location. You are at the beach, right? People are over there to be whatever. That's why I wanted so much the office scene. Because number one, I want to be taken serious for my craft, that part. And I'm not just out here for fun, that part too. So my biggest frustration has been like, you see the spirit, you see the gifts in me, but you also see this the human side of me, that sexiness, and you can't get past that. And I'm trying to do what I've been called to do. So how do you, besides blocking them, what do you do? And because it's going to always happen. This is you're a beautiful woman. It ain't just going to stop with one. It's going to keep on coming. They're going to keep. It is what it is. Especially when you are put in a certain position. It's just like when they say women love men in power. The man could be ugly as fish grease, so to speak, but because he's in power, then now he's attractive. He's this, he's that, all those things. Same thing applied to us, empresses, goddesses, queens, whatever you want to call it. So
outside of
how do you maneuver?
discernment, right? When do y'all
Hmm.
want to get together so that we can all collectively? I probably won't charge for the first one. I'll do something like a donation ticket or something where we all can get together, just so I can see how many people really want to get together and do a Zoom conversation where y'all can ask different questions. Because what you got to do is not just discernment. It's not just a banishing spell. You have to line your doors with certain powders and certain herbs that is going to immediately, when they
That
walk
part.
up, they gonna walk the heck away.
Hmm.
Okay? You have to do you have to do defense prayers, defense
Yep.
magic. You have to, if you don't put it into place, you're gonna find all type of craziness walking in, right? Because
Mhm.
you can be strong in what you're doing. And then, oh no, baby, I'm talking about something stronger than a horseshoe. We going all the way back to, we going
Yeah.
all the way back. All the way back. I mean, so far
Mhm.
back to where you might need medical gloves on when you take this powder and you shake it in front of your door. Okay.
Right.
That's
That
what
part.
I'm talking about. But I'm a hush. You have to. Look. I'm not gonna give everything. You have to be very careful, because in the event, and I'm just speaking hypothetically, right? In the event you open up your location, right? Here's some things that you can experience. And we're going to get back to the questions, but I want to help people. Where can you get it? I don't make it right now, but I do have a website from some hoodoo and some voodoo priestesses, high priestesses, where I get some of mine from until I can make it. Because some of the ones that you make, if you don't have a mask or medical gloves on, you could hurt yourself. Okay, so I'm gonna shut up right there. Um, Here's some of the things that you can experience. It's not just the people that that will run across you that are going to be attracted to you, right? You can do grounding, divine protection, and banishing, but you're going to have to do certain stuff often, because there can be people who would want to, you got the people who are attracted to you, right? So you got to fight against that. And then on the other side, you got the people who want to be you, right? And so those people who want to be you, they're going to be speaking something different against you. They're going to be trying to hold you back because they want to move forward, right? So you have those sectors of people. And then you have those who are jealous, right? So then you're fighting against different types of sectors of people. One specific thing ain't gonna work for all these people. Okay, we gonna have to have one of them private conversations. There are so
Yeah.
many different sectors of people that will speak against you
Mhm.
by your business card that you've handed to them. Now they have a link and they have put that on their altar and they are now speaking against your business, and you have to fight against that in the
Yeah.
atmosphere. Y'all hear me? Y'all think, listen,
Mhm.
they don't, you have met someone online, they have downloaded their picture and now they're trying to hone in on you so that they can
I
come
mean,
into your
you have people that will go so far as to, if you have a business place and you go into the restroom and you blow your nose and you throw that tissue into the trash, you have people that would come in, dig through that trash and grab those tissue.
listen,
Why? Because they
listen,
can
I'm
use
trying
that
to
in their
tell you
craft.
it goes. Look, I ain't trying to
Like,
say
there's
all
things
of
that
the
you just
oracles.
don't know.
Listen, you have
I
to get
hate
to
it
the
because
point
even when
where
I go to a public bathroom, if I'm on my messes, I don't leave it in the little in that little thingy they have you leave it in and for your stuff when you go to public bathrooms. I'd be like, nope. They say don't put it down the toilet, but that's where it's going, or take it with me. I am so serious.
listen, and you have to even if the world ain't showed us nothing in 2022, you can't even trust your friends.
That part.
How many
You
friends
know
have
what
we seen who have
I
been
just
off
found
in a
out that a
whole nother?
family member was doing work on me, and this is why I'm being so. If I could be more transparent, pulled to doing what I want to step into. This is why I want it so bad, Queen. I could cry right now because it's just like this is the way I fight. I'm not a physical fighter. I've never been one like this, but my spirit stuff is what I hold on to. And it's like I almost want to say like no devil in hell. And so when I got this information that this person was actually doing work on me, and this is a very close family member, I'm still in shock. That's why I got the sad face when I said I've been so naive because when you help people and all you want to do is help and heal the world and you got people just like, you know what I'm saying, setting up to even hear you say it. I know it's the truth, but it's a truth that I don't want to hear. I don't want to know it. Sometimes I just want to go and hide. I'm keeping 100 because I just want to do what God has called me to do and be left the fuck alone. You get me? I don't
I
want
know.
you to have to worry about those things like that because it really it's like, God, what did I do? I'm not. All I'm trying to do is love you. All I'm trying to do is help you be get even ignite your own gifts. And now when I say you, I mean whoever those spirits may be. And it's always a shock to me. And I'll be 46 years old, and I'm still shocked at the evil intent and deep dark shit people will do because people are operating under a jealous spirit or a hateful spirit when all I want to do is love. It's a hurtful thing, and it's like I never think that the guy is gonna come or I'm gonna have. I never try to see myself as having enemies. You get me? I never want to look at life like that. But the reality of that we live in duality, good, bad, ugly, whatever. I have to come to these terms. It's like in order
Yes,
for me to be a great teacher and healer, I gotta admit that this shit is yeah. Some people are not gonna like you,
let me
Jay.
tell
Some
you
people
what
are gonna
happened to
come
me
for
when
you
I left.
spiritually.
Let me tell you, and listen, first of all, let's send her some love because I can hear it in her voice, right? So everyone put
Absolutely.
hearts
Yeah,
in the comments
absolutely.
because she needs the love right now because this journey as a spiritual life coach, a leader, a Reiki master, whoever. This is not an easy journey when you're spiritually helping people. This is not an easy journey when you're just wanting to love people, you're wanting to make people feel better, you're just wanting to get people
Yeah.
to a different level of consciousness. You're wanting to help them heal
Yes.
their hearts, their minds, their body, and their soul. It is not an
And
easy
you're
journey.
hated for it. And you're hated for it. It's hurtful.
And it's not just that. When I left Christianity, I got to the place that I am today by helping myself come up out of my mindset and up out of my thoughts. Girl, my ex-husband told me that I would never be nothing without him because I left the will of God, because I left church. I was spoken on so horribly. My ex spiritual dad had a picture of me in his Bible in the book of Psalms. My own stepmother told me I was going to hell. Many of people kept praying against me, telling me your finances will never be better until you come back to church. Yet all of those are like prayers. They speak against you horribly, not just in the world, but then you deal with the church people too. So now
It's
you
true.
gotta
It
fight
is
against.
very, very true. And the
It's
worst part is, in the craft and spirituality, somebody comes at you with like nasty energy. It's just plain out, flat out nasty. But some of these people in this church are coming at you, hoping and praying for your downfall because they love you, because they want to see you back in the church, because they want to see you saved. They don't want you to be backslidden anymore. And so they seriously are wishing on your downfall in order to love you in some sort
And
of
that is so
twisted
scary.
way.
You couldn't have worded it better. You're wording it perfectly. It's literally like that. It's almost like,
hold on one
you know how you have
second,
that
y'all.
visualization of
Keep
someone
talking.
choking you and telling you they love you at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Hugging you while they got
Right.
the knife on the other hand. It's literally that. And so it's like,
Yeah.
wow, you know?
Do y'all know that a person can cast a spell on you just by touching you and giving you a compliment? Have y'all ever heard of?
Say that again, hun, because you cut out at first. So say that again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I asked if y'all have anyone heard of a person giving you basically doing a hex or a bonding on you by coming up and giving you a compliment and touching on you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you gotta be careful. It be your own people, so it's just with
And
you,
I'm a hugger too, and I
Angel.
don't know who I be hugging. I'll walk up and hug anybody, and that's why, like I said, I want to do the up close and
Well,
personal.
that's what you
So
gotta do
I
for
just,
protection. You gotta
but
protect
that
your energy.
exactly,
You gotta
exactly. Because even
protect
the
your
Bible says,
energy.
lay, what is it? Lay hands on no man suddenly. I think
Yeah.
that's, I have to remember that because I'm a hugger, and I just want to just show so much love. And I don't know if this person is. In
I'm
fact, though, when I do hug, I will
wait a
say
minute.
this:
Hold
I
on,
can
hold on, Miss
sense it better if
Miss
this is a demonic
Miss
spirit.
Star Angel.
Yeah, for sure.
Hold on, Miss Star Angel. Do not hug everyone because and this is why I'm telling y'all. If y'all are gonna grab these books, y'all are gonna grab these books in my profile. I'm gonna email them out to everybody who has bought any of them. Don't hug everyone because there are certain people who know of the old practices and they can use your voice by opening up a jar and grabbing your voice. They can use the fact that you've hugged them and grab a piece of your hair. You don't do it. Do not hug
I
everyone.
was just about to say
I'm-
that. Yep, they can literally go in for that hug and see a strand of hair on your sweater, and now they got it in a tissue and they're taking it home.
yeah, don't do it. Do not do it. Do not do it. I
I
love
wear
you,
so many
Query.
wigs, they're gonna be getting this Remy. I'm just saying. I have to be
It's
lighthearted
not
about.
even just about the fact that it's that when they listen, there is in some of the books that I have stories of people who have done magic of a certain sort by just knocking on the person's door, standing there with a jar that is already enchanted, waiting for you to speak. They have closed it and they have made a sour jar, and that person got messed up. I need y'all to go get these books. I'm telling you, I have been researching for over 15 years. There is some deep stuff out there, and if you are not careful and if you are not protecting yourself, it does not matter how much you are praying. It does not matter how much little defense you think you're doing. Folks can be doing something just a little bit higher.
And that's the whole point. When I found out this particular family member, mind you, I was so naive. I would go with them to the spiritualist. I would go, quote unquote, that is, go with, which was
Oh,
really, I found
Lord.
out years later, was a witch doctor. And I was so naive. I didn't know. And looking back on it, as you know, what's done in the dark will come to light, it made me go, I cannot believe that I was standing, as I say, 10 toes down with this individual, and they could have been casting this on me all along, and I'm just sitting there going for the ride, literally, not even knowing it. And so to be honest with you guys, it has tarnished a little bit or spotted my trust
Hmm.
with not my gift, but where and how
Yeah.
do I, that's that part. And that's why the certification comes into place with
Yeah.
me, because I felt like it's more of a safe haven. Now it's making sense, right? Is that it comes from that place to be full circle, so that it's almost like a weaponry in a sense. But I got to be careful, like you said earlier, make sure I checked my dot my I's with that too. But even still, that's a place of confidence, and it'll build me, because this is still taking me back that all these years I always want to see the good in people. I just find it remarkably unbelievable of you loving on someone so much and they hate you for it. I swear to God, it just blows my freaking mind.
That's where you're
It
going
just
to need
does.
to build a little bit of thick skin, because you not only are you going to be fighting against the people that want to do the dark arts against you, but you're going to be fighting against the people who are jealous of you. You're going to be fighting against the church people who are going to want to come and throw holy water on your door. Right? You're not going to be fighting just against the bad people. You're going to be fighting against the people who think that they're doing something good and they want that out of the community because it's of the devil. You're going to be fighting against
That
all
part.
sides. And fighting against
Hmm.
all sides,
Because
honey.
even like I said, I go to Venice Beach to set up, right? But where I'm sitting at right now, I've thought about, can I go around the corner, and then what? Depending on what city I go to, because I do van life when I travel and stuff. What city I go to, based on I have had to investigate. Okay, these Republicans or these Christians, because I can't just sit up here at the corner, restaurant, liquor store, whatever it is, park and start doing these readings in this Christian all see-through people community, you know what I'm saying, and not be handed a virtual, what, like they used to do us back in the day. And so those are the things that I have to consider too, as I walk through this journey. Like, you can't just post up anywhere. That goes back to what
No.
you said way earlier about
And
keeping it
that's one
sacred,
reason why I'm
you
going
know
to the South. Mine will be in Georgia. Georgia is
where it's, I want to go to New Orleans. Yeah.
I'm originally from New Orleans, but
Has it changed or what?
okay. If you're gonna go to New
Sorry.
Orleans, if you're gonna go to New Orleans, you want to be well versed on what area of town you are, because New Orleans is definitely a huge burial ground, especially after the Katrina storm and many other storms before. So there are dead bodies everywhere. I don't know if I can say that word on the app.
Right,
So
right,
there are,
right.
deceased bodies everywhere. Um, so you have to be very careful where you go out there, because if you do not know your folklore and heritage, you would have to know a little bit about Annie Christmas. You have to know about Marie Laveau. You have to know about
Yeah.
Papa Legba and so many other original ancestors of hoodoo and voodoo before you want
I
to
was
go
watching them
down
on
there.
YouTube. Hmm.
You want to be very careful. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. I wouldn't mind going back down there because that's part of my heritage. They can't do nothing to me. But when you are new to that area, you
Right.
be very, very careful. Research really, really well. Because people are practicing a lot of stuff down there. You have Black Hawk magic, and Black Hawk, during the time they worshipped him because he offed of a lot of the slave owners from the way that they were mistreating their slaves back in the day. And so the people who still practice Black Hawk magic, they are out there. You have the people who follow some of what the ancestors did, as far as like Marie Laveau. Back then, they used the Bible, of course, to do a lot of their spells. It's kind of heavy in New Orleans. I left after Katrina, so I don't know. I'm not gonna talk you against it. Okay. I'm not going to talk you against it. I'm going to say, do your research, dig, dig, because a lot of the
No,
slave
when I got
trades.
married to my ex-husband, he's out there. He was out there, so I went and lived out in New Orleans for a little bit, and the marriage didn't work out. This was the minister husband, like you, I was married to. That didn't work, but I felt like I would have stayed if I had like known people out there. I felt drawn to it, you
Okay,
know, because of the obvious reasons.
I would go there.
But I also was doing the research on some of the like the names you mentioned. Just like I'm always like on YouTube, and then it's probably not the best, but at least getting, and once I see the documentaries, then I'll go over and Google some stuff
Oh, no, no, no,
and
no,
get the
no.
research on who's who.
Not even just that. Listen, first and foremost, when you get the chance, I got some books for
Hmm.
you in the midst of my books, and I'm gonna tell you how old these books are. F Google. Google ain't gonna tell you enough. You need the books that go back to when the Times Picayunes was written in the 18 and the 1700s and the 1500s. You got to go way back um for you to get information. I'm gonna tell you how far back the book is. Hold on one second. Just in case, since you're going to New Orleans, like you don't have to buy the entire collection of books, but you can find this book if you would like the information. Give me just a second. Voodoo and African Spirituality. Let me go to this collection and I will tell you of a couple of names of some of the books in this collection. And guys, when you guys buy my collections, I have personally researched all these books myself, so I put these collections together. I'm selling them for dirt cheap because it's available on the web. You can do hours of research yourself. Okay? You don't have to buy them from me. Okay? But the one book that will give you some information, the couple of books that's going to give you some information on New Orleans and what they were doing back then was written in, hold on one second. New Orleans Superstitions by L. Hearn was written in 1885. Hold on one second. Let me grab you a couple more. And these are all in the collections that I've already put together for people. Serpent Worship in Africa was written in 1931. They have some stuff they're talking about New Orleans as well. The Last of the Voodoos. If a lot of you don't know about that, the original term, the way that it was originally spelled was Voudou or Doo. That's before they changed the spelling of it. Hold on one second. And trust me, all of these books that I have, they're in PDF form. They are in PDF form. You don't have to, you can have not Microsoft, you could have Edge read them to you because these pages are thousands. I mean, some of these pages are 1,000 pages, 900 pages. They're very big. Let me see. I have another one. New Orleans Voodoo Handbook, not the new one. We talking about way back by Kenneth Filan. And that one is probably from it's about 1800. Let me see here. I have a few, and I'm giving y'all some of the names just in case y'all like, I ain't got the 1111 to buy that collection. I'm giving y'all some of the names. You're just gonna have to dig. If you don't want to buy my collection, you can go on the web and dig and possibly grab a couple PDFs. And then there's one more. I have a 5-book collection of an author who researched in about the 1800s. He did interviews. And I'm telling you guys this because you have to go deep, right? This 5-book collection, I have it available as well. Miss Star Angel 77. If you don't end up getting the collection that I'm telling you about, you can get this one. And these 5 books go all the way back to just New Orleans. Hold on one second.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you.
And I'm also just trying to go back to my granny, you know, just seeing, because I ain't getting no information. They don't want to talk about it in my family
They're not going to.
about the history.
They're not
I'm
going
the
to.
only one that has this seeking.
They're not going
Nobody
to,
else.
unfortunately, because so when it comes to when it comes to voodoo, not hoodoo, voodoo,
Right.
the Gelagichis and certain tribes and certain collective types of people, um, you were bound by your spirituality to not open up
Hmm.
not a single thing, because you have to remember some of them before
The
the
codes.
people of the book, the sea people,
Right.
uh, before
Right.
those people came into play, your ancestors got offed for the things that I'm speaking about. Okay.
Hmm.
So they're not going to talk about it because they remember what their ancestors said and they're like, yep, I ain't doing it. I'm good. You
But
want
even in the respect of those, let's just say me and my sister or a cousin want to team up and we do this collectively. Even the one, in other words, I'm the only one who even has a curiosity about where we come from. That's what makes it 1,000 times hard because it would be nice as big a family as I come from. It's like I've always asked them, none of you guys want to know what great granny and great granny was talking about in the books we found in the book room, and you know what I mean? We all that stuff, that we
Well, they
found.
don't
Nobody
want
wants to
to talk
bring
about
that
it
up.
because some people are scared. And so for your family members, you're going to have to take time and open up their knowledge. Like try to open up their knowledge with little bits of information here and there so that some of them will
Mhm.
kind of open up to you. Like, because most people don't know that Christianity was forced in. Most people don't know about the
Exactly.
original Bibles. I even have a collection of rare Bibles. So like a lot of people don't know about that rare knowledge. Give me a second here. I'm going to tell you the name of, one second. And I tell people I tell people some of the names of some of these books because hey, maybe you don't want to purchase the whole collection from me. Maybe you want to find it yourself. All of these books that I'm telling you about, they are on the web. You can catch them on archive.org. If you want it a little more geared towards just specifically one specific sector, I have all of
Hmm.
those sectors for you. If you have a sector that you're curious about, I can grab it for you and put it up there for purchase. You'll have between 150 to 200, maybe even 400 books that I can get for you. Some I've read, some I
Wow.
haven't.
Thanks,
The
Queen. That's a lot. And is it broken down? Like, did you take the whole PDF? The whole book is there, or the main summary? Okay.
No, ma'am. I have the whole book. I told you I've read about 500 books. So let me tell y'all, and I saw someone who purchased the Voodoo and African Spirituality. As soon as as soon as I get off the live, I know I said 24 hours. I got y'all who purchased it. So when you go to the link in my bio and you click the purchase of the ebooks of rare knowledge, when you click it, it
Hmm.
will tell you every single book that is in the collection. Every single
Gotcha.
name by every single author. I have lined all them up there for you. Every book that I say is there, they are going to be there. It is a zip file. So you will need to open, and the reason why I'm giving this knowledge is because so many people tell me, Cece, where do you get your knowledge from? Here, take this knowledge yourself and be careful while you are researching this knowledge because some of this knowledge is very, very old. Some of it comes before Christianity and has been reprinted. Okay. And that when you open up these books, it will tell you at the top of the book from 1837, from 1719, from 1725, from 1515. The dates are there. These are very old. Um, so when you go to each one of them, click it. And when you click it, it will tell you the names of all of the books there. If you don't want to buy the whole collection and you see a couple of names that catch your eye, look on the web and see if you can find them in archive.org. They are hard to find. Okay. Most of my books I've searched and researched for over 15 years. So I've gotten, I've used Tor, I've used the dark web, I've used so many different avenues to find the books that I have. Okay. Good night, honey. Thank you for joining. Um, and the 7 collections of books that I have, the one that I'm telling you about, Miss Star Angel, it is the
Hmm.
Hoodoo Conjuration Witchcraft Root Work book. That is a 5-book collection. It's only $7.77. But the person who did the
Mhm.
interviews, they did the actual interviews where they listened in. They permitted this person in the 1930s to listen in on some of these rituals and have interviews and see some of the a lot of the things that happened. These 5
Right.
books, baby, when they dig into what happened in New Orleans and what people were actually doing, it goes all the way back to the African Caribbean and the Christian practices. When you check out that 5-book collection, you're gonna sit there and go, "Where is my wine? Where is my?"
And I don't even drink.
Exactly. That's how serious it is. Okay, so that book, that collection of book, I would tell you to read before you decide to go back to New Orleans doing the
Okay.
spiritual workings that you want to do. Each
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm selling this all for dirt cheap because you can find it yourself. It just takes a lot of digging. Google is going to push you around and try to redirect you to new age stuff
No,
on
no,
Amazon.
exactly, and that's done on purpose, as we know.
Yeah, it's on purpose. But for me, as for me and mine, we gonna turn up. I'm gonna get
Right.
you even when Google Drive tries to stop me from getting everybody the information after over 600 people, I will make a Dropbox because you need the knowledge. You need to go back and you need to see by your own eyes. Okay. For the person in the comment who commented about why the Christians are so scared of hoodoo and voodoo, um that's because a certain group and sector of people made it that way. Okay. And I saw the comment, so I want to tell you a little bit about it. So, for those who may not know, Christianity came in about the 17th century. The practices that I'm speaking about hoodoo, voodoo, Santeria, all of that is like 13th century. Some of it is like way before Christianity. And for you to learn about a lot of these old practices, you'd have to go back into the 8 oldest religions of the world, and you will find Christianity is not one of them. When hoodoo and voodoo was practiced, good night, honey, good night. When hoodoo and voodoo was practiced, well, the Roman Catholics, the French, and so many others, they came in and they decided to say, hey, we don't like these teachings. King James was obsessed with black magic. He was like, nah, I don't like this. We don't want our people to know this. And I'm giving you a short version because you got to do your research. They changed the original Bibles, and I have a rare collection of Bibles too. When you read the Tanakh, when you read the Torah, when you read all of these old collections of Bibles, some of the things that's in the King James Version definitely was not there. They came in and they removed those practices and they outlawed that religion and forced in Christianity. And if you did not practice Christianity, they would off you. Okay. And so that's why the new voodoo and hoodoo, you see a lot of them using the scriptures from the Psalms, right? Well, they use those scriptures and they connect it to the people of the Bible, like Moses and the people in Catholicism, all of the Saint Christophers and everyone from those 2 religions, because they did that to protect themselves. And I've already said that for some of the people who were here, but I saw the question again, so I'm gonna answer it. They did that to protect themselves because if they did not worship Christianity, you got offed. Period. They did not care. They did not want you to walk in your power. They did not care about where your religion came from. They did not care that it was a part of your heritage, because what they wanted to do was they depicted you as a group of people who was just trying to curse people. They depicted you as a group of people who was trying to do evil magic against people. And when they depicted you as those type of people, they decided that we don't like that, so you can't do that. That's where all of
But
that came from.
Queen, what I find interesting, I don't know if any of you guys in the chat are familiar with. I watched the TV show called Bewitched, right?
Yeah.
Remember Bewitched back in the day? And it came to me the other day as I was watching it, is that it's funny how it's real, like they usually do with the media. That is probably the only show. Here you have different color folks, that she is the most sweetest. She's even a pretty woman, right? All of this sweetness and giddiness, and so much so it was a sitcom. But when we're depicted in the media, you know where I'm going, then it's ugliness and it's blood and it's chickens and sacrifice and it's wicked and it's dark. And when I was, it's one of my favorite shows. I like it in my most lighthearted way. But when I really started listening and looking at the episodes and reading between the lines, I'm like, there's this one episode around Halloween
Mm-hmm.
that one of the grannies, I guess, of Tabitha, I think that's her name. Is her name that? Anyway, that no, that's the daughter. But anyway, the Bewitch, where they're all sitting around the table and they're like, but we don't look like that, and they just make it seem so regarding witches or what they practice so sweet. They're so innocent, and I'm like, well, they really made this group of folks. Why did they do that for us? And that's when I woke up again, if that makes sense. I was
Yes,
just like,
ma'am.
and I'm still watching it, but now I watch it with a different eye. I just watch it with a
Yes.
different
Yeah.
point of view.
Because
I said, damn, this was in the 60s, I think.
yes, and you have to remember, we're not just talking about how they tried to outlaw. See, they tried to push in Christianity and Catholicism after they had already removed books from the Bible of groups of people who actually still they did magic. If you do your research, whether or not anyone here out of the 86 people, if y'all never click the link in my bio and buy the collections of ebooks, right? Do your research, because the sectors of people in the Bible, most of them practice magic. Let me tell y'all some names if y'all don't believe me. In some of the books that I'm going to give y'all, I have the book of Moses, the 6th and 7th book of Moses. He had all of the Hebrew seals are in there when they were working with angels. Noah also practiced magic. Okay, in your Bible, they don't talk about that. They talk about it all being bad. Abraham was actually known as Abramelin. Abramelin practiced magic, and he got it from Moses. Okay, I'm gonna go back a little further. Some of the names in the Bible, upon the way that they say this person was this person and this person had these children. Well, when you go back to the Tanakh and the Torah, there's a few more people missing. Let's see. There is you have Enoch, Enochian magic. There is I have some sectors in books that I have actually read up on Enochian magic. Okay, and there is a listen, they're all in these collections. I'm trying to help y'all because it's gonna bring you gonna look when you look at the history of all these books, you gonna look at the Bible and you gonna throw that Bible out. Not because you're believing that it's evil. No, they have misinformed you. I hate to say that because I don't like telling people that they're wrong, right? I don't like telling people that they're wrong because you have a right to believe in what you believe in. Okay? But do your research, because you will learn that things were taken from you. You will learn that things were removed. There was if you actually read the Tanakh and you read the Torah, the women were actually named in those Bibles. King James didn't like women, so none of the women apostles and priests and stuff were named.
Was Lilith really as bad as how it's depicted? I don't believe it in the spirit, but
no. Neither is Lucifer.
Yeah.
Lucifer is not the devil. Lucifer, Christianity made Lucifer the devil. If you go back to your original word, you have to. Everybody listening, don't start looking at me weird. Go back to your original language. And what I mean by that is the way that it is written in English is not the original way that it was in Hebrew, in Greek, and in Aramaic, and in all these other languages, even Latin. Remember, Latin is a dead language, but Latin was written in most of the books back in the day. Right?
Gotta slow down. You gonna hurt them. You gonna hurt them.
I'm trying not to hurt him. Okay, Lucifer was morning star, yes, but Lucifer was another word for Venus.
They call Jesus the morning star too.
Because in
Right?
in some of your books, Jesus was, you know what? I ain't gonna
Mhm.
even do it. That ain't my read. Y'all gotta read. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. But listen, most of the people in the Bible did magic, and they outlawed, and they changed if you go back to the Council of Nicaea, right? Go back to Constantine, go back to the
Mhm.
Roman Catholics, and ask
Right.
yourself, why did the Roman Catholics, Constantine, and all these groups of people decide to say, I'm sorry, we can't have that. We're going to go ahead and stick with the King James Version. We're going to outlaw John Wycliffe, who was the first person to translate it into English. And then we're going to go ahead and say, yeah, this is the version we want people to know. Ask yourself why they did that. Why? Because they don't want you to know the power that you have. Think about it in the Vatican. And I'm going to let everybody get back to these questions. Just think about this one thing. In the Vatican in Rome, there is only a certain amount of people who have access to what's underneath Rome. Underneath the Vatican is every grimoire, every Bible, and every book that was ever written, that was ever wrote, from every century you could ever think of. The original ones are sitting underneath the Vatican. And when you go down there, and there's only one video I've ever seen out in the on the internet for it. There are murals all over the Vatican. They look like angels, they look like demons, they look like different types of beings, have nothing to do with Catholicism whatsoever, right? There is only a set of people who have to have a hierarchy who can go underneath there at any given time and have access to these books. The world cannot have access to it. They will not let you touch it. Think about that. Why do they have the original Bible? Why do they have all of these original texts? And then they decide to say, hey, I just want y'all to have the King James Version. I just want y'all to have Catholicism. This what I want y'all to have. Think about that. Just think about that. And if y'all think that I'm tripping, and if y'all think that I'm lying, research it. Why did they take that power away from you? Because I got a problem with it. Well, give me my information. Who told y'all that y'all could have? Who told y'all could take all of our historical books and we can know nothing of it? Who told y'all? So I'ma shut up.
I just wanted to say
I ain't trying to.
about the let me shut up.
I ain't trying to mess with y'all. Listen, we're gonna get back to the questions because I know some of y'all are looking at me like, wait a minute. Yes, wait a minute. Mhm. Oh, and for the people who just got in here, if you may be Christian, well, you know how your Christian Bible says that Moses got 2 tablets when he was on the mountain. Well, when you read the book of Moses 6 and 7, he actually got 12. And I'm gonna hush. Go ahead. If y'all can answer these questions here. I'm not going.
So I had something that I wanted to say.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for joining.
Hey, just 1 second. I'm getting feedback on my mic. Hold on. Let me mute it for a second.
Okay. No problem. If y'all want to learn more knowledge, okay, don't just take my word for it. Go to the link in my profile and purchase the rare ebooks. Each one of those collections, I will give you over 100 books that I have in my own personal collection that I have personally read. Okay. You can find out so much, and it will take you to the place of where you're like, wow, God, I didn't know that I had the ability to be a part of this type of power, this type of understanding. Yes, everyone has that ability, but they don't want you to have it because the same type of power that you would be able to have.
Okay, I think that's better.
Okay, go ahead. Hold on 1 second. The same type of power that everyone else has that will put you in position.
I'm gonna drop out and come back in.
Yeah,
because I'm getting like feedback.
Back in. I'll bring you right back in, baby.
Okay.
Okay. It's $11.11 for each collection, unless the collection was a small collection of books. So hold on 1 second. I have one collection that's over 400 books for the people of the occult. I have not put that one up there yet because it's 400 books. That one's going to be $22.22. Every other collection is $11.11, except for the 5-book collection, that's $7. The rare Bibles, that's $7. And the Dictionary of Mythology, Themes, Legends, and Heroes, that's $5. It's literally, and like I said, if you don't want to purchase it from me, you can take your time if you want and go look at what I have, because I name every book there, and go look for them on the web. I promise you, you're going to be tired of looking, because I was tired of looking for years. I'm collecting these because people ask me about my knowledge, and I don't. Okay, I'm gonna let you back in. People ask me about my knowledge, and I cannot go openly and tell you everything because they will start shutting my lives down. Okay, because you got to remember, the people up here in the corner, they be watching. Okay, so eventually we'll get to a place to where we could do like a Discord or a Zoom or something of that nature, where we could just talk and study together. I could tell y'all some of the stuff that I ran across in some of these books, and y'all can ask questions and you'll be like, what the heck? Because most of my defense spells come from the old people, baby. And some of it I got out of these books. Told y'all I've been researching for years. Let me let her back in. I wanted to
I
get.
got one quick question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
With everything that you heard from me and all of my transparency, which two would you suggest that I go for so I don't have to go through all the lists? I imagine you have it nicely set up there where I could just scroll through, I suppose.
Yes.
So which two off the top of your head
I
that
am
I should
not
grab?
done. So I am not done adding. Let me tell you what I will have
Okay.
available. I'm gonna tell you the 7 that's on here for everyone that's listening. I have Voodoo and
Okay.
African Spirituality. It's over 150 ebooks. Okay. And this goes all the way back to other voodoo and hoodoos that you have never heard of before they decided to add Christianity into it. Okay. I have Working with Sigils. This gives you the ability to understand a lot of the signs and symbols that you can put on parchment paper or certain paper and meditate with it. Okay. You have to be
Well, I
very
want that one.
careful when you do these types of things. You have to do it at certain times of the day when you're working with the planets or certain other deities, if you decide to. Okay. I have Archangels to the Fallen. This is working with angels. In that collection, you have books from Enoch and Enochian magic and angelology and all of that. Okay. And I'm naming them so people will know. And all of these books have more than 100 books in them. I have Rare Bibles. That one has about 15 in them. I can't say that word, Adult Magic. That has over 140 books in them. This helps you
I'm
to
getting that one.
understand the
Yes,
Tantra
ma'am.
spirituality. And I'm gonna tell you
Oh,
which two.
goody.
I'm gonna tell you which two I'm advising for you once I tell everybody what I have.
Okay.
Yeah, and you do need books. And this isn't about a Bible. You need to research. The people who are saying you don't need books, okay, then you want to
Even
know
in the people in the church that stand as pastors used other books when they went to
exactly.
school for
They sure did.
theology.
I have Hoodoo, Conjure, Witchcraft, Root Work. That is a 5-book collection by itself. That doesn't cost that much. It's only $7. But that takes you back to deep what they were doing in voodoo. I have the Dictionary of Mythology. I have the Kabbalah collection. Okay. That entire collection has, oh God, I don't know how many books. That might be over 100 as well. I have not uploaded everything yet. I also have an astrology collection for people who need to learn astrology. For those who want to learn tarot, mind you, I did not, for the tarot books, I grabbed these because some of my clients are looking to learn tarot better. That one's like, maybe 38 books or so. I have a conspiracy theory collection for those who actually want to learn about the things that happened with HIV, the government, so many other things that has went on, where they documents that are out there for the government and out there right now that you could pull up from the wide web. They're in these books. I have the Native American collection. So for anyone who is listening, if you are a part of the Native American tribe, now I have not loaded these yet. I will load them tonight when I get off the live, so save the website, because you're going to want to get them. I'm going to send them immediately. So for what you said, honey, I would advise for you to get the Native American and the Voodoo and African. No. The Voodoo and African Spirituality and the Angel Collection, because some of the prayers in that collection are very powerful and works with archangels to protect you. That's what I would say. I have candle magic collections of over hundreds of books. And these are some that I haven't even added yet. I'm just letting you guys know. I've only added 7. I'm going down the list of books that I will be able to give to you guys in a zip file. If you do not know how to use Zip, you download 7-Zip, WinZip, any type of zip file. All of these files are free from viruses. Okay? They're all free from viruses, so do not worry. I'm not sending anything crazy to your computer. I have done all that research for years to make sure that they're all clean. Unzip the file and download it to your computer and or phone. Most of these files are about 2 gigabytes. They are not summaries. They are the entire book. This entire book has every mark from every individual that says when it was written, when it was republished, all of that. Let me see. I have a couple of more. I want to make sure outside of the tarot card collection. Oh, I have, for those people who are in the comments, I will be uploading the Chaos Magic collection. That's going to be over 300 ebooks, so that may be, a little bit more than 11. It might be 15. I might leave them all at 11. Shoot, it's just books for you guys. I also have the Aleister Crowley collection. I've done much research on him. Reading into him, you will be shaking in your boots because he did some crazy stuff. I have the Kabbalah collection that talks about the pathway to God. Okay, so that's over 100 rare ebooks. I have Egyptian magic. I have to find that collection. That collection is somewhere in my Dropbox. I've been studying for so long. The Angel collection is over 200 books, so I would definitely check that out. What else? It's a couple more, but I'll load them as we go. Trust me. I will load the rest of them tonight. And anyone who's made any purchases, you will have your books tonight and tomorrow morning. Do me a good favor. You have any issues, you email me immediately. My business email is there for you. I will make sure that you get all of your books. And the reason why I'm giving these books out for dirt cheap is because, listen, they hide them on the web. They don't want you to find them. And for you to be able to get the knowledge of the truth, to see where things originally come from and originate from, to be able to protect yourself and to be able to craft a better life for you and your family, you need to know what you should be doing properly. Not that you need to follow things like religion, right? No. It's not about that, because spirituality is a lifestyle. And if you're around here following this new age stuff, you're going to be very, very lost. Very, very lost. And I don't like using that word because I tell people not to do that. But what I mean by lost is you won't know what you're doing. You're just going to be doing any and everything. And you got to dig into the honest truth of the past to be able to see, yes, new age is a trend. True spirituality is not. Okay? So let me know if there's any collections that y'all want outside of what I have. I named about, what did I name? Star Angel? What did I name? About 10 or 12?
You named about, yeah, I wrote a few down. You named about 10 or 12 of them.
I have 10 or
I,
12
I was
selected.
curious about the Indian, mixing the Indian and African, how it correlates, the history on that. Have you found out anything? Not Indian like the Native American, but Indian, like Hinduism and how it correlates with also African
Yes.
religion. I feel that strong pull. So I was wondering why I'm feeling drawn to that and that at the same.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Whatever, and this is the thing, guys. Whatever you guys are drawn to, go for it. I have a Hindu collection. Most of the Hindus dealt with a lot of tantra magic. Okay, and even more than that.
Okay.
And so some of it is connected.
That's probably why. Okay.
Okay, so hold on, Miss Star Angel. I will definitely make sure that you have the moment I add. Did you send me your information?
To
Star,
me?
yeah. Did you send me your information, Star Angel?
Not yet. Can I send it to you while I'm still in the live, or
Yeah,
cut out?
right at the bottom where it says get leads, you can give me your information and make sure you tell put that note there. I'm gonna remember who you are. You can even put your TikTok name. At the bottom, click get leads, and then I will text you from my business line and tell you when I've uploaded the ones for Hindu and all these other the other ones that you want. You will definitely see how a lot of them correlate. You will see how they connect.
Okay.
Um,
That's what I was
and
thinking.
then I know Cult of Cast wants to speak, so before she speaks, Miss in the
I
comments,
don't
you have
see
to
it
ask
though.
something. What do you want to ask before I let her speak? She's been waiting. Go ahead and comment, please.
I don't.
Thank you. Listen, I try to go ahead if you would like to. Would you like to ask it in the comments, or do you want me to let you in? Hold on one second. Let's see. I will let you in. Go ahead, sweetheart.
All right, I have a question.
Mhm.
All right, since you guys are like into spiritual and like all that kind of stuff, something happened to me that it was like a voice in my head. It told me you're gonna crash, this is gonna happen, and actually, what it told me, it happened like minutes later. Is
Mhm.
that like something spiritual? Is it something bad?
So wait, say that again. You said something happened or was about to happen. It was told to you, and then
Okay,
it happened
well,
later.
I'll okay, I'll tell you how it happened. I was driving out of the apartment complex. And then a voice in my head said, "Be careful, you're gonna crash." And then I was like arguing in my head. I'm like, "How am I gonna crash?" Like, whatever. And then it kept telling me. And then when I got to the stop sign, somebody hit me from behind. I actually did crash, but somebody hit me, you know?
Mm-hmm. So let me tell you what that is. Okay. Have you ever understood the clair gifts? Like clairaudience, clairvoyance. Have you ever
No.
understood what those mean?
No, I've never. Like, I just came across this live,
Okay.
and it was interesting. Like, sometimes like names will pop in my head or things, and I'll be like, okay, and like it just connects with something else.
Okay.
And like lately, like all my energy is being like drawn. Like I have no energy lately.
Okay. Let me break down something to you. What happened for you, and the one who says you feel things before they happen, that's a clairsentience. You have the sensing.
Mhm.
Clairaudience was what happened to you. Okay.
Okay.
And so clairaudience is an ability to perceive from the divine, but it's in an audible message where you can hear it. Okay.
Yeah,
And
I
so,
heard the
oh,
voice.
well,
Like it just.
come back. I just want to answer this for her, and I was getting ready to let you go next, baby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. She just wanted to ask the question real quick. She was supposed to speak next, so it gets very lengthy. Um, so clairaudience is your ability to hear messages from the divine. And so, even if you're not necessarily a full spiritual person, when you start hearing those things, it is your gift opening. It is your gift speaking to you. It is the divine message from the divine letting you know, like, hey, be careful, pay attention, watch. And so that's what that is. And there are many Claire gifts that are available. All of this is available not just to me and anyone else in this live. It is available to the entire world if you choose to open up your gift. Let me let her back in. So that's what happened to you.
Okay.
And yes, it was spiritual. It was the divine letting you know something was about to happen. And you should pay attention and you should pray and meditate when these things happen so that you can personally be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to watch. Because it's not happening to you in faster times. When I was younger, it used to happen to me in my dreams.
Yeah.
And then it would happen
I would manifest
months
things
later.
too, and they would happen.
Okay, now, Colt. Okay, come back, baby. Yes, you would, man, you would, but that is definitely what that was. And if you listen, if you need to have clearer understanding on spirituality and you feel led to work with me, you can send me your information and I will reach out to you personally. I am a spiritual life coach. And I do
Oh,
coaching,
cool.
tarot readings and everything. No, I'm gonna let you back in, Colt, right now. So at the bottom,
I'll
in the
go so
bottom,
she can talk. I don't want her to feel bad.
okay, thank you, baby. At the bottom,
Thank
anybody
you.
who
Bye.
feels led to work with me, you can click get leads. That's set up for business accounts. So you can send me your name, number, email, and information. You can do it right there at the bottom or sign up in my bio, and it gives you the ability to send me your information if you feel led to work with me. Okay, I'm not a pick me person, so if I can't really help you in a particular area, I will forward you to someone who can. Okay, Colt, go ahead, baby. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, you're totally fine. I was just kind of losing my nerve. So I want to say something that needs to be said about New Age spirituality and other like sort of sects of different sort of occult that's been popping off on TikTok that is super dangerous. First of all, with the New Age spirituality, there has been literal people that have been following leaders of New Age spirituality on TikTok that have unalived themselves because of it. There are groups that are coming together very fastly. They're recruiting people that are becoming literal cults, and they're starting to go against people and starting to bully and harass people. And there's people that are believing in certain sects of paganism that are associated with hate ideology that they have no idea as well. So I'm here to speak up against that because there's a lot of harm going on with that.
You almost sound like someone who has been a part of
I'm
one
the
of
same
those.
person. I just changed my name. I got doxxed. So I got doxxed, like
Okay.
literally doxxed.
Okay.
So I had to change everything.
Okay, I followed you. I thought so. I was going to
Okay.
say so. She's a sweetheart. Okay, follow her. She speaks out, and so I'm gonna help you guys. I have a collection of people that I deal with. Okay, these are atheists. These are Satanists. These are a vast variety of people. All of these people are very beautiful individuals. And you would learn to if you would learn what they are a part of, you would realize. Um, that nothing is wrong with them having not a belief in anything spiritual whatsoever. They have the right to feel and believe that way because they need actual proof that something existed before they actually believe in it. Not someone else's view, but actual physical proof. Right. So that's kind of how like atheism and Satanism and all of that works. And so don't feel bad for those type of people because it's wrong. It's okay for them to feel that way. Just like it's okay for you to feel you want to learn different. Just like it's okay for, the religions to feel that they doing right. But this is what I have a problem with. She's an advocate for religious communities who are hurting people and mistreating people incorrectly and doing things that are incorrect. So definitely follow her. She'll go to the churches. She will talk against these people. She goes for it. Okay. She had an account before besides this one, but I knew I recognized her voice. And I am an
It's an
advocate.
account. I just made it private. So
It's okay.
if you request me and I see that you're from this live, I'll go ahead and follow you back
Yes.
and accept the request. And I changed my name because I got I got doxxed.
No, it's
I
okay,
pissed
but
people off. So
you can come in my live at any time when you want to talk against these people. If you happen to have videos of the people, these cults and the people, because they don't run across my TikTok. I keep my
yeah.
timeline so tight.
And I think it's an awareness. I think that people don't understand what's going on. So there's an active group, and it's going to make, some of these people might have followed me in here. Some of these people might be friends of me, but I'm just going to say it. There's a group of Luciferians that are going out there. They're warping it. They're changing it to something else. They are actively recruiting people. That is what they're actively doing. They're starting to come up with psalms and prayers. They're starting to teach out of the Bible. And they're coming together as a group. And then when other people speak up against it, they go against those. They start harassing and bullying. It's becoming a literal cult. They are literally talking about opening up churches and organizations in real life. They're selling certificates to people in other countries. They literally came out with a literal Bible that they're going to be selling on Amazon. And they're just actively recruiting. It may sound silly or like this is a TikTok thing, but I have actually, and I'll bring up the video. I actually saw some videos on what it would be New Age spirituality. I forget her name, but she's someone that basically kind of did the same thing, but not a little bit different, but within New Age. And she got a whole bunch of followers and recruited people. And there were people that believed her so literally that there was 2 people that unalived themselves because they believed that they could ascend into a different reality. And so you don't understand how dangerous this stuff can be.
No.
Hold
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. If they want to, if they want to do that and people want to believe in them, let them. No. Okay. Over here on this live, one thing that I believe in, and see, if I wanted to, I could make a church for collectively different, right? Because I don't know if I'm gonna ever do something like that. One thing that I believe in is you have the right to believe in your spiritual belief system until you start harming people, right? It's not a good thing that these people are doing this at alarming rates. Yes, if they want to believe in that mess, let them. I get what you're saying, but this is why I'm having this live. Do you see my questions? Is New Age spirituality harming the spiritual community? Yes, it is. That's why I have those books for sale in my bio, so you can go back and see what really people were really doing and what you should and should not be doing. Because Luciferian definitely was not that. Luciferian was not about that. And some of the books that are in my collection gives you the real truth on Luciferian, gives you the real truth on Satanism, gives you the real truth on a lot of these other religions, and you will find out that these New Age people are doing some messed up stuff. Yeah, no, you're fine, baby. I'm telling you. Yeah, we have to be very careful and bring awareness, because New Age spirituality is the exact thing. Y'all hear me when I say this. New Age spirituality is the exact thing and I know that's not how Luciferian started. She's saying that
It's not what Luciferian is supposed to be. I'm talking about what is going on TikTok
are new Luciferians. My email is awakengoddess@collectivelydifferent.world. If you did not get that, Awaken Goddess, hold on one second. I got you. If you want to email me directly, I will tell you what my email is. This is my business email. awakengoddess@collectivelydifferent.world. If you click down at the bottom where it says get leads, you can send me your information and I can reach out to you myself. You could do either or. Email me. Yep, that's my email address. You can email me or you can send me your information and I will reach out to you. Either way. What she is talking about, for those who are in this live, she is talking about the people who are doing New Age spirituality. And let me bring something to y'all attention, and this is another reason why I'm having these lives. New Age spirituality is kind of harming the community. Here's why. They're taking names of old religions: voodoo, hoodoo, Luciferian, Satanism, all of that. They are taking these names and they are doing negative things. Remember, negative and positive energy, angelic, demonic, whatever you want to call it, can be applied to anything that you're doing, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Satanism, whether it's meditation, whether it is your spells, whether it is your prayers. All of it can end up being negative depending upon the intention of the person. Let me help y'all. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Send some love, because I need y'all to understand what they're doing to the community. With the extra stuff
And I want
that
to add
they're
something
doing
to it.
is what's
A
going
red
to
flag, and
prevent
this
the
is
issue.
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. What they're doing in this community with the new age spirituality is the reason why they're going to try to start outlawing it again. Y'all mark my word. Y'all mark my word. If they keep it up and people keep unaliving themselves and people keep openly hexing and cursing and doing this mess to people on the World Wide Web, y'all mark my word, they're going to bring right back them witch trials. They're going to bring right back certain stuff, and they're going to outlaw stuff. Yeah, it is 10:09 p.m. where I am. You are on Collectively Difference Live. I am in Henderson, Las Vegas, Nevada. You mark my word on this live. If they are not careful, they're going to take us right back, because they're going to say that, and they're going to easily try to outlaw it more than they will outlaw any religion. Because you got to remember, in Catholicism and the Catholics and the Christians and what they're doing to people in their communities, those churches sweep it under the rug. I was a part of Christianity. I watched the pastors and everything that they did with essaying and hurting and harming and money laundering. All that got swept under the rug. These new age spiritual people, ain't nothing being swept under the rug. Y'all sitting right on this app of hundreds of millions of thousands of people, implanting and putting yourself out there with stuff you should not be doing. What y'all think they're gonna do? Y'all gonna look up them Salem witch trials. Y'all look up what they did to our ancestors. They are making it bad for true spiritual people, and they're also making it bad for people like Miss Called of Cats and Dogs, who doesn't believe. You have a sector of people who believe and a sector of people who don't believe. They making everybody look bad, y'all. How could we when I am not a person who would like to let any of that ride, especially when people are being bullied. You're being spiritually bullied. You're being spiritually mistreated. You're being forced. No one should ever be forced to be a part of a spiritual belief system. Research your dang self and figure out what resonates with you, instead of following a trend, following a cult, following a sector of people who are harming, bullying, and mistreating people. You shouldn't follow any of that. You should follow what works for you. You should follow what makes sense to you. And you should never want to harm someone without it being justified. If somebody mistreating you, somebody praying against you, you got the right to go to God and say, hey, I need you to send that karma on back, because what's going on in my house, I don't like it. I don't like what these people are sending my way. You got a right to send that mess back. You do not have a right to just choose and pick on somebody and say, ooh, I don't like Miss Called of Cats and Dogs, and take her picture and sit her on an altar and light all these black candles and throw all these herbs and do all this special stuff and get people on these apps to go with you and talk against and pray against these people. Y'all don't have the right to do stuff like that. That's messed up. I don't care what spiritual belief system you're in. That is extremely messed up. I don't care if your belief system is all about curses. Who gave you the right to mess up somebody's life? Who gave you the right to bully somebody? Because your belief system said so. I never said God doesn't exist. I do have a sector of people that I talk to who believe God doesn't exist, and they believe that God does not exist, and they believe that demons do not exist because they have never had an actual proof, and you cannot tell those people that they are wrong. That's their belief system. See, this is what y'all don't get. See, collectively different is about having the ability to believe in what you believe in as long as you're not harming people. Because what you believed in, for every single person who is listening to me right now, there are hundreds of thousands of people in this world who switched to something, some sort of belief system or lack thereof, because something else that they were a part of was toxic. You can't tell them that they're wrong for the way that they believe until they start hurting people. That's where I draw the line. That's where Miss Called of Cats and Dogs draw the line. Believe what you want. But when you start mistreating people, hurting people, getting a group together, and just doing so much evil work, so much bullying, we draw that line over here.
What was this?
It's all over the app. Look, she's not the first person to tell me about this. There are mediums on this app who are getting money out of people when they know that they're not hearing from their dead family members. There are people.
Yeah, I want to add on there
What's the name?
a big red
Say the name
flag.
of the group because it might get me. It might get
Yeah,
me.
I won't say the name of the group, but I want to give you guys something to look out for. If there is a group of people that are actively recruiting, that are saying if you join the membership, you pay some money, you get a certificate, and they're actively trying to pleading with people to join their group, and they accumulate more and more and more, that's a cult. And I'm going to tell you one thing that I have learned about any religion, no matter what it is. If it starts out that way, if given power, has the potential to cause harm. Doesn't matter where it comes
Yeah, it
from.
doesn't matter.
If given power, has the potential to cause harm and to inhibit critical thinking. And like I said, they're going out there and they're actively recruiting, and they're coming up with their own religious text.
Yep.
And it's being, and people that, becoming a group. And as this group accumulates, they start calling themselves, like, I don't know if this is the correct word, but like brothers and sisters among this and that, and anything, they come together as a group and, maybe go after this or go
And
after
from what
that.
she
And they're
just said, I
misleading
believe she
people.
said it's.
And these are people that
Did you
are
say
weak, that are
Luciferian?
going through horrible things.
Did you say they're taking the
They're
name of
taken advantage
Luciferian?
of.
Cults of Cats and Dogs. Did you say that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you say that they're using the name of like Luciferian?
Yeah, they're changing what it is. So my understanding of Luciferian is just simply that it's just supposed to be about knowledge and enlightenment.
Yes.
And they're twisting it. They're coming up with their own psalms and prayers to Lucifer. They are coming up with all these different things. They are changing it and warping it into their own religion, and they're actively seeking members.
Okay.
And like I said, they are actively, you pay and you get a certificate and you become part of this organization. There's a book that is supposed to be being put out on Amazon, a Luciferian Bible. And these people are coming to get together with very little knowledge. It's literally a cult. And what's happening is there's people that have all sorts of different mental illnesses and all different problems, and they come together as this group, and they claim that if you join their group, you are going to learn about enlightenment. That's another thing. They promise enlightenment, they promise happiness, they promise joy, all of that stuff. If you join us, we know the truth. You're going to be enlightened if you join us. We have the truth. Those are big signs to look out for. Those are signs of a cult.
Let me say this. Let me say this, guys. Those of you all who are watching, I will never offer you a realm of enlightenment. I will never make you pay a fee. The only way, if I ever did a fee, that's because I'm trying to keep you protected from the people on these apps. So that way we can have private conversations. But I will never, it's so sickening. Listen, okay. You have the right to make your own prayers. You have the right to write your own books. You have the right to create. You do. What she is talking about, and I'm finna help y'all. Some of these books in my bio, I gotta light my Palo Santo because I feel something very, very evil from the people that she is speaking about. What I'm sensing is that they are doing some ritual work. I don't know if they've done sacrifices. They might have. Y'all need to get some of them books. Get some of them books because they are going to teach you what these people are doing. Some of these people are doing sacrifices. Some of these people are doing, I can't say the name of everything. We're going all the way from animals to people, guys. Animals and insects to people. Okay? No, I will email them to you when I'm done because I have to send you the link. You will have access to my files. You will have, I made all of my files like between yesterday and today. So you will have access to my links. So if you click the link in my bio and you buy the Rare Knowledge, any of the ebooks that I have in that, I'll send you my links. But I need y'all to listen to something. What she is talking about, you have to protect yourself. They are preying on people with mental disabilities, people who don't have a strong mind, people who don't have the ability to critically think. These people that are being preyed on, it's like in the church, they cannot think for themselves. They are falling for things that is saying, you will have all this power, right? But when you join a cult, okay, most of these cults, and I'm going to say this very low, they do blood rituals, guys. Okay? So you have to be very careful because you don't know what you're joining.
Yeah, the circuit let me up. I'm gonna go ahead and get down, but I appreciate that. I don't know if they're doing rituals or anything like that,
Oh
but
no, I
I
can
just
guarantee
wanted to speak up again. Yeah,
Miss
I don't know.
Code of Cats and Dogs, when you see people growing at alarming rates, right? Not like me, right? These people I'm growing at rates of people who are saying, I like the way that this person is. I like CC, so I'm gonna follow her. When you have people who are accepting these certificates and they are following immediately and they're paying this money immediately and they're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, they have already done a ritual to draw people to them. I would like for you to know that. Even if you don't believe, baby, they have already done rituals that is drawing people to them. Whether it is a sacrifice of blood by harming the hand and putting it into whatever or over whatever, or it is an animal that they have and the blood of that. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you. Okay. But thank you for coming in and telling what you told, because now we can keep a lookout for those type of things on this app. And anytime y'all see it, report it.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome, baby. You're welcome. And she comes in often. She is, if I don't want to say it wrong because I haven't seen her in a while. Are you atheist or agnostic, baby? She'll comment what she is. Oh, Oracle, that isn't the first thing that there's so much. Listen, y'all have to protect yourselves. Tara, girl, Star Angel 77. Do you hear the stuff she said? Afro High Priestess. Do you
Yes,
hear the
I'm
stuff
still
she
here.
said?
Yeah.
I
I
do
did, y'all. I'm over here
Hmm.
getting my oils and everything together with my candles and my
Exactly. I
incense.
didn't want to
No,
say it. I'm
ma'am.
like, where's my candles at?
I felt that. I felt that energy. No, ma'am.
And
Yes. The
she's
I'm
whole
a
over
she's a
here with
trajectory
very
my.
sweet
changed up in
person,
here.
but she definitely talks against any
Yes.
religion who like start harming people. So when I first
She's very
met her,
brave.
she's agnostic atheist. So if you guys don't know how atheists are, they don't have a belief in anything of a higher power until there's proof. Okay. So just so and this is where I come together and bring different types of people together, because they can help you see from their belief system. Okay. She's ex Mennonite. Okay. So she's an agnostic atheist. But she speaks against any religious system that is harming people, just like myself. I'm an advocate for religious trauma people who have gone through anything. You have the ability to also click the link in my bio, and I'm gonna have to make it available. I'll put the website back on there, but you can safely tell your story about religious trauma and spiritual abuse, and I will read your story on YouTube. I will read your story on this app, to bring people, to give people the awareness of what happens in these spiritual sectors. And it's not just churches. As you can see, guys, people are creating cults. Um,
That's sad, man.
you will share yours. Okay, give me a second. Let me add. Yeah, I'm sorry y'all had to hear that, but I'm glad y'all was able to hear that. I'm glad y'all was able to hear that because people need to know. People need to know, y'all. I'm telling y'all. People need to know.
And
Religious
you know, it's so funny
manipulation
is
is
that as I was
happening,
listening
yes.
to her, I said, "Wow, it's so heavy," and not just with TikTok. That back in the day, well, as old as I am, cults was something that you hear of old ago. Remember the famous ones, but this is still going on and it's running rapid. So I feel appreciative. I didn't want to hear, with me, my sensitive self, but I'm glad that she is brave enough to give that awareness of or tell us the awareness of what's going on.
Of course, of course.
That takes courage. I really
It
do.
does, and
It
she gets
really
blocked
does.
for it
Yeah.
all the time, but she knows she can come to me. She come in she can come in my live at any time that she has any information and she can share it. Fun fact: she almost brought a group of Satanists and people in to they were gonna come and tear up my live. Well, a fake account inboxed every bit of my Satanist and atheist friends and they tried to give them fake readings. So I actually had to do a reading for one of the main Satanists to prove my difference to these people that's on the app and advise people that it was not me. So that's a fun fact about my relationship with her. Her and the other Satanists, they were coming in like, "Oh, she's one of the fakes." Blah 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 blah. They were getting ready to come in. I said, "Hey guys, wait, that's not me." And they were like, "What the hell?" Because they were really, she really fought for me in a few of the other lives, telling them like, "Hey, Cece's different. She's really helping people. I really feel a good spirit from her." And then the bot account inboxed all those people to try to make me look fake. It was crazy. It was crazy. So yes, for those who are asking, um, and I'm glad that you guys say what you say to advise how you feel. Anybody who has worked with me, if you want to inbox me and tell me your story and how you felt like you worked with me, and I made any type of difference, please send that information to me because people like to know that there are still real people out here. Those who are expressing your story. Yes, your story is anonymous. I know a lot of people they don't want to give their name. Okay. And it's okay. When you click the link in my bio, even if you're not buying the books or booking a session, there is a link there. It says safe space for religious trauma. I'll tell my story another time. If too many more people ask, I'll tell my story, but safe space for religious trauma. When you click that, it takes you to a link on my website. It is a form to tell your experience with religious trauma. You can give a nickname if you want to expose the name of the church, the name of the cult, the name of the coven. If you want to expose that, you can, right? Because the more awareness we bring to these people who are harming people, who are essaying children, ugh, ooh, that hurts. It hurts my soul. Who are essaying children, who are money laundering, who are just using people. The more that we can bring awareness to these things, the more that we can get this crap to stop. Okay? And I'm telling y'all, people don't like me for my religious trauma side because I expose. I was married to a pastor. I know a lot of pastors out here in Vegas who just steal money from people, who have essayed children and who have adopted the babies to cover them up, and the babies are now grown, who have done so much, and I could not be a part of that community anymore. I'm sorry. I don't care how many people say Christianity is the only way. From what I've seen, girl, I will never. I will never. I will never. I was touched by my own father, and he was the pastor of the church. And may he rest wherever he is. They do this in these churches, they do this in these groups, and they put it in the name of a god, a deity, or whatever, and they think it's okay. They think it's okay. And why aren't we saying anything? Because the church and some of these cults do not give you critical thinking. They tell you, oh, I'm doing this in the name of God. I'm doing this in the name of a deity. You must follow. You must listen. You must obey. You must follow and obey without asking any questions. Where is the logical thinking in that? See, I tell people to use your logical thinking. This is why I'm giving y'all all these books for dirt cheap. Because when you read these books, you're going to start doing logical thinking. You're going to be like, where have I been all my life? Girl, mm-mm. Listen, honey child. I'm trying to tell y'all they have been doing this for years in these sectors, in these churches. Um, It's not just about the highest power, though. You have to use your logical thinking and yet understand when someone's playing games with you, when someone is doing rituals to try to control you, when someone is using the name of God, the name of a Bible, the book, a prayer, something of a sort to really mistreat and harm you. Y'all got to be careful. Let me add some of these people in. Hold on, because I could talk. Y'all know I could talk all day. Y'all know I could talk all day, but I'm trying to help y'all because if y'all not listen, let's start here. One of the reasons why I'm selling these books to y'all is because I've researched it for so long, and when you actually pay attention to some of these symbols, we're not even just talking about the Illuminati. Throw the Illuminati out the window. There's bigger sectors, okay? When y'all pay attention to some of these symbols, they have used these symbols in not just music videos, but they have used these symbols in your cartoons over your children. They have used these symbols in movies. They have used these symbols, and I'm speaking low because I don't want to get shut down. They have used these symbols all over the web, and they have used these to try to control you so that you don't think and you don't open your mind and you don't expand yourself, because now the portal of the television has your attention, it has your control. Now everyone is only watching housewives, everyone is only watching the stars, everyone is watching celebrities, everyone is watching what everyone else is doing while they're slipping in behind, and they're doing everything with digital currency. If y'all didn't pay attention, and listen, I'm not hiding anything. If y'all haven't paid attention, watch your herbs. right? Right? Because guess what they're getting ready to do? They just put an order into place that says that everyone who makes any type of herbal concoction, you have to put these herbs into this database so that people can have a knowledge of what the effects are, so that people can have a knowledge of what any symptoms would be, of any allergies. And if you don't put your herbs into this database, you will not be able to sell your herbs. Y'all need to pay attention because now they're trying to tap over to us. They're advising that, and right now they're claiming. Pay attention, y'all. If you think I'm fibbing, go look it up. It's literally right before they put the digital currency into play in December. About a month or two before that, they had put something in the play where they're making a database where all herbal stores must put their information in this database. And they claim, and I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna shut up. They claim that they're not doing it to control it, just so that people can have knowledge of what the effects could be with using these herbs. Why do we need that database? They already put the effects on their website. They already put the possible allergies on their website. Why do we need that database? Y'all better do y'all research. They are using everything to keep our focus everywhere else. If you do your research, all of the news stations, all of that stuff is rehearsed to keep your focus. Why do you think the focus on the vax was there for so long? On COVID, on all of that stuff. Pay attention. I can't say too much. Y'all gotta pay attention. Because if I say too much, they're gonna be like, clip. Listen, y'all gotta protect yourselves. The books that I have available, arm yourself. Learn your knowledge. When I put the conspiracy books up there, I have over 200 of them. Go read them. If you nosy, go read them. There will be documents about everything that you could possibly think of. I have read all of these books, by the way. I'm not giving you something I haven't read. You're gonna be like, CC! Go ahead, y'all. Thank you for joining. Miss, how do I say your name?
Jaleesa.
Jaleesa. Thank you so much for joining, baby. And I promise y'all, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a truth theorist, and I look into the truth of the past, present, and the future. I do my research. What about you? Thank you for joining, baby. How are you?
So I might be a little bit off topic, and I'm so sorry to get in here and like change the vibe or anything. First, I want to say that everything is conspiracy that's on the news, 100%. Is my mic like wrong?
No. Listen, I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say that. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. We got to make a listen. We have to make a safe space for certain things because the watchers, they have been watching me and this account since I became a religious trauma advocate. So you have to be careful with the way that you say certain things because the watchers will just go ahead and report and try to shut down the platform. So when you say it, like say it in parables or so that people can understand what you're trying to say. That's why I was whispering most of my stuff. Trust me, I believe what you're saying is very much so true. Just be careful because they're real extra on here.
All right. So, I mean, I do want to say though, I definitely feel for you when it comes to your religious trauma. Like, I can't even imagine what that's like. I've had some in my life as well where I had relatives and grandparents, parents that totally scared me away from Jesus. Like, I did not want anything to do with him at all. Like, and I chose my own path because of that. But it took me literally being to a point of like where I felt like there was nowhere to turn besides Jesus if he was real. And it was on some like, if you're real, like come and save me because I literally don't even want to live anymore. And when I tell you, like he came into my life and changed me, like gave me something to live for, gave me purpose. Like I feel like I actually am aligned with my purpose for the first time in my life, and gave me peace that I cannot even like put into words. And I didn't find my faith in a church. My grandma used to make me go to church 3 times a week, and it was like I did not feel any presence of God. It was like all these women, they just gossip, like they always talking about going to hell, and I thought that that was like who Jesus was, like because I thought saw these people. But I just want to encourage you that Jesus does not want us to find a relationship with him in a church. He wants us to seek him directly. We don't have to step in a church in our life to get to know Jesus at all.
Well,
He wants
wait a minute. So, not just Jesus. It's about your relationship with God. Now, do I need to appoint another moderator outside of Oracle?
oh,
I'm trying really, really hard, love.
She going through it.
You have so many bots that are coming in here. I'm booting
Okay,
like
okay.
bot after bot after bot. Like
Kim.
0 followers, no photos, no likes, no videos.
Okay, Kim.
Yeah.
Kim, I'm gonna make you a moderator. Hold on one second.
Yeah, if somebody could, put in the chat just like the welcome in, thank you for coming in, be respectful.
I made Kim a
Let people
moderator.
know that you do the
Moderators, make sure
spiritual
you're speaking
coaching.
in caps, please, so people will know the difference
Yes.
between my moderators and everyone else. Okay, I can go ahead and
Yeah,
add you as
so that
well.
way
Hold on one second.
I can keep an eye on the bots, but if somebody else can keep putting in the chat, please be respectful, welcome in, and help also with
Star
booting any
Angel
trolls.
77. I made you a moderator already, baby. Last about a couple of lives ago. You're a moderator. You probably didn't know. um. So listen. So Jaleisha, I'm gonna say this. Did I say your name correctly?
yes.
Okay. So over here on this side of the app, I was originally born and raised in the church, right? And so my research led me to understand that it's not just about creating a relationship with a deity, right? For your belief system, right? Whether you're in church or not, where you found uh your savior, where you found your help is what made you better and what made you different. Where you found your help is where I found my toxicity. Okay? So you found light and I found darkness. In that
But did you find it from man on earth who represented
no.
that deity, or did you find it from the source directly? Because
No. Mine came from not just okay. I'm gonna be nice about this because it's not my job to tell someone that they're wrong. I don't ever do that, right? So I would never say that your belief system is wrong. Where you found your connection with the divine, with God, with Jesus, right? Because some people in Christianity believe that Jesus is God. When I taught,
I do.
when I preached and teached in the church, I did not believe that Jesus was God, right? Because in Pentecostal and apostolic, you believe that God is God and Jesus is the Son. So we teach different when you come from apostolic and Pentecostal, right? I taught it for 8 years. I was born and raised in the church. I'm an ex-first lady and pastor's wife. Okay. So before I even walked away from that path, we were different when it comes to Baptist, Trinitarian, Pentecostal, Apostolic. All of those sectors are different. Okay. When you leave Christianity and you open up to God, right? There is no, you don't have to put a name to it. It is God. It is the one and only. For those people who believe.
But I would like to explain why I put a name to it.
For those who believe in God, because there are a sector of people who don't. There are sectors of people who don't even believe in Christianity, right? So your truth and my truth are two separate things. And I would never look at someone and say, you must find your relationship with Jesus Because
Love
there
doesn't
are plenty,
insist on
and
its
I'm gonna
own
tell you
way.
why. Hold on, because I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna let you speak. I would never look at someone and say, you must find your relationship with Jesus. I would also never look at someone and say, you must find your relationship with ISIS. I would never look at someone and say, you must find your relationship with Gandhi, Krishna, any of these deities in any of the religions of the world. I would never say that. Why? Because telling someone they must, you're telling them that they must stick to this particular sector, and you're giving them the notion that they don't need to open to any other knowledge than what you say the name of this particular God is. Every religion and spiritual belief system is taught differently for different groups of people all over the world to understand in their own way, and they're all taught differently. And everyone has to find what resonates with them, with the divine source, which is God. So when you say, oh, you must find a relationship with Jesus Christ, me being a spiritual life coach, you don't know how many people has actually come to me and said, I left church because when I prayed and when I asked God, why am I being essayed in this church? When I asked God, where's my help? When I asked for Jesus to come and save me, when I asked and begged and cried and prayed and stopped going to church and sat in my prayer closet and no one answered. When those people come to me and tell me that, and then you say what you say, they're conflicted, because for years and years and years, they got no answers. So I would never tell anyone you must, right?
Did I
And
say that?
yeah, you did. So I would never
Oh,
tell
because I
anyone
thought
that you
I
must.
encourage you to get a relationship with
No, no,
Jesus.
no.
Like I was saying that you should.
Yeah, no, and I get that, but it has, and the only reason I stopped you is because I have a great relationship that I have built with many Christian people on this app. That includes Jamal for Jesus, that includes J Rob and many others who are bent on, hey, this is the way, right? But ultimately, what should be the way is a person building their spiritual belief system based upon what resonates with them, what has not been toxic to them, what has not harmed them and mistreated them. You can't tell someone to build a relationship with Jesus when the relationship that you're telling them to build, some of the things that they have experienced in that belief system has been toxic for them.
But
They're
that's
not going
not
to hear you.
Jesus. That's the church. See, a lot of churches in this world don't represent Jesus. A
Oh
lot of
no.
like that church that didn't know that Jesus was God did not have the spirit of truth, because the spirit of truth reveals all truth. And I'll be more than happy to let you know how Jesus is God, because I actually have the spirit of truth. Jesus is God because at the end of the day, like there's Jesus, there's a Holy Spirit, and then there's God. All three parts that equal one God. At the end of the day, what did Jesus do
Trinitarian.
with Mary? He dropped the Holy Spirit down on Mary. That's a part of God, which gave her the flesh that God will use to walk the earth. So Mary gave birth to the flesh that the Spirit of God jumped into and walked the earth to show us how to live. He did not condemn anyone. He did not put anyone down. He did not like tell anyone, oh, curse you because you're a sinner. He said, through me, you are saved. When that adulterous woman came before him and they were saying to stone her, he said, okay, oh, well, if whoever's without sin, be the first to cast a stone. Otherwise, leave. And they all walked away. And then he said, I'm not going to throw a stone at you either. Go ahead, go on and sin no more, because Jesus is not who the church is. The church is nasty. They're the modern day Pharisees that are out here literally condemning people. The church does not represent Christ, and Christ is doing something different right now. What Jesus is doing is he's rising up people that don't look like the church to come against him, to show the people out here in the world like that are in this church acting, that have this religious spirit that does not come from God. He's literally going to show them like, look, you counted all these people out. Well, guess what? They actually came and seeked me, not the prophet in the church that was appointed by man, not the apostle that God never even knew. they came to me directly, and I rose them up above you guys to show you that you guys never even represented me. The church is about to get humbled. God's about to do something different, and it's not going to look like what you saw when you were in the church. It's not going to look
And
like that at all. And
but
I
listen,
say,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask, because I see that you're very passionate, and I thank you for being very passionate
because he
about
saved me from,
what.
like, literally I was about to end it all, and then his voice came through, and I literally, when I was at a point where I literally did not believe in Jesus. I had a mustard seed of face. It was like, is he real? Or like, I was like, because I was like, okay, I believe in God, but I don't know if I believe in Jesus. Like, that book, I can't resonate with it, and it was a Bible, and I was like, I don't like. And then I felt this heaviness over me, and I listened to some gospel music, and it was talking about Jesus, and I started to think, is Jesus real? And then I spent 3 nights hearing the voice of Jesus. The first night I was like, wait, this can't be like like that was just a dream. I was dreaming because I was like in that state of like REM sleep, but like it filled my room, and it was like, and then the next day, and then the next day, and literally everyone can experience that, but you don't go
Let
to a
me,
church to
but
experience that.
listen, let me.
And he doesn't answer on your timing. He answers on his timing. That's the thing. So sometimes went through a long season of him not answering me. There will be times when I like ask for something, and then it will just show up, and I'd be like, okay, that was God, but I didn't
How do you know
actually
it
hear
was
his voice
Jesus?
until it was his time. And that was after I went through a whole bunch of hell. I literally dated all types of demons, like literally sleeping in the bed with demons, like people that were literally being controlled by the enemy, like literally came there to break me down and making sure I never found my calling. And I want to just tell you, sis, that your history, your past that you went through, all of that you went through in the church, let me tell you, God's going to rise you up, because there is going to come a time when you are going to have that encounter, and you might not even realize it now. You might not even know it now, but God's going to rise you up, and it's going to be like the story of Joseph, where like they threw you in the pit, they made you go through all this stuff, and then he rises you up, and they all have to watch you eat at your table. And that's just how it's going to be,
So let
because
me.
you have a calling on your life, and all that church hurt, he's going to rise you up to help other people who
Okay,
experience
okay,
that
hold
church
on,
hurt.
Delisha,
hold on,
hold
hold
on one
on, hold
second.
on, hold on,
Hold
hold
on,
on.
y'all. Hold on,
Because
Can I
hold
ask
on,
you a
Oracle.
question?
Hold on,
okay,
Oracle.
okay,
Hold
okay.
on, hold on, hold on.
Mm.
Number one, I'm going to say this because I'm not one of those people. You've joined the right live where you don't have to worry about being talked too crazy for your belief system, right? Because that's not my job. My job as a spiritual life coach is to enlighten others, right, and to help others through their journey and through the things that they have been through. Okay. Um, this goddess here has gone through the darkness. Spirituality actually brought me into the light. The darkness that I was in was actually a part of the church, was actually a part of the people I was around. My ex-husband was a pastor. I am actually in the newness of light right now as you are speaking to me. My spiritual awakening was in 2015. And my spiritual awakening actually came from the fact of realizing that the King James Bible have been changed and rearranged so many different times that the original text and original books and things that were missing of original documents beyond time. Once I found those things were missing, and I found out some of the truth and the light of a lot of things spiritually, um, I began to realize a lot in my life. So what you say to me may help others, but let me tell you something, sweetie. For over 10 years, when I walked away from the church, I realized that my connection with God does not have to be defined to a deity. In most religions, if you do your research, now mind you, I've read over 500 books, I've studied history beyond the Bible, beyond Christianity. Christianity is not one of the oldest religions in the earth. Christianity originally comes from Judaism. Judaism is years beyond Christianity. Um, when you study the eight oldest religions of the earth, and you study spirituality, and you study your planets, you study the solar system, you study everything that is, you begin to realize and open up to many things that were missing from what you call your subjective your subjective belief to what you heard. Just as much as you believe that you heard from Jesus Christ is just as much as when I do a reading for someone, I believe that I hear from the divine truth. I believe that I hear from God in helping these people who reach out to me for help. Um, Everyone's truth, and I'm going to say this by saying it very nicely. Truth is a fact or a belief that is accepted to be true. When you look up the origin of the word religion, it goes back to the original word in Latin, which is religio or religiare. And I can spell that for people if they ask, but you can actually look it up yourself. And the origin of the word religion is to bind. And so I don't confine myself to a religion called Christianity or any other religion out in the world, because I never want to feel bound ever again.
Mm-hmm.
The origin of spirituality is the breath of life. And so for you, you feel that you have received and accepted the breath of life, and it has brought you out of darkness, and it has changed everything about you. Just like I myself have experienced a breath of life, which have brought me out of darkness and made me the woman that I am today. Just like many other people who are watching this live right now, who have felt a breath of life and a change in what they believe and what they, experience, that has made a complete change in them. You can never look at someone, or you should, it's not my job to tell you this, right? But you should never look at someone and tell them that the belief system that you believe in is the only way. Because think about it. Just like you sat here on this app with these 140 something people here and said that it changed me and I heard from Jesus and everything, and oh my God, I almost off myself. It's just like you can tell someone what they're doing is wrong, and now they're questioning, and they're 2 minutes from taking those pills that they almost took 4 years ago, because you just told them that their belief system is wrong in so many ways.
I never said that it was. I never said anything
that's
about.
kind of what. Listen to what I'm saying. If you're telling people Jesus is God, this is the only way, and I know because I heard it and I felt it,
I'm
and
sharing my testimony
you have to
of Jesus Christ.
huh?
I'm sharing my testimony of
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, my experience of what he did for me.
Listen,
And I'm encouraging everybody that they can receive the
no,
same
no,
because they
no.
can.
Listen.
I'm not special.
I don't have a problem with your testimony, baby. That's not what I'm saying. It's about how most of the reason why people turn away from Christianity and many other belief systems is because what you guys indirectly say is that what we're doing is of the devil. What you guys indirectly say is that our belief system and the way that we connect with God is wrong. And when you guys do that to people, you don't know the 2 seconds that they are from offing themselves, because you have now said to them that, okay, so wait, they're like, oh my God, they're lost now because they just came into a newness that took them out of the darkness, and now you
But
got
if they
them
really
questioning
believed in the
why.
truth that they found, then they wouldn't question it. No one can make me question Jesus because I actually experienced him. So if they actually believed in the truth that they found, then they're not going to question it. And whatever deity or whatever like God they are worshiping, if how come that God can't save them if they feel like they're going to unalive themselves? I encourage them to call on Jesus
Can
because
I
Jesus
please
Let me
speak?
ask you
saves.
Can I
something, and
please
I'm gonna let
speak?
Afro speak. I'm
Goddess,
gonna let Afro speak.
I really
You
need
want
to speak.
hold on, Afro. I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna say this. You said no one should turn away from the truth that they believe in, right?
I said no one should be able to make you. So if you really believe in your truth, then no one's going to be able to just tell you about their experience and then turn you away from that truth. If you start to feel doubt, about someone telling you their truth that they found, that they experienced in their life, that saved them from alcoholism, that saved them from binge eating, that saved them from doing all types of drugs. I did every single drug trying to search for happiness in this world while doing all types of spirituality practices like divination and all that stuff, trying to look for happiness and peace, trying to look for answers because my heart was shattered and broken. And at the end of the day, that did not lead me to the peace that I have, that I found that the world can't literally give me. No book can give me the wisdom that I've came across by literally surrendering my life to Jesus. No book, and I don't care if you read
Okay.
500,000 books, no book can give me the wisdom that I found in Jesus. I'll be more than happy to share that wisdom with you.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You know how you are very confident. Okay. And listen, I'm not in any way trying to convert you, because that's not what I do. Everybody know I let everybody have their belief system. Do what you do, right? You said can't nobody change you, right? And I know can't nobody change me. Out of the 166 people here, right? You don't know how many people are dealing with something mentally that the moment you said something, it broke them and took them to a place subconsciously. Do you understand the subconscious mind?
I understand that Jesus healed my mental illness and he can do the same thing for them. And if they're going through something mentally, I encourage them to call on Jesus.
I'm not talking about what healed you,
I can't.
right?
I can't.
That's not what I'm talking about. Do you understand? Do you understand the mental? Is this still on topic? Kind of. Do you understand the subconscious mind? Do you understand what can happen to people mentally? Right? Do you understand that?
The subconscious mind? What do you mean about the subconscious mind?
In the subconscious mind, okay, if you do your research, this has nothing to do with spirituality, but it kind of does. And I'm going to break it down. And this is why I am a spiritual life coach, and I help people through religious trauma and many other traumas that may have affected the mind.
That chill out in the subconscious mind.
When you deal with trauma, the trauma that you've experienced, whether it's from a religion, whether it's from a person, a relationship, it stays in the subconsciousness of the mind. And the moment you speak and say a particular thing, it's a trigger. Right? And so
okay, but that's the thing. That's because it hasn't been thoroughly healed. It hasn't been healed thoroughly. Right. You haven't got to the root of the issue. That's what Jesus did for me. He helped me to get to the root of the issue. For example, I always attracted narcissists. So only Jesus could do it. He revealed to me that, this inflated image that I had of my father, my dad was a narcissist. My dad had the Jezebel spirit. So that's why I attracted that spirit in all other men that I dated. And it was a never ending cycle of me attracting the same man that I had in my father. And okay, now I got to the root. So I had to heal from my father. And then literally now, when I go out into the world, I know I pulled it up from the root. It's no longer there growing weeds. It's no longer like soiling my garden. So I will be able to attract someone and not attract what's hiding in my subconscious mind from the trauma that I didn't heal from. Because when they say that you attract what's in you, you attract what you go through. Like you attract, like what you attract is what's in you. It doesn't just mean that it's like who you are. It could be something that you never healed from that's chilling in your subconscious mind.
Listen, Queen. No one is you. No one is me. No one is Oracle Destiny or anyone else in this live. Everyone is different.
My experience is not just for me. My experience can happen to anyone. There's 166 people on this live. They can all, if they give their heart to, if they say, Jesus, come into my life, I surrender my all to you. I am saying with 100%, with knowing that Jesus will come into their life. Maybe not exactly when they want him to. Maybe they might not answer him exactly when he might not answer them exactly when they want him to. He didn't do it for me. I suffered for months before he actually
First
came
off,
through.
I need to let Afro speak. But Queen, let me say this. I gotta let Afro speak first. Okay. She's been waiting. I'm gonna say this, right? You talk about Jesus coming into people's lives, right? Okay. I've met people all the way around the entire world. Okay. In this live and in real life. Some religious belief systems and sectors of the earth don't even know of Jesus Christ, sweetheart. So you can't automatically say Jesus Christ is God, because some religions don't even believe in Jesus Christ being God.
Before Jesus returns, the whole world will know that Jesus is Lord, and it's going to spread all over the world. So yeah, right now they
Afro,
may
go
not
ahead and
know, but
speak because I know you wanted to say
you
something to her.
you may be someone that's going to be telling people about Jesus. You just don't see it yet. I didn't see it a year
I
ago. You
told
think I would
people
be on this
about
live talking
Jesus
about
for
Jesus?
8 years until I learned different.
I'm
What
talking
makes you think
about
I
with the
was
spirit of
so
truth residing in you, not that you just believe in in
Wait,
Jesus
wait,
because the church told
Afro,
you you
before
should.
you
I'm
speak,
talking
let me
about
deal with that. Hold it. Look at what you just said. Wait, did y'all see that? Now, I just got on. I just got on Jamal for Jesus when he did that in my life. And I'm finna
because
do
it's
it again.
just like
I'm finna
truth.
do it again.
Like
You just said the spirit of truth. How do you not know I'm not already in the spirit
that
of truth, dear?
that comes from Jesus. And I say that because
No,
I looked for answers outside of
no.
Jesus my whole life. It comes
Listen,
from Jesus.
listen, listen,
After
listen,
I
listen,
literally surrendered my life to
listen.
Jesus, He dropped
Mm-mm,
His Holy
mm-mm,
Spirit on
mm-mm,
me, and I literally
mm-mm.
feel Him every single day. He
That's
guides
great for
me
you.
to do things.
Mighty
Excuse
came from
me.
God. Afro, speak.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey, ma'am.
Speak, baby.
Can you give me the floor for a second?
Yes.
I was in your position when you say you was in a dark place and you felt that Jesus came and He saved you. But let me tell you, baby, my God, Ifa, He came in, He shut shit down. You hear me? But the thing is, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that you should believe in E5 because
No.
that's not what helped you. What helped you was Jesus. What helped me was E5. Okay? What helped me was my Orishas. Okay? But I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that you should believe in what I believe in because
Thank
that's
you.
not my job.
It's not.
But
What my truth, when I stepped into my truth, when I stepped into who I am, into my Ori, baby, I'm a danger. Listen, I'm nothing to play with at all. I'm love. I'm light. I listen. I see you and I love you. You feel me? I love that you believe in your Jesus. You feel me? Stand in it. Scream it to
Stand
the
in it.
mountaintops. But
I ain't
don't
gonna tell
come
you you're
here and
wrong.
tell us what we believe in. It say Jesus gonna be the one to save you. Don't do that to me because
No,
I would never do that to you. I
no.
would never do that to you. Don't you do that to me now. Sister, listen, you believe in what you believe in, and I'm gonna believe it. I'm standing.
you,
I have you. How you said you have the spirit of the truth? I have the spirit of the divine. I have the spirit of the truth. I have listen. Listen.
It is
so as a
disrespectful.
disciple,
My
I
Listen,
do
thing is,
understand what
Jaleesa,
I'm
hold
not gonna
on.
sit here and
Let her
tell you
talk.
what you believe
Let
is
her
not
talk
true, baby.
because
But
I've
don't
let you
tell
have
me. Don't
quite a
sit
bit of
here
the
on
floor
this
because
channel
I'm not
and
disrespectful.
tell
So let her talk. I'm sorry, Afro. Go
like
ahead.
I hear
no.
you.
I don't. I'm not gonna sit and tell you that you. I love that you found Jesus. I'm glad that you got out there dark place. Cause, bruh, if you don't do nothing else, do not just standing into that fucking dark room, y'all. You can, it's light out there, okay? But don't sit here and tell me what I believe in is not true because what you believe in is your truth. That's your truth. But my name is Afro High Priestess, and this is my truth. And I'm not gonna sit here and tell you my truth is. Listen, don't do that.
And
You
that's
can
what
be
I was trying
respectful.
to and Afro, thank you
You
for
can be
saying that. I was
respectful.
trying to say that respectfully by giving you a breakdown
I
of what I
tried.
previously went through before because on my live we don't do that, right? Because you could have put someone who was listening on the brink of going back because of whatever mental illness they're dealing with. You could have put them right on the brink of taking that drug, that shot to the head, whatever, immediately because you're now telling them what you have learned of truth is incorrect. I don't tell people what they have learned by way of what their truth is. I don't tell them that's incorrect because I don't know what you went through. I don't know what you lived through.
Mhm.
I don't know if you were the person who was about to shoot up before you called on Jesus and you was about to take your life. I don't know if you almost walked in front of a car. I don't know if you almost hit yourself in the head or if you almost took that whole bottle of pills. I don't know what you did. And I ain't never got no right to tell you that your belief system is incorrect. That same belief system that stopped you from being 8 feet under. So she told you exactly what I was trying to tell you respectfully, because your delivery has to be better if you're going to bring some. And this is not just you. Many people do this when they come into my life, but the delivery has to be better instead of telling them that their truth is incorrect, because people could literally be sitting here right now out of these 200 people crying because they're feeling so sad, because they're like, I know that this truth brought me out. Why is she telling me this is wrong? And you don't know the mental things that people are going through. You don't know the amount of children they have at home who they can barely feed. The fact that they can barely pay their bills, but they got to go pay for this high food. They don't have time to be hearing that their level of truth is now wrong, when they know that they've arrived to truth, but they're also warned. When you are warned with life, you are warned with your marriage, you are warned with the amount of people that mistreat you, you are warned because of SA, you are warned because of so many things that happen in your life. When you are at the moment of being warned, the one little thing you said or can break them. You said
And I was
you
exposed
indirectly.
and molested at
No.
6 years old.
I'm not saying,
I
listen,
had trauma.
I'm not saying, listen, you have arrived. Whether it was with Jesus or not, you have come to your healing. You are mentally strong. We are talking to over 200 people, and you don't know how many people in here who are not mentally strong. You can't tell someone their belief is wrong, baby.
But here's the thing. I am a servant of the Lord. The
Right?
Lord tells
Some
me
of us
to
Can I
tell people
speak,
his
baby.
guys?
truth. So I have to tell, whether the
Let
world likes
me.
it or not. I have to tell the truth.
No. Listen.
Let me
You
speak
tell
it.
it in your way, but on my platform, we don't tell people their belief
And
system is wrong. You don't tell them
I
that
do
you haven't
apologize for that,
arrived to
but I'm
truth.
unfortunately not going to back down, because I am a servant of the Lord, and I
Um,
will get off the platform. And I
J-
respect you, but I just have to tell
You
you
can
that, like,
respectfully
what
remove
I've
yourself from the
experienced, all
platform
the
if you
trauma
can't
that
use
the
logical thinking
Jaleesa,
and
231
speak
can I
people.
correctly on
say
my
something,
live.
Jaleesa?
Sure.
Can
You can respectfully
Jaleesa, can I
disconnect if
speak?
you can't
Say
use logical
something
thinking.
to
If
the
you're not
rest
worried
of.
about anyone's mental space because you want to tell your truth and your truth is the only way, and you don't care if 200 people in here can be mentally distraught and you're messing up their mental place, you can definitely remove yourself, because I don't care. My
Jalissa,
belief system I
Queen.
feel is the right way, but I would never tell someone's mental space that what they're doing is wrong unless they're hurting people. If you're hurting, harming, and essaying people, I should definitely tell you your spiritual belief system is wrong, because you should never use a book, a Bible, or anything to mistreat someone. You should never use that to
Didn't
mistreat
even
someone.
read the
But
Bible
for you
before I
to,
met
it's
Jesus.
like
I literally
spiritual
met Jesus first,
bullying.
then read the Bible.
It's like spiritual bullying to tell someone that
Jalissa,
their truth is
if
wrong,
I
baby.
may.
And I'm not, I don't care how anyone
It's
feels
like
about
talking
it.
to a dead horse.
It's spiritual bullying to tell them their truth is
I
wrong.
wanted to say something a little bit,
Say it.
if I can.
But she can stay, because
Okay.
I don't mind, because there may be someone
Woo,
in
this
the
guy.
comments who
No,
wants to
no,
say something to her.
Jalissa, I just want to say this to you, Jalissa. Is
Oh,
that
hold
I
on
hear
before
your
you
heart,
speak.
I
If
feel
y'all
your
are having
heart,
a hard time with
right?
this topic,
I just
but I'm gonna let you speak, Miss. I'm gonna let you speak, baby. If y'all are having a hard time with this topic, you can definitely leave, right? Because there are other people on this app who will disrespect people, right? And they don't care how people think. They don't care how people feel. They will actually badger you on this app. I'm definitely not the person to badger anyone. But what I'm not gonna allow someone to do, and I don't care, because my platform is a place where people of all religious sectors can come and talk. That's from a Satanist, that's from atheists. Everyone can come and talk and express their belief system and why they believe in what they believe in. So I'm not going to dismiss her. No, she can leave when she wants to, or when we have to bring someone else up, right? Because she has the right to have her belief system, because her belief system saved her. Just as much as I'm an advocate for everyone else, I'm an advocate for her too, right? Because we all have a belief system and it saved us. I just want her to understand it's not okay to tell someone that they're wrong unless they're hurting people. So if y'all don't like that, you know what I'm saying? This is my platform. I'm not hurting anyone. I'm trying to help people just as well as she feel like she's trying to help people. Y'all can leave. Miss, Miss Angel 77, please go ahead, baby, and talk.
Okay, this is to you, Miss Jaleesa. The first thing I noticed about
Exactly.
maybe I'm gonna say 5 minutes ago is that there's still pain in you. I sense that. I see that. I used to be where you're at. No, it's there, baby girl. It's there. I sense that and I see that. There's also a false sense of security that's there. And this is not to bash you because I'm
Oh
gonna bring
no,
it in
I don't.
love.
I don't take it personal.
I,
Trust me.
I, I also want you to hear this. I am a believer, and like you, I believe still that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I do. I'm a little different, a little odd in that way. However,
If
in
you
my
want to join,
spiritual
you can request
maturity
at the bottom.
and my growth, what I've had to learn is that not only to just read the room, but off of this app, your passion, you have to pray for discernment. And you have to be able to know when to speak your truth
Mm-hmm.
and when not
Mm-hmm.
to. You have spiritual wisdom, and you have to pray and ask Jesus to let go of the arrogance, because as we know, Jesus was a humble being, right? And I know you're passionate, and I know you're honing on to Jesus, because at the end of the day, it's all you have. It's what's helping you. It's what's healed you. He's taking you through. Lord knows I get it 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes we as believers, I'm not saying Christians, we have a tendency, what I had to learn, I'll be 46 soon, but had to learn that arrogance, ironically enough, is the main reason why I left the church. Still love Jesus, still believe that he is who he is for me in my personal walk. But I'm just like you said in the beginning. But again, what I sense is it's healing. We all still need to be healed. We don't, you're still kind of on the defensive because you found something that you don't want taken from you. Maybe like other things have been taken from you, whatever that may be, physically, mentally, emotionally. And when we find Jesus, we on fire for him. I got saved when I was 16 years old in an apostolic church. I went out, did the little pamphlets. I jumped from here to there. You name it, I was for Jesus. The T-shirts made, everything. It was my first quote unquote business. The hats, all that was about a praise worship leader in the church and the whole nine. Yes, I was hurt by the church, but I still take Jesus along with me, but I don't take him everywhere, if you will. If you will. He's in me, but I don't go on spaces and places where I know other people may be hurting in a different way, because you have to remember, everybody's not the same strength,
No,
right?
no.
Everybody doesn't have the same resilience. Everybody doesn't have that they get back on the horse kind of mode. They just don't. Kind of what Queen was saying, Hostess was saying. So I'm going to close it out by saying that I'm going to give you a spiritual hug. I'm right here with you. If nobody else doesn't agree, and that's okay. What I love about Queen is that she leaves the space open for everybody
Yeah.
from different backgrounds and religious sectors, as she said, but also you have to remember too, all of us can be in a place of still hurting. There's triggers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way you came in passionate, if it was just you and me, I'd be like, oh, I know that's right, girl. But it's not. You got to have spiritual wisdom and
You
maturity.
do.
And
You
that's what
do.
you should
So
pray
I
for,
just
because
want to
you
say
will be on
something.
fire and be used for in perfect timing. I get the sense to you that you're rushing through it because you're excited. You're on fire. I get it. But take your time, even with this walk. Take
Yeah.
your time. You'll have your place. You'll have your season to
Thank
shine
you.
in that way.
I want to just tell you that at the end of the day, God orders my steps. So just me being here is because God wants me to be here. He wants me to share this with you guys. So, being that God orders my steps, everything that I do is at the right time because God made it so it will happen. And Jesus also, when he walked the earth, he also said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the light. So as a disciple of Jesus, then I'm going to say that too, because Jesus was my living example. He showed me how to live. He showed me how I should be as a as someone who follows Christ. So that's my living example. He didn't walk around and just say, like, oh, okay, I don't want to hurt no one's feelings. So I'm not going to tell people, like, look, I'm the way, I'm the truth, I'm the light. I'm just going to like tiptoe around their feelings because at the end of the day, like, but no,
Do
because
you
if,
have a
if he
spiritual
did that,
mentor at this time? Jalissa, do you have a spiritual mentor at this time
look,
along
see,
your
that
journey?
is what
Because
how the church misleads you.
from
My
Christ,
spiritual,
from
and if you
Christ.
read Matthew 23, verse 8 through 10, it talks about how you should not call any man on earth spiritual father, for your God in heaven is your only father. It also states that Jesus alone is your only teacher. Don't allow anyone to call you rabbi. Jesus alone is your teacher. So at the end of the day, the church is not even living the
I
word
got
of
another
God.
question. Do
It's
you
so
think
the
that
First and
church.
Jesus
foremost,
would
wait
have
a minute.
jumped on this
Miss
live
Miss
though? Do you
Angel
think
seven
that
seven.
Jesus would
Can
have
I say
jumped on this
something really
live the
quick?
way you did?
Can I say something really quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Yes, ma'am.
for everybody who is listening, number one, I got very, I got very forward and
Man.
rambunctious and kind of out there, because I do not like when people come into my life to, in any way, shape, form, or fashion, tell someone that their belief system is incorrect and the only form of truth, is another way. Christianity isn't the only way that does it. Islam and many other religion belief systems, they do this. Okay, and whether you're a part of a church or you're just praying at home with your Bible, God, whatever, right? Um, for those who are watching, and if anybody may be confused, I do have a link in my bio for those who would like to purchase the original Bibles. I have some rare Bibles. I have the Tanakh. I have collections of books on spirituality that will give you deep information of the past if you need that information, if you're trying to expand your knowledge. Because knowledge is power. It's not just about that prayer room that you go in. You have to know your history. The history of that Bible that she was quoting has been vandalized and changed in many ways, shape, form, or fashion. So if you guys are trying to expand your knowledge, you should find your ways looking into it, not just from your prayer closet, but also from the line of history, right? I'm never going to tell you what she's doing is wrong because it's what has helped her. But you should also look into history, and you don't have to buy my books. It doesn't matter. They're not mine. They're all on the web. They're just history, right? They're not mine. They're ebooks from all over the web. I haven't written anything yet. If I do, we'll think about if I'll put that out there because I see the way the world is nowadays. But you got to do your research, guys. Even some of the scriptures that are quoted in the new Bibles, it was not in the Tanakh, it was not in the Torah, it was not in the original Bibles. Don't allow yourselves, and I don't care what you believe in this live, don't allow yourselves to be spiritually bound to one specific thing. If you would love to join the conversation, please request below. I will switch people in and out. To let you guys come in and speak. I have to say first and foremost, thank you so much, Afro and Star Angel 77. Let's put some clapping in the comments for them respectfully telling their view along with her. Let's also give some clapping in the comments for Miss Jaleisha, right? Because even though you guys don't like how she feels about, her religion, right? Or her belief system, she's very passionate on it, right? And you have to get to that place to where you're confident and you're passionate about what you believe in, but you also have to make sure you're understanding knowledge and that you're not just on a phenomenon, that you're not just on a train, that you're not just indoctrinized by the books that are out there, because once you're indoctrinized, it's hard for you to come out of that indoctrination. Okay, so you really really have to pay attention. um
So
Go ahead.
the
And then I
so
will let it go back
before I
down to
even
Miss Vange
open,
and then Oracle Destiny. Anyone who would like to request in, please come in. Anyone who feels led to work with me as a spiritual life coach, you can click the leads at the bottom and you can send me your information and I will definitely reach out to you, right? Um, and we're going to keep having these conversations. I'm not going to let these conversations go. Go ahead.
when I encountered Jesus, I was not even reading the Bible. You know, I didn't understand it. It was just a bunch of words that made no sense. And it sounded like it just wasn't logical. Like it sounded like a book of fairy tales. That's how I felt about it. It wasn't like I was reading the Bible and I was like, and then Jesus became real to me. I simply called on him and then he came through when my parents were yelling at me when I was at this low point. My friends disappeared. I literally was isolated called on Jesus, like, if you're real, if you can heal me, then I need you to come heal me because I can't do this alone. And then he showed up. After that, I received his Holy Spirit. I was led to confess. I literally exposed myself completely on social media, on my Instagram, my Facebook. I confess. You can look at my Instagram right now. I have it like in my highlights on my Instagram. It's the same name as on here. I literally exposed myself. I talked about my past relationships. I even went as far as talked about like my parents and the stuff that I found out about that, because I was like, look, whatever Jesus want me to do at this point, I'm gonna do it, because look, I need to get close with him, because at the end of the day, I can't, like, me living for myself is not it, and I'm ready to just like end it. And at the end of the day, after I confessed, I received the Holy Spirit. Once I received the Holy Spirit, then I was able to open the Bible and have this understanding, and the words came to life. Like, the reason why God tells us not to fornicate is that's not because he's telling us, oh, just don't fornicate. He's telling us that because when you sleep with someone, you become married with them in the spirit, and that's why you feel attached to them. You literally, two fleshes become one in the spirit. And if they have unclean spirits on them, if they have demons on them, then they become your demons. That's why you end up sleeping with someone. They might have anxiety, and now you feel like you have an anxiety, or you end up sleeping with someone and they're depressed, and then now you're depressed. And I never understood that before, like actually like getting into the word with the Holy Spirit. It was just words to me, and then it just came to life. Now I read the word and I
This is
actually
what I'm gonna tell
understand
you,
it.
Queen, and then I'm gonna let some additional people speak, right? Your how do I say this respectfully? Because I'm not a disrespectful person, I'm a loving person. What I'm gonna say is this, right? Just like you felt you heard from Jesus Christ, right? Some of us feel that we have heard from our higher selves, or we have heard from God, right?
I thought I did too, through meditation.
Right. So most of us, we have this belief system. We have we've believed in many different ways. Okay. I would advise that outside of your belief system and your prayer closet, I
My
would
prayer closet is like literally my room. I
no
don't
no
go in no closet.
no.
Just making that clear too.
You okay? No problem. No problem, honey. Because I don't know. Most people have prayer closets. I have my altar, my prayer
No.
closet, whatever. Some people have specific rooms. Um, I would advise that you take some time, not just praying to God, right? Not just reading the Bible that you don't understand, but I would advise that
Wait,
on
I
your
understand it now. I have the Holy Spirit.
no. Not just the Holy Spirit. Listen to what I'm saying.
But you said the Bible that you don't understand. I understand it
You
now. That's the
understand it now?
difference.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
didn't before I received the Holy Spirit.
okay. Okay. I would advise you to also research your history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not just talking about and this is not me. I'm not deterring you in any way, right?
No,
That's not my job.
speak.
Um Research your history, the history of that Bible that you now understand. Um, because one of the reasons why I left Christianity, right? Because that Bible that was written by King James, that man who did not
Mm-hmm.
like women, that man who was obsessed with black magic, had been changed so many times that there are some discrepancies in that thing we call the word of God. Right now,
King James was a version of the Bible. It was not written by King
we
James.
know, I
It
know
was
that, I
written
know
by
that,
the
I
Holy
know that.
Spirit.
Okay, it was written by man in history, and it was changed. It was written in, and somebody correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. It was written in Aramaic, translated to Greek and Hebrew, and then translated to English. Now, somebody comment if I'm incorrect, but it was written years ago. It was compiled of different scrolls from different people who took these
Mm-hmm.
scrolls and put it in the Bible. All these people, just like you, who say you are
But they all had one thing in common: the Holy Spirit.
All these people, the Holy Spirit came in the New Testament, baby. The people in the Old Testament did not have the Holy Spirit. All these people had one thing in common, and that was they felt that they had a connection with God to be able to write this book, okay? And this book had been changed, and this book had been rearranged so many times. So I say, do your history. Do your history, right? I'm never gonna
So
tell you to talk. I'm not gonna talk against what you believe in. I left Christianity for my own reason. Anybody ask me that, I will tell them. But you have to do your history, because the same Bible that you now understand also condones slavery. I can't believe in that, right? But
oh, I made a video on this.
I cannot
I
tell
made a
you
video
that
on this.
you're wrong, right? Because
It doesn't
mm-mm,
the
mm-mm,
Bible does not.
mm-mm, mm-mm. I would not want you to even say that on this live, because there are more people who are going to want to come in and they're going to want to ask you questions. And I don't like for people to get badgered in my lives, right? And
I can
and
keep it like brief and tell you that
mm-mm.
the Bible did not condone
Jamal
the
for
same type of
Jesus tried
slavery
it
that we see
before.
in the world.
I brought up a lot of parables. I brought up
Right, you
original
did.
texts. I brought
Yeah.
up we did this last Saturday.
So,
Trust me.
so are you saying that the Bible condones slavery that we saw in the world,
Condones a lot of
like
stuff.
based off race? The Bible condoned a slavery of paying your debt when you, like it says in Proverbs, that you become a servant to someone that you're in debt to, meaning that an honorable man will become a slave to someone to pay their debt, to pay the debt that they owe someone. They will become a servant to them. That's what the Bible condones. And for as far as slavery, that you will can become a slave for a certain amount of years to pay off a debt, and it had all types of rules and regulations to make sure that person wasn't a slave forever. But at the end of the day, the Bible did not condone like the slavery we see that's race based in the world. That comes straight from the enemy. Like that literally is the enemy trying to separate us so that we don't stand together and realize that us together standing against the enemy is a threat. So that's why he tried to separate us
The
and put
slaves,
the whites
did
against the
you know that the
blacks.
slaves were given different
Um,
portions of the Bible that you claim does not condone slavery? They were only given the text in the Bible that
Yeah. They
advised
were also
them
told
to
that
obey their masters. They were only given those
they were
texts.
also told that that God doesn't hear their prayers, so they couldn't get saved, just like God saved the Israelites during in the book of Exodus. They couldn't get saved because they didn't call on God. But guess who did? Harriet Tubman, and she even said, and it's on if you could do your research, that the Holy Spirit led her, and that's why she didn't get caught when she saved all of those slaves. It wasn't because of her own
Do
work.
you know who led Harriet Tubman through the Underground Railroad road?
Do you know how
You
she
better
got?
say it. You better say it collectively. I'm being so quiet, but you better
Baby,
say it. I'm
a
over here.
high
I'm dying.
priestess led her through the Underground Railroad. A voodoo priestess led her through.
Where'd you read that? Because I could look it up right now. And literally,
You
even
can
in the
look it up
movie
on
that they
Google's
literally made
web.
for her,
Y'all, bring it up on Beyonce's web.
you know what? You know what's so funny? I mean, and I don't mean to say that this is a
she
joke or
literally said the
anything,
Spirit
because
of
it's
God
not.
led her.
But what's interesting is that, you know, that scripture, Jaleesa, and I don't know if you know verbatim or whatever, but there is a scripture, and this is to you, Queen, too. You probably know it better than me. That says it is not. I don't know if it's not good or it's not wise to feed folks. I'm gonna word it that way, when they're on the feed them steak when they're still on the boob. And in the spiritual way, this is what's going on here. It's just that simple. It's just as
That's
clear
like
as day.
literally my
Um,
teacher is Jesus alone. It's not an apostle, a prophet, or anyone in the church. I found Jesus myself. And you want to know something? I learned everything that I know from the Holy Spirit, from Jesus. And he is a teacher above all teachers. So for you to think that just because I'm not in a church or I don't have a leader over me teaching me how to believe in
I
Jesus when
didn't
they
say
are
that
probably being
either.
misled is completely false.
It's
Jesus
the
alone is the only teacher. He
it's
says
the
that in Matthew
wisdom. It's the
23.
maturity. It's the wisdom and maturity that's. the
Respectfully.
it's oh, I'm gonna say my word, y'all. I'm about to say my word.
Mm.
It respectfully, of course, and it's what I call myself often. I think it was Afro who said, don't say that to yourself. But it's a sense of naivety there, and I can't stress it enough. You remind me so much of me, and I swear to you, with hugs and kisses, I love the Lord. I love Jesus. I'll tell anybody, but it's just it's this thing you have to sometimes, you know how us old folks will say, sometimes you just got to experience it. And I just think that this is one of them things where you just got to keep living, just keep
But
Yeah.
living
you
and
can't
get
say
educated.
there's nothing
And
that the
once you
world can teach
and we're not
me.
saying,
The
I understand. I understand. I understand where you're at is what I'm saying. But guess what? Once you go through your journey, as you continue to go along, because you can't, do I dare say this? You can't have Jesus and Jesus alone. I know you're not gonna. That's not gonna register. I know how it comes across, but it is also wise that you get wisdom through education.
yes.
Let's be have
That's
by
what she's
discerning
Look,
trying to
Mike,
say.
spirits,
look.
and
At the end of the day, you're
what
telling
I'm
me
telling
how I should
you.
seek Jesus when you don't even when you
No,
say
she's
that you
not
love the
telling
Lord,
you to
but
seek Jesus. She's telling you
you
to
no,
seek
you're telling me
knowledge
that you're
because you are
basically
I'm
telling me
sounding uh,
because where you're at, you're only seeing the one-sidedness of Jesus. Put it that
the
way.
him.
I'm gonna go here. Let me make it sweeter. The love, the hugs, the saving of him. But also, if you read the Bible, because it's obvious you have, because you said the Holy Spirit, you'll find that he knew how to speak when they're about to stone that woman. He was quiet before he did anything. If you just believe in that story, right? Before he spoke, he wasn't over anxious. Even the Bible says, "Be anxious for nothing." This is something that I had to learn. So even while you're on fire for the Lord, right? You still have to. There's levels to this. It's all kinds of things. And what's ironically lovely here is that you're really saying the same things that Queen and everybody else kind of says around here, just
we
in a
do.
different way.
We do.
So there's really
That-
no disagreement. You see, we're all in this together, so to speak. We
And
really
that's the
are.
problem.
And so what
Most of the people who speak like you, Queen, y'all don't think that we're all in it together. Y'all believe that we are still lost, right? And no matter if spiritual people or people of the occult believe that you are lost, right? We don't always say that because that's not our business. It's not our job because everyone is on this journey to learn the pathway to God, like in the Kabbalah. They're on this path to learn this on their own. You learn your way, she learns her way. Everyone who is in this room is learning in their own way. And for you to keep spewing Jesus, 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 or any of these other people here, if they were to keep spewing, oh my God, God ISIS or Goddess ISIS or Islam only or this, that, and the third, all of these religions are a totem in connection to the divine that are all taught differently, or we are all in this together. And if we can get to the point to where we can respect everyone's view and spiritual belief system and yet learn knowledge, because knowledge is what will give you wisdom. Not you had to learn in school to be able to become adult and go to work. So the world can teach you something because you still had to go to school, you still had to get a degree, you still had to learn certain things. So yes, the world can teach you because God created the world. God taught
The world
everyone
created
in
a
this world
system.
everything that's out here in this world. So to say that the
The
world
world.
can teach you nothing, you are walking in a place of as if you
Have you ever
are
talked to a tree
choosing
before?
to
naivety.
say I must
I can do
learn
the
from no
hustle.
one. That's arrogant. Just like Miss Angel at the bottom told you, that's arrogant. And if I could sit up here
The
and say that no one could teach me anything, and everyone else in this life could say no one could teach them anything, you're being arrogant.
would you like
Because
me to share with you how the world's been misguiding us since we were
we
born?
know the
Because I can
world
do
has
that.
been misguiding us. That's
We
not
all
You
what
know
I'm
know
I
that.
saying,
That's
know
where
baby.
that
we
already.
agree.
That's not. We
We
all
all
know
agree
that.
on
agree.
So
that.
at the end of the day,
No. Listen. At the end of the day, you have to allow people to
school
be
systems
just
are
like we're
corrupt.
allowing you to be.
School systems are corrupt.
We
We
So
know
know
that
that.
if
too.
I okay,
Religion
so
is
you know
corrupt.
that. So why do you think that a degree matters? That's of the world. That's
That's
literally a
not what I'm
worldly
saying.
thing that
What she's
people.
saying and what
That's
I'm
not what.
saying is that through research, you learn wisdom. You don't have active listening. You don't have
So you
active
don't think
listening.
that if the government and the world went out of their way to misguide you, that they won't put things in books and they won't put things in things that you could research in the world
That's
to
why we
misguide you
can't.
from the truth?
That's why you can't
Have
find
you
the old
ever
text
wondered?
because they hide it from you.
That's
They
why you have to
hide
have
it from
Do
both.
you.
you
That's why you have to
do you
both.
ever think about the reason why a lot of these music artists, they can't say Jesus's name and after they signed a contract? Why can't they say Jesus's name? Because it makes demons tremble. Do you ever think of the fact that all of these
You just
What
said
is a
demons
demon?
tremble in the
celebrities
name
are
of
literally,
Jesus. And have you actually seen an exorcism? I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. They laugh when people say in the name of Jesus. Girl, you know what?
I've been
I'm
getting
not.
attacked by demons in my
I'm,
own room. I've been having demonic attacks in my own room, and I've
This
literally
is
spoke the
spirits
name
that
of
could
Jesus on it,
happen.
and the demon literally
okay.
left.
Pray for
Okay.
you.
This is why
Uh,
titles get us in trouble
Why do all
everywhere
of
we
these
turn.
celebrities
Because
mouth God?
it
Why do
helps
all
us.
not God but Jesus?
We will miss the mark every time when it comes to love. We will miss the freaking God. This hurts my heart because I used to be where you're at, and I am telling you with all my heart and soul when I say this to you, baby girl. Get more. Get Jesus. You have the Holy Spirit. I know that feeling. But you're gonna through this life, baby girl, you're gonna need a little bit more. It's not just him
I
alone.
am
I
yes, because
promise you
so
this.
sorry.
You're gonna need a little you keep living. I'm gonna go old school. Keep
yeah,
living.
just
Don't
keep
get me
living,
started.
baby.
Look,
Keep living.
if you guys knew what I've been through in the 26 years of my life before I came to Jesus, you guys would not say that. And I'm just going to
20
say
We
that because I
baby.
look like
we
I'm
all
young. I
have
look like I
gone
haven't
We
been
through.
through a
have
We have
lot,
been stuff.
but I
all
have.
we have
Oh,
all
listen,
gone through
listen,
stuff.
baby.
Oh no.
Baby, there are
What I
some
am proud of
older
is
ones.
that you have found a way.
Hold on 1 second. I have a woman who is in the comments right now who is older than me, who has preached around this entire world for over 20 years, who preached the same gospel that you are talking about right now, who has left the church. You have to use active listening, research, and stop being arrogant. And I'm being very
I'm not be
respectful to you.
the
You're not
church.
hearing yourself.
The church is
What,
the church in preaching does not mean that you are a true servant of the Lord. I'm so sorry to tell you that, but a lot of preachers are out here and they preach the
Jaleisha,
word of
you
God
cannot
and they
tell
do not
someone if they're
even know
true
God.
or not. That's arrogant.
It's well, look, Jesus is
Look at
my
her
leader. Jesus
eyes.
is who I
Oh my
follow, and he
god.
says to tell people the
She's a
truth. So
yeah,
if the
I
world
hate
Girl,
to
tells
say this,
me
but this
you're
is a
gonna do that,
baby
it's
in our
wrong.
this is
I'm
a
not gonna
baby.
like
This is
say,
all this
okay, I'm gonna
is.
stop
It's
now.
Oh
that's
my
it.
god.
You're a
I'm
baby
not
and
telling you
you
to
just got a
stop.
lot more to
Listen,
go. I have a
baby.
24-year-old daughter, so I know
Listen,
where you're
If
at.
I
listen,
went to church and I
listen,
had all of
listen,
these
listen.
leaders, you
Hey,
wouldn't be
hey, hey,
saying
hey,
that
hey,
though.
hey,
It's
hey,
sad that you think that the world
hey,
needs to
hey.
Oh
teach me
yes, I
something.
You're
would.
talking about how people are not listening to you from what you have been through. You are 26 years old. These 40, 50, and 60-year-old women have went through 40 years of more crap than you. You are not the only
I
one who
definitely
has
am not saying that I had
you're
it
not
harder than
I'm
everybody
telling
else.
you,
I
you're
am
not
not
the
saying
only
that.
one who has experienced, and we are not downing your experience, queen. We are not. And you're not listening. Your active listening is out the window. I need you to
No,
research
it's
active listening, baby, and take time back and grow some wisdom. No one is talking against your belief. No one is telling you you are wrong for believing in Jesus. They're telling you you're coming off very arrogant and you're not using
And fuck,
common sense,
we're
is what they're
proud.
saying.
you're
We're
telling me
proud that you found something.
not to tell a truth
We're
that I
We're
know
proud
because
that
it
asking
you
you
makes
have
to
your
found
respect
a
truth
way
ours like
not to.
we're
uncomfortable. It
respecting
makes you
you.
doubt your truth.
We're asking you to
No, we're
respect
not.
our belief system like we're respecting you, and you don't have the common sense and decency to even try.
I
That's
am
what we're
telling you
telling you.
why, because I follow
Try.
Jesus
I
That's
and
don't
right.
Jesus
care
says
Girl,
as
I
to
am the
shut
truth, I
why.
am the way, I am the light,
up. She
and
get on my
I
fucking
am a
nerves.
disciple of Christ, meaning that as a servant of the Lord Jesus
Mm.
Christ, I'm not going to say, okay, yeah, that's right. If I literally have been revealed the truth that it is not.
Whew, I've never in my life on anybody's live, never, 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 never. I'm
I'm
stuttering. That was,
trying to be very respectful.
whew.
Listen, I have children and
I know you were talking
stepchildren.
so
I,
super
I,
slow.
I can't. I can't.
I try.
Oracle, can you
You're
please?
so you
I
guys are amazing
shoot.
because I'm over here like freaking out, biting my nails,
Uh,
everything, and you guys are just You guys
My
are so
top
amazing.
lip is sweating. My palms
Listen,
are
listen,
sweating.
I
y'all.
Woo, I need a drink.
Listen, listen, listen.
And I don't even
I
drink, but
apologize for
man.
everyone who loves me as Miss Collectively Awakened Goddess. Let's take a deep breath. First and foremost, I'm a
yes.
spiritual life coach. We gonna breathe for a second,
Raise my
okay?
anxiety.
Everyone, hold on.
Yes.
Man.
Okay. So first and foremost, I am not one of those people who would like to talk against someone for their belief system. I hope anyone who was listening did not think that's what I was doing. I do not like when people come into my live and do not have the decency to have a respect for someone else's belief system. Okay. She is a beautiful person and I can see it. She's full of energy. And she loves and believes in everything that she believes in. And that's great. But you also have to have wisdom. When you come and you speak in my lives, there are people who come in these lives who are theologians. Okay, there are people who have degrees. There are people who have understanding beyond the many years of her age. That does not mean that she's wrong. She just still needs to learn. Everyone here, I don't care if I'm a spiritual life coach, I still need to learn. Everyone here is still
All
learning until the
students.
day that you are put in the ground, but you got to use your critical thinking. You got to use your brain. You got to understand the way that you respond and talk to people. Okay, I'm not saying at 26
It
years old she
matters.
can't help nobody, but I am saying active listening is very important. Active listening is very important. Let's get on the topic at hand. Everyone who is here, thank you for being here. I am a spiritual life coach. I am Goddess CC. My original name is Sierra. Okay, call me CC. Please don't call me by my government name. I'ma think I'm in trouble. I am a spiritual life coach who helps people in all aspects of their life. I also do tarot readings. If you don't like that, please don't follow me because you will see those when they come up. I help people, and I also am an advocate for religious trauma and spiritual abuse individuals. If you have been through it in any sector of a church, if you have been through it in any occult, I am an advocate for you because we are going to put that out there until the truth is revealed and those places are shut down. Okay? And so I help people to come to many levels of different thinking by using active listening, by using critical thinking, by expanding your mind and understanding and healing yourself, right? And when you really heal yourself, you open up to truth. If you want to know more and you want questions about certain books and you want to buy certain books and you want to understand things, I can point you in the right direction. If you feel led to work with me or anybody in this panel, because I'm gonna bring more people up, click down below where it says get leads, send me your information. I will talk to you outside of here. Right? Because we don't want to get away from these topics here because it's very important. It's people just as zealous as her that are forcing people to hurt themselves. It's people just as zealous as her that are harming people in the spiritual community. People are cursing, people are hexing, people are doing crazy things to individuals via the Bible, via occultism, and many other spiritual belief systems out there. Okay? Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. We have the availability on my platform to discuss all. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Okay? And let's not be disrespectful. Please. Because the reason why I'm having this conversation wasn't because of her. It's because of the hundreds of thousands of people on this app that are using people. They are giving them lies and false information, making them think they're hearing from their family when they're not. They're making people sign up to cults who are harming people. That's why this conversation is being had. Because there's falsities out here on this app and on the entire internet. Okay? So we need to talk about it. Okay? Those who are confused, y'all can come on in. If y'all want to ask me and anybody here questions, we are willing to answer. So if y'all have seen these questions enough, I'm going to switch the panel so that we can add more people in. Blessings to you guys, okay? One moment. Let's switch this panel so we can let some more people in and you guys can ask questions because it just listen. If y'all don't know the questions, I will tell you the questions. But I want to allow more people in because we were trying to talk about this entire topic. All right. Oracle, Star Angel,
Yes, love.
and Afro. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all.
I love you. No, I love you.
Oh
Thanks.
man.
I'm gonna be in the comment.
Love you too, man.
Yeah.
And to you, Jalissa, if you're listening, I just want to add this to the bucket. I love you too, Jalissa.
Yeah,
If
we
you're
love
listening, well,
everybody.
you are
Like
loved. I just
you
want
just
you to know
gotta
that
we gotta have
we love
some
you
we gotta have
for
some
sure, for sure.
respect. We gotta have some respect. I'm letting people in.
Yes.
If you're requesting, please request and come on
Respect and
up.
order.
Peace, guys and goddesses.
So
How
for
y'all
those
doing?
who are asking if you don't believe
Good
in Jesus Christ,
evening.
but you believe in cards, I never said I didn't believe in Jesus Christ. But what I do believe is I'm not going to answer that right now, right? Because we're here for everyone else. All of my people already know what I believe in. I'm going to tell you this, everybody in the comments. Every spiritual belief system, over 5,000 religions in the world, they're all a collective belief system, helping people to understand how to connect with the divine in their own special way. Right? Because they're taught in different languages and different ways for different belief systems and different religions, different sectors of people to understand. And if y'all can't understand that it's all going to a collective cause, which is God, outside of some of the other things that's out there, like atheists and those belief systems that don't believe in anything, y'all just got to do y'all research. It ain't for me to tell you that you are wrong. No, you don't have to be in a coven. People who are spiritualists are not witches. People who are witches are not spiritualists. But y'all think everybody doing something evil. Let's let some more people answer. Thank y'all for being a part. Okay. So just JO777. Come on. Tell me what you got.
It's just Joe.
Just Joe. Come
Just
on.
Joe. So for me, the one that struck to me the most was some spiritual knowledge isn't for everybody. And I think that is true when it comes to things that are specific to cultures, like hoodoo, voodoo, things of that nature. You can't be non-Afro descent and do those things because it's not for you. Those ancestors aren't
Wait a
connected
minute.
to
Wait a minute.
you.
It's not just Afro descent. I wanna make sure we're not confusing
That is
people.
true. You're right. I misspoke on that part.
Yes, thank
It's
you for
Afro
saying that.
descent as well as the Latinos and the Mexicans. That's the Santeria,
Yes.
and then it's the Native Americans. So all three of
Yes.
those descents do practice hoodoo and voodoo. Just so you know.
I think I said that to try to not say white people can't do that. You know what I mean? I tried to
I don't
try to
believe any
be a
religion
little
is
more
closed.
politically correct about it. But in
Just
a
Joe.
sense, I
I'll
guess
say it for
y'all see where I'm coming from with that. There
yeah.
is certain knowledge that everybody cannot access, and that should be okay. I think the thing that also New Age is causing is that everybody think that everything is for everybody, and that's not the case. Everybody
No,
can't be a tarot
anyone
reader. I'm
cannot
so
do
sick of
anything.
seeing.
Go ahead.
Ma'am.
So you're telling me that black people can't be pagans?
No. I didn't say that. No,
I'm saying that
I
I
was
don't
going
think
with
you
the.
Oh,
should
not you
as a
three,
black
not
man.
you collectively.
Oh,
I
okay.
just asked just Joe.
Well, I'm saying that I don't think that I don't think the connection is strong enough. Like, I'm not saying that you can't. Do you? If that calls to you, go for it. I just think that there are certain things that your ancestors are like your lineage is important when it comes to certain types of magic and certain types of spirituality and certain types of like knowledge. You can learn anything. Anybody can read a book.
Right.
Anybody can read
Right.
and research and look up all of these things. But can you connect to it to use it practically in your life every day? And if you can, cool. But I know in my life personally, a lot of my spiritual friends that have been pagan kind of shift away from it because it's not benefiting them in the same way that they see their white counterparts benefiting from it, or they can't
Really?
access the same level of what is the word that I'm looking for? Sorry, it's 2:00 in the morning where I am. I
You're
should be
so
asleep.
fine,
But
Jojo. You're fine.
but basically what I'm saying is the connection is that there's connections based off of who you are and who you come from that help you do these things. And if you are not directly connected to those things, I think that you will have problems trying to connect to them.
So maybe you're saying this. You're saying that because I am white, if I tried to connect to, say, Papa Legba, he would not come through for me.
I'm saying he might not respond to you the way that you want
Okay,
him
I
to.
understand that.
You might be asking him for something, and he's like,
Right.
I
No,
can't really
I'm
give
not
that to
gonna
you
do
because
that.
the
She's not
connection's not
ready.
strong, but I can give
You're
you
right.
something else. And it might not be what you was looking for, but that doesn't mean that you can't connect to him. He just might not be able to help you in the way that you might
He
be
might
looking
not
to.
want to work with me. That's the
Or
thing.
that,
You're
yeah,
right.
he's just like,
Yeah,
actually, nah, I'm
yeah.
good.
Her
I was
blood's
gonna say
not pure
spirits
enough,
can be
maybe.
like that. Spirits can be
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
that.
spirits are picky. Like just because
they are.
they're a spirit don't mean that they gotta help you.
You
You
are
know,
very right. They are very picky.
I absolutely
very
agree
picky.
with that. There's
I have
a
certain
lot
like
of a lot of
ancestors of
spirituality.
my personal family that I've tried to connect to and have done meditations, and they're like, nah, that's not what I'm here for. That's not what I elevated for. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess you don't need an altar. Like, there's just certain
Right.
spirits are their own being. We can't just
Yes,
because
they
we're
are.
here and we're learning all this knowledge tap into every last one of them.
Yeah, okay.
You're
So
so
I'm
right.
gonna break something down because I know some people in the comments are like, some people are like, well, you can connect with every spirit you want to, blah 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 blah. Okay, let me break something down for y'all. And this is
Yeah.
why I told people if y'all wanted to buy a collection of many books, which include the African religions, which include the hoodoo and voodoo and things of that nature, you got to do your history. Okay, one of the reasons why you should be very careful in connecting to certain spirits, right? Let's say, and this is when this comes from when you're dealing with ancestors. And I know this because I've read a lot of books, and some of these books talk about how some people were unalived after connecting. And I'm gonna say that.
Right.
Okay, when it comes to your ancestors, right? Let's say, and I'm gonna use Just Joe and September Witch. Okay. I'm gonna break this down shortly because some of the people may not understand me. If you don't understand me, come back in about 5 minutes. So let's say Just Joe has ancestors connected to all of the pantheon of Papa Legba, Yoruba, all those individuals, right? And he goes to that pantheon for assistance in a particular issue. And he gets his answers, granted. But let's say September, which also tries to contact this pantheon, but part of her ancestors were actually slave owners of their people.
Yep.
In the event she reaches out, they're not gonna be kind.
Yeah,
You're
Right?
right. You're
that
very
part.
right.
And
That part.
I'm trying to help y'all
Exactly.
because this isn't this
Thank you,
this
Goddess,
this
because
has
you just took
nothing
the words right out of my mouth. That's what
has
I was trying to
nothing to
explain.
do when
And she's
when
very
you are
right.
dealing with pantheons, which are spirits from before, people that actually lived on the earth, like Marie Laveau and Papa Legba and a lot of these other people who actually were a part of the world on the earth, and you're praying to the spirits of the DEAD. These spirits popped up and going, oh, how can I help you? Some of them spirits are tricksters.
It's just like how you
Yes,
can walk
yes,
in a
yes.
Yes.
cemetery. You can walk in a cemetery and you can feel uneasy in that cemetery and be like, ooh, and you need to get up out of there because some of those spirits are there, right? So what he was saying was not that you can't, it's not that you can't be a part of these different spiritual belief systems, but if you don't know what your ancestors was doing and was connected to, and you connecting to
Hmm.
yourself to some people who your ancestors owe, or who your
You like make
ancestors
yourself a
were,
target.
come on,
Yep.
y'all got to think about that.
All kinds of stuff to
Yeah, you open
happen.
yourself to all types of spiritual attacks, and because they like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, you is connected to them folks that I was looking for. Let me
Right.
take it out
Right.
on you.
So I want to break that down because
Hey, can I
I
say
know
something?
everybody was looking at
Can
Just
I say
Joe
something?
like, oh, he's speaking wrong, and no, you can do whatever you want to do. Okay, hey, go buy some of them books that
You
I
can.
got for y'all, and y'all can see
You
how many
can do
people's been
You
anything
unalive.
can
you
do
want to
anything you
do.
want to do and fuck around and find out.
Fuck around and find out.
Honestly,
Exactly.
Cece,
Exactly.
Cece, I would love to chime in on this because I have personal experience with this. But obviously I'll wait my turn though.
Okay. So listen, um, Just Joe, thank you for saying that because um our ancestors, what, no spiritual attacks is not our, it's from others. um I'm gonna say this one more time
I mean, to my ancestors, you're
for those
another.
who are watching. If you click the link in my bio, you have the ability to buy the rare books that I've gotten from off the web. I have hundreds of thousands of rare books that go all the way back to New Orleans, that go all the way back to Hoodoo and Voodoo, that go all the way back to Aleister Crowley, that go all the way back to Chaos Magic, that go all the way back to so many things beyond what you could even understand. And some of these stories will tell you
Really.
about many things that has happened to people calling on the ancestors, and the ancestors laughing at your ass and haunting your house
Definitely.
because you didn't bother the spirit that is in the grave that you shouldn't even be bothering. I'm gonna let baby boy, and I'm gonna let the rest of these people speak, because y'all gotta do your research and stop just doing any and everything. Y'all
And
gotta
listening to any and everything.
Mm-mm. Y'all be listening to this
Because
new age.
let me tell you an experience. Let me tell you about an experience that I had when I was younger. Okay, and this is gonna blow you guys' mind. So, I was I would say I was very spiritually intuitive as a child, even more so than I am now. I was wide open to the spirit world when I was younger, thanks to the influence of my grandmother. Now, my grandmother, of course, was a Christian, but she was also very spiritual when it came down to the hoodoo aspect of our family. Um, when I was a kid, I used to always feel the presence of a being. I'm not going to say it was God, because I don't think that's what it was. But I know what it was, and I'm going to say that later. But the one thing that I used to always see and feel was a cold, dark presence around me. And every time I would feel anything from that presence, something would die or someone would die. And I used to call that thing my imaginary friend. His name was Az. That was his nickname. Well, I stopped talking to Az when I was younger because it was like every time I would
Oh
speak to
wow, is he
him
gonna
about
say it
something.
was Asmodeus?
No. He would tell me who was gonna die, or when they were gonna die, or how they were gonna die. And every time I predicted it, it was correct. Well, guess what I found out later on? I decided to type in a name on Google search. It just randomly came to me. I didn't know the name outright. I just knew Az, but
You
something
talking
in me
about
told me to type out the
Asmodeus?
name. No, I'm
Right.
talking about Azrael.
Azrael, okay.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yes.
Azrael.
This was before I even knew who he was. And for those of you who don't know, Azrael is the angel of death. And so, you know, I I had a run-in with death when I was born 3 times. Um, and ever since, it was like every time someone was on the brink, I would either feel it, I would either see it, or I would either hear it, or all of the above. So yeah, being connected to certain spirits, yes, is cultural. Um a lot of times though, spirits also choose to be connected to you.
Yes, they
There are
do.
a lot of times that we can't choose. We can try to decide what spirits we want to connect ourselves to, but a lot of the times the spirits themselves have the authority to connect themselves to you. And if you try to connect yourself to a spirit that wants nothing to do with you, or as was said earlier, spirits that have ancestral ties, you will find yourself in a very bad position, because now that spirit can take control over your entire life, and it can either work for your benefit or to your detriment.
Yes.
So, you know, I absolutely
Hmm.
agree. Because
You got to be careful with these spirits,
like for
man.
example, if you're of Irish, yeah, if you're of Irish descent, for example, or Celtic descent, you may practice Druidic religion or spirituality, and you're connected to the same spirits that the Druids uh, were connected to. If you came from a line of a family or a line that practiced Wicca, you know they're connected to earthen spirits. However, a lot of Wiccans will not reach out to spirits that are not a part of Wicca, that are not a part of the earth, because they understand that there is a certain level of backlash that could occur from both the spirit that you're trying to connect to and the spirit that you're already connected with. Because then, uh, a lot of times, when you're connected to a spirit ancestrally, they will protect you um, against other people that are coming against you. But the moment you reach out to other spirits, and those spirits attack you, your
I
ancestral
like to
spirits
call them
may
spirit
take a
guides
step
or
back.
spirit
But
um voyagers. They help you through. They guide you through life.
yes,
Somebody in the chat asked if he was Gullah. Are you Gullah Geechee?
I'm from South Carolina.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Are your people Geechee?
Yeah.
Okay. They're very interesting.
Oh yeah. Like my
Yeah.
grandmother, she was a fire talker.
Really. That is beautiful.
The
Oh,
Gullah
I
Geechee
love
are not to
that.
be played with.
No, they are not. No, they are not.
Just simply put, they are not to be played with at
Nope.
all,
You're very right.
nor are their practices for the weak.
Oh no.
Right. That is one thing that I've never, ever even tried to even like dabble in or anything, just because that's not my people. That's like we were talking about earlier. That's not my people. That's not my ancestors. So I'm going to stay away.
I feel like those are the type of practices you need to be practicing underneath somebody, and not somebody that is directly connected, and not just researching on your own and trying to tap into
Right.
those things.
Right.
That's one of those
No.
practices that has been and always has been handed down through generations. And that's why it's
Right.
so
Right.
powerful. It's because the people who know that
What were you
knowledge
talking
knew
about?
it from
What's been
someone.
practiced now? Or what's been
The
handed
Gullah
down?
Geechee.
Oh yeah, Gullah
Gullah
Geechee.
Geechee.
Yeah, see, and
Yeah.
I have some books on hoodoo and voodoo, and it talks about Gullah Geechee stories and Obey. You have to be very careful when it comes to Gullah Geechee, Obey, Kendoki. Those are really, really old. They come way before
Yes.
voodoo and hoodoo that we
Oh
see
wow, we
today.
have a couple of the
Ancient.
Gullah.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say I
Mm.
know my history. And so when you decide that you want to tap into stuff like that, that should definitely come from your ancestors. That should come from your
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
family.
A direct line.
Right. Like when I practice,
Particularly,
I have a direct line with
particularly a
with
woman
Celtic.
though.
Say that again.
It particularly though, if you're gonna go that route, you need to when that particular spirituality is very matriarchal. So if you're gonna be involved in that particular practice, you definitely need to get it from an older woman. Um,
Yes.
because a lot of that practice is very matriarchal. It's centered around the woman because she is the shaman of the family. She is the
She's the life
priest,
bringer.
the life bringer. Um,
Hmm.
males represent the physical aspect of spirituality, but the female represents the esoteric aspect of spirituality, which is why a lot of times most spiritualists in the Gullah Geechee culture are females.
Yes. Come on with it, sir.
The
Pandora.
woman is from which everything
The
came.
woman is the life bringer.
Yeah, the woman is from which everything came. Nothing on this planet would have
We are
been
closer
fertilized
to
without or
source.
created for real without women.
Even hold up.
Miss
Oh, here's
Pandora, go
here's
ahead
here's the
and
thing for
speak.
the
I know you've been
Christians in the
waiting.
chat.
Oh, thank you. I'm
Here's the
sorry.
thing
I
for the
was just
Christians in the chat.
go ahead.
One more thing before Pandora speaks. In the Bible, in the book of Proverbs, it says that wisdom spoke, right? In the book of Proverbs. But guess how wisdom was defined? Guess what wisdom was defined as? Wisdom
What?
was defined as a feminine energy
Mm-hmm.
because wisdom was called she.
I believe that.
So even God had to invoke the feminine energy of wisdom
Honey, God
in
was
order to
female.
speak anything into existence.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of
I
y'all,
don't
So
know.
that's
and
all. I'm done.
I'm a I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna let Miss Pandora speak. Some of y'all might be new to this page. A lot of y'all don't even realize if you actually practice uh real voodoo had nothing to do with the scriptures before our ancestors decided to protect themselves by using the scriptures and using Catholicism to cover them so that the people, their masters, could believe that they were practicing Christianity and Catholicism. The real voodoo had nothing to do with the Bible. If y'all don't know that, you might want to do your
Right.
research. Go ahead,
It's actually
Pandora.
Would
older than
you
Christian.
collectively?
Yes,
Would you be interested in maybe telling the story about Wycliffe, John, in the Bible?
I will tell that small story that I know of, and if anyone actually has more information along with it, they can add on with me. I'll do that after Pandora speaks.
Okay. You can let me out. I'll
So
go ahead and stop or get off too so somebody else can get
Okay,
on.
no
Thank you
problem.
so much for having me tonight.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for being here, honey.
Mhm.
Bye, hun. Thank you for joining.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's add Miss Wild Strawberry Girl. Let's see what we got here. And then I'm gonna add Afro High Priestess back in. Anyone else who would like to come in and talk on this subject, we can definitely do. um,
Hey y'all.
so Pandora, go ahead and speak. Hi, Wild Strawberry. Thank you for joining.
so I'm an Appalachian, and our family has got like three of I would want to say like very old traditions rolled into one giant tradition without Christianity. We've kept to our traits in the most parts because our family kind of went higher up in the mountains to get away from everyone. We were like, no, no, no. So, I wanted to know if you knew about Granny Magic.
Say that
If
again.
you knew things about Granny Magic.
I've heard a little bit about it. Mind you, I've read over 500 books and I am still researching. So I'm not going to say I know about that. Talk to me.
So it's kind of a triad group of people that came together. And when I say triad, it's we're not really just one race. We're kind of literally a triad race. Normally it's either between German or Scottish with
Cherokee Native and African, or someone from one of the native islands that came over.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know what they were called way back then, but I know, we call them different names now.
Got you. No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
So we have like a way of doing things because there's a lot of our older history that comes away. Like, I'm not going to say like full names of certain things, but like Windigos and certain things like that,
Okay.
and forest spirits that you can hear but not see. Yeah. There we have like certain things within our communities, like you are not to look out your windows after dusk. If you hear like a child crying in the woods or a woman, you do not hear a child or a woman crying in the woods. You do not hear a man screaming, "Help me." There's certain things that you just don't do after dark, like whistling. Don't ring a bell. So it's kind of to incorporate like a little bit of all three.
Okay.
From Africa, from like Scotland or Germany or something like that, and then like from the Cherokee Native Americans.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically
So
kind of like the heritage.
Right, like we don't use like, all right, so we don't use like a lot of herbs that don't come from the earth. You know what I mean? Like we don't use added extras. Like we'll go out and find our cedar and our pine and our mints and stuff like that and burn them and lavender to burn them, for like a smudging and stuff like that. And when we do sage, we do not do it in our home. We do it outside of our home and off of our property, and it's pretty much for our ancestors.
Okay.
And we like offer like tobacco to the earth and sweetgrass and other things. It's like a very rooted different things and stuff like that. And then like we also use bones and certain animal parts and stuff like that for certain things. Just for certain things though.
So
Like
it's like
we can use
earthen
their bones
magic
for
then.
wind chimes and stuff.
Okay.
And we also do the things with the bottles. We take bottles of different various sizes, shapes, colors, and we like to hang them together with the stuff inside of them, hanging in them.
Do you also put them on trees, or is it just?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
So
We favor doing it with like weeping willows, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay.
So can I jump in here really quickly?
Yes, go ahead.
So on that point, when it's in a context like that where you're directly passing down these beliefs and traditions from like the ancestral root of it, that is something that I love and respect because I truly believe that all different traditions are trying to say the same thing, just in different language and terms. But my problem with New Age spirituality is that it's so far removed. It's a mishmash of everything, but it's so far
Moving the
removed
microwave.
from its original context and from the actual history and culture and people. And so you get all of these concepts where it's white people who have gone and visited these communities and these places, and they come back to the United States and turn it into their own message. It's the same foundational thing that they learn from these really rooted cultures, like these cultures that are truly tapped in with divinity, and they resell it. And that's what the majority of New Age spirituality is. It's a repackaged, watered down version of all
Boom.
of these different cultures and beliefs.
Boom.
And yeah.
No. But keep going. I'm sorry. I was going. Listen, I was
No,
When
going
it's
she's
to.
done, I
okay.
kind of
You're
want to
right.
chime in on that.
You're right,
Yeah,
because
no,
this is
I
why I'm making this live, because I tell most of my people who are in these comments, they follow me, and I have been saying this for the longest, which is why
mhm.
these comments and these conversations need to happen, because
New age spirituality is coming in just like you said. They're packaging and watering down, but they're also teaching people incorrectly. Because
Yes.
some of these
Yes.
Yes.
traditions, like you'll find these people and like I wish she was still in here. September Witch, you're a chaos witch, right? So I'm connected to so many different people and I don't want to say the wrong thing. But if I'm not mistaken, September Witch is a chaos witch and she believes in doing curses, right? She
Hmm.
believes in hexes.
She said yes.
But okay, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. And so when most of the people think, oh my God, hexes and curses. First and foremost, some religious belief systems believe that when you put that out there, especially if it is justified, you're basically asking your pantheon or spirits or whatever you go to move on your behalf via karma to return something that someone has done to you, and
Right.
they believe in doing that if it be justified.
Hmm.
And this new age spirituality is not doing that. What they're doing is they're grabbing, I'm just going to act like I'm a new age spiritualist. I'm grabbing Oracle Destiny and I've taken her picture and I'm putting her on my altar and I don't like
You
her.
better
And
not.
so I'm
Right.
putting all this
Right. It's
negative
like
energy
I try
in
to
her.
explain to people within Granny Magic, you have to have certain specific tools and certain specific herbs. You cannot place those herbs for other herbs. If you do, you will be doing something totally different within our
Hmm.
practice. It'll be a
Yes,
total
Mm-hmm.
different spell.
Mm-hmm.
It is not
that's
the
the
same
same.
spell.
Yes,
Wait.
If
ma'am.
it calls for an eye of a newt or a crow, it calls for an eye of a newt or a crow. I'm just saying. It
No,
just
and
is what
she's
it
right.
is.
Right.
When you those of you guys who have
If
bought,
you have to sew dead shit into a bird, you have
Spells
to
aren't a
sew
cookbook.
shit
no,
into
Right.
a
Can't
she's
bird.
just
right.
change
It
the
just
Right.
is what
ingredients.
it
Right.
is.
Right.
Listen,
So I have a point on. Oh,
hold on one second, Miss Wild Strawberry.
yeah, of
Those
course.
of you, and I know some of you guys are still here, those of you who have clicked the link in my bio and you've bought the collection of African and voodoo spirituality books that I got off the web and any of the other book sections you guys have bought, do not do anything in there without doing your research. If you have bought any of
Yeah,
those
please,
books, do
please.
not
Knowledge
start
is power
doing
and
that
key.
crap without actually taking time. You cannot. She is correct for what she just said. It is the same thing for original voodoo. It is the same thing for some other religions. You cannot substitute the herbs. You cannot substitute certain things. You cannot. You're going to put a whole different spirit on what you're doing.
Like
Mm-hmm.
our practice even works with like dead things. When I say like we will take a bird that has been dead and rotten on the ground and put things inside of it and sew it up. Like that's what it is. We will do that.
Hmm.
We will use our body fluids for things.
Yeah, we do too.
Like
We do too in voodoo, in original voodoo. They've kind of
Mm-hmm.
watered
yeah,
down
like
new voodoo.
pee and poop and snot and whatever vile, nasty, disgusting things that we
Shh,
can do.
shh. We're gonna have to have discussions outside of this app.
Keep it
You
on the
No,
down
but
low.
see, here's the thing. This is the problem with New Age spirituality. Not only is it watered down, but it's become this capitalistic thing where you can buy a kit
Yes.
with fake
Or it's
crystals
like
and
aesthetic.
fake state, shit like that. And like, it's just
It's like
that
this is
to
not
me.
something that you want to get into lightheartedly, my dear. I'm
Right, but
sorry.
I'm not
also
gonna
Like
like
lie.
it's
My
Yes.
biggest
people
plain
aren't
issue.
even
truth, but
working with the
Yes.
proper materials. They're not working with the proper materials. They're not getting
no.
the proper knowledge. On top of that, you have these people who are
Yup.
selling these made up things that they have no sources or references to. They're preying on
Mm-hmm.
vulnerable people who are just
Mhm.
trying to heal their
yes.
trauma. And you
Oh
know
my
what?
Yes.
goodness, you better go off.
I highly advise people to not step into spirituality through TikTok for
No.
that very reason.
Please
Strawberry, you
don't.
can
Absolutely.
Because
speak.
you
Please
have
don't.
the
It's
You better
not
blind
tell them.
leading
it's
the
not
blind.
fun.
You have the blind leading the blind. You have people who
I
are going through
love those
spiritual
people
psychosis.
that make
You have
those
people who are
videos too, or
Yeah.
that are like like how they say what people think spirituality looks like, and then they show what it really looks like, and it's just like spot on.
Listen.
And
Just
she
spot
brought up
on.
the
right.
point that I was gonna make was that like new age spirituality is becoming even worse because of TikTok. Like
Oh,
TikTok has made
1000%.
it like a fast track
Yes.
advertisement. Buy this package, buy this thing,
It's a trend.
pay
It's
for
a
me to read
trend.
your energy when there's 1,000 people in my chat and I don't know your real name. I can't see your soul. I can't look in your eyes, but you gonna give me $5 to give you a reading though. Like
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a
Yeah.
minute.
They
Listen,
turn it
listen,
Yeah,
hold
like
on, hold on.
I can't
Don't be talking,
do
because
don't
they're
be
that.
talking
marketing
One-on-one
about,
on the
face
listen,
site.
listen, wait a
interactions.
minute. There are real people on
It's the
this app
same
and there are
thing.
some
It's
that
Yeah,
the
aren't.
same
I'm not
thing that
discrediting the real.
preachers.
I'm saying you know the real from the fake. You know the real from the people who just doing this
Yeah.
for the money and they just trying to get a quick buck. You know the real because if I tap into your live and you giving the same readings every time I tap into your live, I know what's up.
Exactly.
Versus when I tap into your live and I feel my heart chakra light up.
Oh.
That those are two totally different feelings. So like if you don't know how to discern that, you don't need to be on TikTok looking at any type of spiritual nothing. Because if you don't have that level of discernment, you didn't do the work outside of the internet. You didn't do the research outside of the internet. You didn't go within yourself and connect to the right things to even absorb that information properly.
There we go. There we go.
And so
And
it's
then,
not a
listen,
problem of it being on TikTok. It's a problem of how it is presented on TikTok, who's doing it on TikTok, and who's watching it and observing it and taking it in on TikTok.
so my
And
Because
apologies
like
in the
also
comments.
I
also
can't
So
the
I
stand
know.
certain people that say
Hold
that
on, Miss
they talk.
Pandora. Hold on, Miss Pandora. Please, we apologize in the comments if you guys can barely hear us. We are definitely excited to be a part of a community that sees a collective issue, and we're discussing it, right? Because they're not discussing it enough on this app. So we apologize if you can't hear us. We are going to try not to talk over each other, but trust me, a lot of my people in these comments, we've been having these conversations for weeks, and I'm glad to see new faces in here, because it's important. It needs to be talked about. Hopefully we can push these fakes off of the app. Okay, so I apologize. Go ahead, Pandora.
It was just kind of like how I the other day seen someone saying that they took white sage and they white saged their house and stuff, but now they feel like whatever was in their house is even more mad. And I'm just thinking to myself, you sage the inside of your home with a spirit possibly. And so do you have like a dead grandparent or something that's in like an urn or something in your home? You know, is there something that's always been there and you just pissed it off and also didn't give it away to get out? Did you open your windows? Like I'm thinking all these things and then I'm like, you know what? This is not my place. Because obviously this is just not my place. This isn't my
Can
place.
I
Oh, and
can
another
I
thing,
shake the
y'all.
table a little bit? Can I shake the table just a little bit,
Yeah.
y'all?
Go
Because
ahead.
I feel like we've been seeing eye to eye on a lot, but I don't believe in demons and I don't believe in deities in the way that most people do.
That's okay.
I
Some people
I
don't.
believe I believe in them as metaphors for parts of the human conscious and parts of nature. That's how I see them. They are something that is within every single human being. So it's undeniable in that way. And it's like, I think of it more as like thought patterns or behaviors or, things of that nature. So when I hear someone talking about like dealing with a demon, I'm thinking like you have some unaddressed trauma or you have some grief or you have something that you need to work through mentally. And if you're talking about working with a deity, I don't see that as directly communing with the deity as if it's some like actual being. I view that as it is an archetype of something that you want to embody and invite into your life. And so I think that a lot of people on here, when they're talking about working with deities and things of that nature, that's where I start to feel like spiritual psychosis steps in because I understand that some people are able to like truly connect with their ancestors and that there is a higher realm. There's a higher realm of energy where everything that is here exists in an even higher form. I totally believe in that.
What?
But I really truly do not believe that people are directly speaking with deities. And I don't think that demons are genuinely just these spirits. I think that it's something within ourselves.
Okay. You know,
Before you chime in on that,
personally.
guys, I'm gonna tap out
Okay,
and let
go ahead.
somebody else come up. I appreciate you for letting me up here and having this conversation and
Of
opening
course.
this live and opening these conversations for everybody to experience. So I'm gonna let somebody else get up here.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead and drop down, baby. I'm
Bye,
gonna
hon.
I'm gonna say I agree to
Bye.
disagree. And I don't
Mm-hmm.
mind that you said that, right? Because everyone knows I allow people to express their belief systems and their opinions on this live. So thank you for
Of
saying that
course.
because it's good to have an
And it's all
opposition.
respect.
Yeah,
It's all
it's
respect.
good to have an opposition. The reason why I'm going to say I agree to disagree is this. In this vast universe, right? If we can believe that there are possibly aliens out there, if we can believe that there are possibly other, other planets in the universe, that there could be other life, I could believe that there could be a possibility, a small, minute possibility, that there are angels and demons. But I do also agree with the fact that some people aren't really speaking to a deity. They are speaking to other portions of their mind, and they're dealing with a little bit of psychosis because they're not really
Mhm.
open to the vast connection to the spirit realm like they think. They just talking to
Mhm.
themselves, right? So I can agree to disagree in for those two reasons right there. Let me add
Mhm.
someone else up.
Totally.
Let's see here.
I can believe it's like a construct of the mind in some
Request to
ways,
come
like,
up, guys, if you'd
but
like
in
to
other
come up
ways
and
it's a
discuss this
spiritual thing.
topic. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Um, the only reason why I say that, no, you're your host, so you speak and I shut up. That's how that works. So I believe, like what you're saying, it is a mental construct in some ways for some people. But in other ways, I'll put it like this. If I see something and I'm on the other side of the room and somebody else sees this something and they still have direct eyesight and they're on a different side of the room, and me and them both are not within eyesight of each other, but we still see the same thing, are we having a psychosis delusion,
Right.
or are
Yeah.
we really seeing something?
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's either you are constructively talking to yourself by talking to yourself and helping yourself through it, or you are literally dealing with something that is not of you and you know it's not of you.
Right. And here's the thing. Like I said, I do believe that, energy collects based on vibration, and we are in the material plane of energy. There is a plane above us that is immaterial and is a higher vibration. And in that plane, there has to be something, it can't, you don't reach the nothingness until you get back to the original source of everything. And there are levels until we return to that source. So I can totally agree with the fact that, like, there are certain energetic influences that are beyond this 3D material world. Absolutely. But I specifically am talking about, like, when people start to name specific entities
Well,
and,
I'm gonna tell you where that comes from, Miss Pandora. So, and this is
Oh no,
and for
that wasn't me. That was Wild.
Wild Strawberry.
yeah,
Okay,
that was
got you,
me.
got you. So, Miss Wild Strawberry, I'm gonna tell you what that comes from. And it's kind of part of history. It's part of research for most people. Um, so years ago, people begin to see and hear different things that they believe that they might have seen or heard. And so there are books out there for the um, demonologue, demonology, angelology, archangels, etc., just like there are books on the Bible. And so they believe that they saw these particular beings, and they begin to write information out about these beings, and the research that they believe that they found and what these beings supposedly taught on Earth. Okay. And so when people claim that they hear from these beings, they're going based upon the books, and when it comes to research, I'm talking about, this is before New Age spirituality. I'm talking before the 2000s. These books are written in the
Oh, I'm right
13,
there with
14,
you.
15.
I'm
Yeah.
right there with you.
So they have taken the research from these books, and then they have taken their experience, and they have said, oh my God, that was Asmodeus. Oh my God, that was Archangel
Mhm.
Michael. Oh my God, that was this, that was that. You know what I mean? They're kind of like, they're on a fad based upon what they have researched, and they're automatically assuming, and I'm
Mhm.
not going to say all, right, but some are automatically assuming, yeah, this is what is going on. Just like the young lady who believed, oh my God, I really spoke to Jesus, or a couple of
Right.
other people who was in my live last week who believe, hey, oh my God, I really commune with
She was
ISIS,
going
or
through spiritual
whatever.
psychosis.
Yeah, right. Some people feel that they're connecting, and some people could be in a state of psychosis. I would never say, and this is what I do on my platform, I would never say that they are incorrect and that they are, in a state of psychosis, unless I can actually notice that there is some psychosis there, because you never know where
Right.
a person's mind is, what's wrong with them, and why they are in this particular state. And I just don't want to be that person to push you over the edge.
Hmm.
So, but I get where you coming from, Pandora. You correct.
I almost said it because, like, of how many, I counted, and just from me being in here, and I know she was in here long before I came in. So, when I came in, I counted 8 times that between 3 women in this group
Mm-hmm.
had stated to her, but be respectful of others. And she just could not understand or grasp the respect, and then kept going on about the Jesus situation. And I was just like, okay. And then it just again with and then again, and then I mean, so repetitive. And I was like, oh, honey, baby girl. Like, I don't want to be mean, but I'm just saying that was a bit of psychosis and
I agree.
enthusiasm. Lots of enthusiasm.
I
Loved it.
agree.
Loved it.
And it
Loved
begins
it.
to happen. Yes.
And
Well,
here's my thing about some of the stuff that she said, and this is not a bashing of her, but this is just like a correcting of some of the stuff that she said.
Go ahead.
She was talking about how no, Jesus was her teacher, and she didn't feel the need to have a teacher like someone from the church or anything of the sort. And the thing that she fails to understand is that
Oh, what happened, Wild
a lot of the
Strawberry? Did you mean to drop,
apostles,
honey? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
like a lot of the apostles and a lot of the prophets, especially the ones in the New Testament, sat under someone to lead them into their understanding or knowledge of God. They didn't just gain all of this knowledge haphazardly, or even to the extent of where God Himself was speaking to them. When Paul, when the Apostle Paul was converted from being a Jewish Pharisee and a Sadducee into like an apostle of God, the first thing God told him to do was to seek out instruction. He didn't feed him all of this information and tell him this, that, and the third. He told him, go find Barnabas, or go find this person or that, and have your eyesight restored and sit under them and let them teach you. The apostles sat right up under Jesus right before they went out and were commissioned to go and spread the gospel. So every generation of person in the Bible that had made claim to be an apostle or prophet or priest or anything of the sort sat under someone directly to teach them the ways of God, to teach them the ways of what they deem to be holiness or godliness or anything of the sort.
Yep.
And then,
So they
but
took
for
like an
her,
apprenticeship.
right. And the Bible itself says that how can a man hear without a preacher? How can
True.
a man preach unless he be sent? So if you're telling me that you don't need instruction from someone who sits under the same unction that you do, then you're wrong. And
He's right.
you're walking under a zealous spirit. And a zealous spirit, y'all
Oh
gotta understand,
no.
y'all. This is what you need to hear. When you walk under the spirit of zeal, zeal is more dangerous than being an atheist.
Well,
And the reason being is because your zealous spirit will not allow you to hear anything
wait.
other than
Why
what
do you
you
feel like it's dangerous for someone to be an atheist? I
No,
know
no,
a
no, no, no,
few
no, no.
atheists, so I'm just
Okay, no, I don't. Okay, let me rephrase that. I don't feel that it's dangerous to be an atheist. I'm talking about the mindset that zealous people have when it comes down to other people and other beliefs.
okay.
All right, so atheists. So I know atheists who don't really care about what other people believe, but they're very respectful to those people. But
Got you.
people who have a zealous spirit don't care what other people believe because they think what they believe is right,
Okay.
and they will try to shame you for what you believe.
Hmm.
And the thing with, like, for example, Paul had to be put in his place real quick because of his zeal. When he was a Pharisee, he would go out and kill anyone who named the name of Christ.
Uh-huh.
All right. And so Paul had that same spirit once he got converted. It's the same spirit that Peter had when he was violent and prideful. And he was converted, and Jesus had to tell Peter, look, bro, you got to calm that down. Because if you live by the sword, you're gonna die by it. Right? So that very same mentality that Christians have that walk in the spirit of zeal is dangerous because they themselves become the persecutor as opposed to
Yeah.
them that was persecuted. They're now persecuting people for not believing in Jesus Christ and telling them that they're wrong and that there's only one spirituality that really matters, and they will be very dogmatic towards anyone else that believes something that brings them out. Like if I believe in that my ancestors guided me through my life and they helped me see the light of my life as opposed to calling it Jesus Christ, that person that walks in that zealous spirit will say, well, you're wrong. That was Jesus Christ and him alone. And if you're listening to your ancestors, it's demonic. Why? Do you listen to your parents? Do you listen to your friends? Do you
This is
listen
what
to
I'm
your boss
saying.
at your
Come on,
job?
sir. Talk about it.
But do you call that demonic? But me hearing or feeling a spirit that I connect to, guiding me through life and bringing me peace and bringing me happiness, it's demonic because you don't understand it, because that's not what
Yes.
you connect with.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
That's
I
my
love
hope.
it.
Listen,
That
woo!
yes. Yes.
Good one. Good
Oracle,
one.
isn't he saying what I have been saying for the past 6 months
Listen,
on this app?
I'm trying to be respectful and I'm trying to be quiet, but baby boy, oh my goodness.
Yeah, you said it right.
Thank you for saying that. Because a huge issue that spiritualists run into constantly is that if I am not praying to Jesus
I'm a
specifically and
demon.
talking about Jesus specifically 24/7 and all he has done for me in my life, then I must be worshiping the devil.
Did y'all
The
get
And
something
devil.
to
that
eat?
is
So
not
true.
it's not accurate. It is not accurate. Personally, for me, I worship and believe in source. You can call that God, you can call that whatever that is. For
Mhm.
me, it is called source. That is my divine being above all. That is who I go to. That does not mean
I'm
that I
right
am
there with you.
worshiping a devil. It does not mean that I even believe in a Satan, because we that's a whole nother topic. Um,
Yeah.
but I just, baby boy, I love you. I love you.
I love you
First,
too.
first and foremost, I am going to go ahead and piggyback off of you, sir. You can be a part of my lives at any time you decide you would like to join my lives. I have conversations every Saturday, by the way.
Okay.
I'm gonna also hit you with a follow because you're talking my language. I'm gonna hit everybody here with a follow. I mean, we can only follow 10,000 people, but I'm gonna follow as many as I can. Um, because listen, you, sir, said very respectfully and very kindly what I have been trying to get
Hmm.
everybody to understand on this app since I've been on here. If
For months.
months, this is what collectively different is about. That right there that
Yes.
you said, you should never get to the point to where you're telling someone that what they're doing is incorrect, because if you're going to tell them what they're doing is incorrect, just like what you said, then I mean, well, listening to your parents should also be incorrect.
Exactly.
Why'd you listen to them in school so that you can go ahead and graduate and get on the job? Why did you listen to them in training? You know what I mean? Like why? So I just
Exactly.
Just wanted to clarify down in the chat box to the comment self regarding, you know, she mentioned, if I may, that she didn't know that the young lady was a new believer in Christ, and we ought to give her some slack. And I just want to, what's the word called? Be clear that I tried my best to handle her in love. If you guys had paid attention, for those that were here, because I am a believer. I was right there with her. So this is what I love about this live, is that Queen is so open to allowing everybody from all walks of life to come in, respectfully so. And so we may not always have everything detailed in agreement, but it was important for me to actually, when my phone died, I took that as a sign, and I took I could have plugged up my charger, just got back on, but I took a moment to breathe deeply and to have a moment of prayer, intimate prayer with the Creator that I believe in. And I questioned myself, and I said, Creator, did I handle that in a way that I was supposed to? Because I personally want to make sure that I handle, that's one of my gifts, to handle people with care and gentleness. Because as I watched her facial expressions, her mouth was saying one thing, but her face was saying something else.
Oh yeah, her
And I
body
could
language
tell that
became
that
defensive.
she was in a place of pain. And what happens is that here she is, super excited. It's like you just now found out that you could eat ice cream, and then the doctor tells you, no, you're allergic to vanilla ice cream, right? Let's just say that didn't happen here. And so I treaded lightly to not take her, I almost want to use the word, I hear the Spirit say, glory, away from her. I didn't want to do that, because I'm always mindful of when people get off the app, not how they're acting when they're on it, but when they get off. I want to be sure that I handle her with care. Like, she was this glass set, and I had to come in there where the box says fragile, be careful when you're carrying it. And I saw that in her facial expression. Now, mind you, I wanted to be cocky too. I wanted to be, gosh, I was about to come out of bag, because I have a daughter around her age, and I had to remember this is not my daughter. And so that I had to check my own self and my ego. But I say all that to say, I think I think I handled it well, but it was a test for me. I can honestly say that it was a test of my
You
temperament.
did,
It was
Queen.
a test of my overall love for mankind. Seriously, because when people, we don't always agree, right?
Right.
It really challenged me in a place
Not
and
at all.
space of how do I, in other words, I looked at her and I said to myself, how do I, how, if this was the younger me, you know how that saying goes, okay, what would you tell your younger you? It was that moment I had to have with her. And she may not have got it, but I thank God that I had enough love in me towards her, because otherwise, if it had been my daughter, I might have snatched her, because she was she was very arrogant. She was
Yeah.
very for sure, and
And
in
see,
some ways I admired it.
and
In
so,
some ways I
Angel,
really admired it.
you were calmer than me. First off, I have to apologize to everybody on this app, because I'm a very loving
It felt
individual.
like you were
But
gritting your teeth. It felt like you were holding on to your seat, like, oh God. And you started
I
speaking
had to,
super slow. When she started
Oh
speaking
no,
slow,
you
I
could
said,
just feel
oh.
her
Collectively, your
face as much
face
as she
told
was
it all too.
saying.
because listen,
As much as she was like saying like respectfully, she could still stay and stuff like that. And you could feel her energy while she was saying it. Her face, I'm sorry, baby. You need your face, this lie detector test said that was a lie. Okay.
That's a lie.
listen,
That was
because
a
if I'm
whole
gonna give
That
the
lie.
was
same,
a
listen,
lie.
I've had Satanists in my app. I've had atheists. I've even had very I've had stronger Christians than her who have years of experience, and they sat here while when they're in other people's lives, they go in and they'll start rebuking people, and they respected my platform who are older than me, and I'm talking about Mr. J. Rob and Jamal for Jesus. They respected my
Oh,
platform.
Jamal for Jesus.
Okay,
Lord
you know
Jesus. Yes,
they
Lord.
will rebuke people. Okay, but they
Jamal for
respected my
Jesus is
platform.
something else.
But they respected my platform. So as she was speaking,
Yeah.
I was trying to. The reason why I went in the way that I did was for this one reason only. When I left Christianity, okay, I was married to a pastor. And so when you
Oh wow.
leave and you go through the constant mind agony where they're calling you hundreds of times telling you you're leaving the will of God, where they're speaking bad over your finances, and they're using the name of God, and they're using the Bible, and they're praying over you in a hard way, and they're harming you with what they're saying instead of trying to choose to understand why you're leaving the toxicity and they're not thinking, they're not using active listening, and they're religiously abusing you, I can't accept that type of a content. I can't. You can't spread fear on my platform. You can go to someone else's. You can't bully
Thank you.
people on my platform. You can go to someone else's. Right? Because I went through it for years. I had my family disown me. The same family who would turn around right now, who would come to me and ask me, can I put something on someone? Were the same people who told me I was going to die for leaving my spiritual belief
Right.
system.
Mhm.
Okay.
Exactly. Been
So
there
I
too. Yep.
can't let that. I'm sorry, I couldn't. So I'm
Can
sorry
I
for
say
yelling
something?
in y'all ear.
No, and you know, Cece, I want to
Since
honestly, I want to say thank you though, because um Van girl, you did absolutely amazing with being respectful and kind. But Cece, at the same time, I also want to say thank you to you as well, though, because I was watching the chat and I could just see people that have been hurt and used and abused and thrown to the wolves inside of churches.
Inside Jesus' name.
Feel that energy of, oh my goodness, maybe I was wrong, maybe I am wrong, maybe I should go to church on Sunday, blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah. And it was so heavy. And it's like, listen, whatever your spirituality is, if that is the thing that saved your life, and if that is the thing that keeps you being a good person, helps you stick to your morals, it makes sure that you are taking care of yourself, putting yourself first, putting other people, if you're taking care of yourself, stick with that spirituality. Stick with that.
Exactly. And
Don't ever say that anybody else is wrong.
exactly. And see what she's saying is correct, and I appreciate, and I'm so thankful to God. I'm so thankful to my ancestors that I am connecting with more people who think kind of like me. And we have some oppositions in some of the things that we believe, but morally we all are saying the same thing. If you're not hurting and harming and essaying people, go ahead and keep that, but don't force it on somebody else.
Right. Don't shove it down my throat.
Right.
Right.
Because honestly, a lot of people in this chat, we have been in the church. We have listened to the preachings. We've all already heard probably 100 times the same message that she was given, the same testimonies over and over and over and over again. And at the end of the day, we still ended up leaving that church. Why? Because we had big questions that couldn't be answered without being accused of backsliding.
Right.
And see, and
Very
that's
true.
why, and what she said right there, that's one reason why when you guys, my followers, when y'all click the link in my bio, you have the ability. Forget about booking a session with me. If you feel led to book a session with me, that's on you. I'm not a pick me person. But that first link that says purchase rare books, rare ebooks, get whatever knowledge you feel you have. Each one of them come with over 150 to 200 books. I will send them all to you. Take your time and research so you can have a good understanding about what you're getting into. Stop following this new age stuff. Stop following people on TikTok. Stop
Right.
following people on IG. Don't let everyone teach your don't let everybody teach you. If you are getting I can't stress this enough.
Don't
If
let
you get a
everybody speak
reading,
over your life
Don't let
too.
everybody teach you.
no, you can't. If you're getting a reading from one person, don't hop in somebody else's live the next day and you want to get a
And
reading
get
from
another
someone
one.
else, and then the next day you're getting a
Exactly.
reading from someone else. You are pulling for something because you want an expected answer. Stop doing that.
Yep. And you're not accepting the answer they're giving you.
No, yes,
So you want
guys
to jump
can't
to the
learn
next
from
one.
everybody. Take your time, do your research, pray, meditate, whatever works for you. I'm never going to tell you to follow someone else's path. I am going to tell you
this
to
is
do
why
your
I don't do
research.
certain readings. Like, this is why I won't do certain readings. Don't come to me for a love reading. Honey, if you don't know
Right.
if George fucking loves you or not, then you shouldn't be with him.
You know what
Yeah, you
cracks
don't need
me
to
up
read him
is
for
these
that.
people on this app that will say they're going to do like love workings on people. Do you understand? You can't mess with somebody's free will like that.
Oh, thank
And people,
you.
I
I
mean,
see
you
these
can,
young
but not
girls.
without consequence.
Exactly.
True. And that's not the consequence I'm
Exactly.
willing to take.
You can, just not without consequence. I'm just
Right.
gonna be honest
I'm
here.
not
You
going to
can,
take
but
that
there's
risk.
consequences to
I'm
this.
not taking that risk
Right.
either.
Nope.
Like,
I'm not,
can we not? Like, listen, the only love spell I've ever done is for my motherfucking self. Thank you. And
Yeah,
I need
right.
that because
and
my
mine.
happy ass
Say it
wasn't
again.
treating myself right. And I was like, listen, bitch, we're gonna make a salt bath. We're going to do some
Right.
herbs in this bath and cleansers,
Yes.
and then we're going to
Cleanse
light
your
this
body,
fucking
cleanse your
candle that
soul.
we've dressed in our
Mm-hmm.
name,
Yes.
and we're going to love the
Right.
fuck out of ourselves. Damn it!
And when we
So
light
true.
this candle and we dress this candle, we're going to set intentions into the herbs that we are using. We are going to speak our intentions into the candle. We are going to cleanse. We are
Exactly.
going to clear. We're going to do a prayer and meditate before we even get into that candle, because we need to make sure that our energy is grounded and that we
Yep.
are
When we get
coming
in.
from a
Come
place
on.
of centered
Mm-hmm.
energy. Because this, this throwing candles together and just sprinkling whatever herb you got in your
Oh
cabinet
God,
onto it,
no!
it's
Don't do
not gonna
that.
work.
That's
It's
not
not
gonna
gonna
Right.
work. You got to
work.
speak life into
Nope.
your practice. You got to speak life into those candles. You got to set those intentions.
Also, please, just do yourself a favor. Sprinkle some cornmeal across your doorway. Have the intention of that, kind of keeping your frenemies at bay. And I'm gonna tell you right now, don't be hurting your goddamn feelings. I love you all right now. I love you to death. Don't hurt yourselves. Don't hurt yourself because you
Listen.
might find out
She
your best
said.
friend is
She
13
said,
years
sprinkle
not your
that.
best friend.
Listen. She said, sprinkle that. I'm gonna tell my African American community, and those who are
Princess.
voodoo and hoodoo, uh. I'm gonna tell you to sprinkle something else. I'm gonna, go for dust and
Some dust.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
a hush
There's
because
you could do a little bit of that.
I can't
Right,
dig too
right, because
deep.
not all spiritual knowledge is for everyone.
Right.
It
Right,
sure
And
just
all,
isn't.
but
we're just
also,
giving
but
some
also,
of
y'all,
these little hinters we're dropping out there. Just saying,
make sure
just
you
so you
remain
know.
cleanly as well, because once you sprinkle that dust, sprinkle the cornmeal,
Oh,
and you bless your house and all that stuff, clean it up, because roaches do
mm-hmm,
exist, and
mm-hmm.
Yes, and they will go
Exactly.
and eat
Like,
that
I'm
stuff.
gonna
roaches
You're
let
hit
ain't
you up
right.
right
spiritual
now,
like we
honey.
are.
Exactly.
Who would like to go down so that I can let authentically Jamie up? I think she's been trying to come up for a
I
minute.
I could go down. I could go down if you want
Yeah,
me to.
Who was that?
and I can go
Pandora, I
down
got
to
a
I
question
need to
for
go
you real quick.
get some sleep.
Um.
Okay, baby boy, please come back
Okay.
anytime. I do these every Saturday.
Hold on.
Normally they're at 11 a.m., but I think I don't know. I'm gonna have to switch around my times because I got some good people in here tonight.
I know this
It's
life is
Anytime,
actually
I
like
sure will,
amazing.
and thank y'all for having
3:52 in
me.
the morning here right
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
Yep, 352 here, but this is a good conversation. Pandora, real quick. Okay, I read a book and it was called Backyard's Witchcraft, and it was about
Uh-huh.
granny magic and things like that. How have you ever? Are you familiar with the book?
Um. N Not really, because my family has their own particular type.
Right.
Each
Okay. Kind of
family
magic.
within their different regions and areas will have their own different, you know,
Magic. Right. Right. I got you.
passed down kinds of magic through them, whether if it's through blended or if it's through just straight, African that's lived there or, whatever the case may be.
Okay. It was just very interesting to me, just because you mix like you were when you were talking about the dead animals and putting things in their mouth and hanging bones and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many people we like do that also in the pagan path,
Yeah, and we
and
actually
Okay.
do that in voodoo
Well,
when
if
you
you
go to
think about
original
it,
voodoo.
Scottish are Celtics.
right,
Scottish are
yes,
Celtics.
yep, yep,
And
they
then you
are
got, African Americans that came
right,
over, and then, like people were like, no, 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 you're going to be free. Come up here with us. And then,
right,
there's like Native American communities that were also up there too, as well, that were kind of like, no, these were like free men wanting to be free, free men,
right.
women, and
Let them
wanting
be
to
free,
live amongst each other without having any freaking issues from people that were
right.
lower down in the mountainsides, because the higher up you went, the steeper it is.
How about?
It's
Let
not.
me ask you a question though.
We
The
call these
higher up
places
you
the
go,
hollers.
if you live higher on the mountain, do you like how do you do that? Are people that live higher up on the mountain, are they considered like wealthier or like
No,
more
we're considered
spiritual?
just more. We're just considered more closed off, because
Okay.
we have to take like paths and certain things
To
like
get to your
to get
house.
right. Like we have to take
Yeah.
we do not have we have dirt roads. We don't
Right,
we
right.
take rock
So you
roads to
guys
get to
use
dirt
like
roads.
4-wheelers and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Four-wheelers are really
I'm in
the biggest
Ohio,
thing
so
around here. So oh,
I kinda know
okay.
what you mean. I'm in Ohio. But another
That's not too
thing,
far from where I'm at.
do
I mean, it's a
people
few
come
hours, I would say.
Yeah, I'm in Columbus. Do people
Okay.
come higher up on
Several
the
hours.
mountain for the more potent magic, I should say?
We do forest and gather just about
No,
anything
I'm
that we
talking about
can.
Oh, yeah. You guys probably get all your stuff ethically and all that just right up there on the mountain.
Yeah, and certain things we use beans and rice in. We don't use like um all right, so certain things we will use beans and rice or dirt
Uh-huh.
for things
Instead
where
of
in other things we don't we will use like rocks and trinkets we find that are like in the rivers and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, no, I got you 100%. Every single day I go out like just looking around for what I can find, what nature has gifted me pretty much.
I mean, you
And I
find
mean,
a
I just
lot of
go out.
cool
Oh my goodness, yes.
like a
Really cool
lot of
things.
cool I don't know if you guys want to call them crystals or whatever,
Yes,
but
I'm a
there's
big
certain
rock
types of
hunter.
rocks within like the riverbeds and like the creek beds and stuff
Do
like
you
that.
know about the rock that has the hole in it from the river going through it, like the water continually running through it? It is called a oh my gosh, it's on my brain. It's a Celtic rock. Well, people believe it in oh my god. You guys don't know what the rock is with the hole in it?
I
It's like
just
on the
know
tip
that
of my tongue.
the mounds of Ohio are only
Hagstone. There we go.
three
Hagstone. There we go. Here
three
for the
hours
booth.
away
Thank
from
you.
me.
Hagstone. Have you ever heard of Hagstone?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
But
What do you
Okay,
those you
so
normally find
hey,
like
hold on one
in
second. We
Scotland or
got some
Ireland.
other people here,
Yes,
and I
in
want to make
running
sure that
water.
they
You can find a hagstone anywhere.
hold on one second. I want to make sure that these other individuals get a chance to discuss a couple of the things here that we were talking
Okay,
about.
I'm gonna drop down, hun. I'm
Okay,
gonna drop
okay,
down.
no problem,
Good night,
baby.
everybody.
Good
All
night.
right.
I
All
didn't
right.
want to
There's some
beat a dead horse. I just wanted to say a few things. Excuse me, because initially I had requested to come up and then I canceled it because of the same thing. This young lady was young enough to be my daughter. And matter of fact, she's younger than my youngest. My youngest is 31, about to be 32. So I was like, I can't do the disrespect. But one thing we have to realize, she said something that was so off from what we know the Holy Spirit to be. She said, God sent her into this live. That is one of the biggest lies, unfortunately, that came out of her mouth. And let me tell you why I said that. God is not the author of confusion. And when she came in with that attitude, she came in with confusion. And that confusion grew and it grew and it grew and it grew and it grew. And I mean, it just grew so big. God does not operate in that way. Now, God will send people into difficult spaces. I'm not saying He won't. He'll send you into some difficult spaces. But even in those difficult spaces, He's going to set an atmosphere where those people will be really ready and willing and able to receive what you have to say. Even if they don't accept it in that moment, that atmosphere is going to be conducive for you to come up in there. But when you come and you're sowing seeds of discord and confusion and stuff, that's not God. And the Holy Spirit is not in it.
Listen,
Yup,
she's
yup.
100%
Kim coming
correct.
in
And then
hot.
I'm gonna let Miss Jamie speak because she had been waiting to get in here. Miss Kim, you are 100% correct. You saw the people in the comments; they begin to get confused, right? And
They were.
I don't allow that type of confusion to happen because, like I said, she might have been strong, but you could see it on her. She not as strong as she boasts and claimed to be.
Because when you are strong enough, you do like Mr. Jamal for Jesus and Mr. J Rob. You have respect for the room that you are in, and you use your active
Exactly.
listening skills, and you calm down. You know what
Right.
I mean?
But the reason why she couldn't calm down, just one more point, is because our good sis that was in the bottom corner, the one you said you already made a mod, when she began to talk about that hurt that she's still dealing with. See, everybody's seen that she was shutting down. No, she was not shutting down. It was that hurt that was in her. And every time she talked about a different point of hurt, that thing in her was reacting, and that caused her to become more angrier and more aggressive, although she wasn't like wanted to fight somebody or hurt anybody, but she was hitting it. And you know from being in the spirit realm that when you hit on certain things, your body starts
Mm-hmm.
reacting to it first before even your mouth starts saying anything. And that's why we were seeing all of those emotions in her face, because she was hitting on everything that she's still dealing with, that she has not been completely healed from. And that's why it got out of control the way it did. And I yield my time.
Thank you so much, Kim.
That was a queen energy. I love that so much. Oh my God.
Listen,
And I
so
yield my
when I
time.
told her that there was somebody who was going to talk to her before, because Miss Kim don't drop yet. When I told her that there was
Okay.
somebody who was going to correct her, it was Miss Kim. So she has preached
Yeah.
across the entire United States for over what, 20 years?
And out.
Yeah, and
Yes. And out
outside,
of the
in
country.
international as
Mm-hmm.
well. She preached
Mm-hmm.
for over 20 years, and she left the church.
Mm-hmm. And I left the church. So for y'all, just a quick story. I'm not gonna hold you up. But yes, I preached 39 states. I sang gospel for 13 years. I've recorded 3 gospel records with Russell Delegation based out of Wilmington, Delaware. I've preached in multiple countries outside of this country. I have 2 doctorate in divinities. I've been prophesying since I was 3 years old. But guess what I did? My grandmother set me in what they call the cave, and I had to be taught, and I had to be taught, and I had to be taught before I was able to stand before people and prophesy openly. So I have this experience, but I still left. Now I didn't leave because of church hurt, but I left because of what the church was doing to the people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's the
And
same
I
reason
could
why
not
I
be a
left.
part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So I did say that in the comments. I said, yes, it's me. She's seen it because she responded to it. But yeah, it just was, I was trying to just stay on the outside and pray and meditate to try to calm. I was trying to calm the room and calm the room. And that's why I began to say, let's breathe afterwards, because everybody was heightened. Everybody's senses at that point was so heightened that we needed to calm down and take a breath so we can regather ourselves.
Yes, yes, because
Yeah.
unfortunately, I'm gonna say this. I'm a very open individual. Uh but I'm about positive vibes and positive energy.
Right.
And so the next individual who comes into my life and cannot have a discussion openly, I would like for you guys to know right now that even though I'm an open platform, I will be removing them immediately when they start to confuse people or do not have the respect to understand that everyone's spiritual belief system is different. I am letting you guys know right now, you can clock me. I have said this at 6 hours and 12 minutes of my live at 1:03 p.m. in Nevada, where I live. I will be removing them because I expect a respectful live, because I am a respectful person. I want everyone to be able to come in here and express where you come from, but also bring in your knowledge, not just your belief system, your subjective belief to a spirit that you believe you're talking to. No, come in with your knowledge, come in what you have researched, what you understand, and you can also bring in your spiritual connection, but let's have some backing to why you follow the path that you follow, and not just an indoctrination.
Correct. Correct.
That's the way that we do that I do my live. So yes, thank you, Miss Kim. I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for being here. Miss Jamie, go ahead and speak. I know you've been waiting to speak.
No worries. I'm actually not a very social person, so I don't get on these lives very well. So thank you for letting me up.
Of course, of course.
I just wanted to add that whenever she was on there, I come from a Christian background, and it kind of bothers me when people do that because I actually had my dad, because I'm into a spiritual path right now. I don't really know where I'm headed. I'm kind of just researching and gaining some knowledge so that hopefully one day I can figure out where that path is going to lead me. But I grew up in the church, and I remember having a conversation with him because I like to deconstruct the Bible and I like to make him question, or I like to question, not really detour him from his faith, but I like to question him to get the answers of why he follows what he follows.
Right.
And I remember I have 3 kids, and I'm somebody that has suffered from depression and anxiety for a really long time. And it was actually close to 3 years ago. If I wouldn't have deconstructed and turned to spirituality, I wouldn't be on this platform today. I was headed down a very dark road, and yeah, it was pretty bad. So spirituality actually saved my life.
Me too.
Yes, so it really bothers me when
Same
people
here.
do that because, like I said, my dad had told me, "You weren't raised like that," and I remember him saying it very vaguely, and he said it a couple months ago, and it still hasn't left me. And he said that my kids deserved a better role model. And I'm still trying to understand how somebody could say that to me whenever it saved my life. So instead of taking that time to listen and to understand that the direction that I headed into is actually the reason I'm still here, he turned it on me and he said that my kids deserved something better. So it's people like that that I really wish that they would stop telling people that, because there are people like me that hear stuff like that from their parents, and then it makes them question what they're really doing, like you said.
First off, I am so sorry that you went through that because and this is why I asked the young lady if she understood the subconscious mind, right? Because at that moment that you heard what she said, you could have been triggered. And first of all, I want to send you hugs. I want to send you hugs. I want to send you love. Everyone who is a part of this live who has experienced things the way this woman has, or any other person who has been here, or even just a different story, I want to send you hugs and I want to send you love. As many of us that are here, we want to send you all so much love because being on a journey like you're on right now, where you're trying to find your way. You're in that dark place. It's kind of that shadow place. And in that shadow place, it's very uncomfortable, right? You're still trying to get over past trauma, past things that have been told to you. They sit in your subconscious mind. It's a trigger. It makes you cry. It frustrates you. And that dark place isn't easy. And I'm glad that you even took the time to come up and speak, because I am pretty sure that from what I'm sensing, you're not an individual who would openly say this.
No, I'm not.
You would stay to yourself. You would, just kind of keep quiet. And so I appreciate you for coming up to even say that, to give light to anyone else who could have been feeling the same way that you were feeling. And that's what I was trying to get at. And the moment that I said it to J. Rob and Jamal for Jesus, they stopped. Right? Because what it comes down to and it boils down to is, screw your religion. Where's the human part of you that realizes that you can be harming someone with what you say? Where's the human part of you?
That part.
That's
That part.
that's my problem. So I'm sorry that that kind of triggered you, and many other people who are probably still here who heard a part of that conversation. I apologize if any of what the young lady said triggered you guys. Um, some of us are all still learning. Some of us are all still building. We're learning knowledge. We're researching. We're trying to. Everyone's trying to find their way in this world. And Jamie, I want to tell you, baby, I don't know. If you have someone to work with, if you do feel led to work with me, you are more than welcome to. If I cannot help you, I will direct you with someone who can help you. Because this journey isn't easy. Spirituality is a lifestyle. It's not about um,
It's not a trend.
it's not a trend. It's not a trend because even for those who aren't spiritual, even for atheists, you know what I mean? Those type of people, it's a lifestyle for them. They're forever searching for the truth of, is there proof and knowledge for this so that I can believe in it, right? So even though they don't have a belief system, they technically do. They just want proof,
Right.
right?
Right.
And so I commend you for coming up here
I
and
don't
speaking
really
your
have
truth.
anybody that I can talk to because I've kind of been on this app. Like I said, I started on this app about 2 years ago, and I
Mhm.
listened to your lives about how you have to be very careful where you go because you can be misled. And there have been a few times where I've kind of ventured off into some areas where I was misled. So took a step back and I was like, I'm going to research my own things. But sometimes, how you said if I needed somebody, I sometimes feel like I really don't have anybody. I often feel really alone on my journey.
Okay.
I totally understand that.
And
I
you
do.
will. It is a kind of lonely journey. Because
It's like our own path. We all go down our own hallway. And no matter how many doors are in that hallway, that particular hallway, no matter how many doors we open to take a step in, to look around, we still have to go back out into that hallway and keep venturing down that hallway.
Yeah, and it's hard to find a place to be a part of because I hear so many people talking about their lineage and their practices and things that have been passed down from their families and stuff like that. And I don't know where I came from. I don't know where my family came from. And oftentimes, and I know this is probably off subject, but oftentimes I try to find these places where I can be included, and I'm just searching for answers, honestly. And I always hear, well, you have no culture. You have no this. You have no that. You have no this. You're this. You're that. And it really beats me down because I'm just like, I'm just trying to learn. I'm just trying to be a better person. I'm just trying to be more aware, self-aware. I'm trying to bring awareness.
Mhm.
So for somebody that
Honey,
comes,
that's just a lot of hate
That
and
is.
and hardened people that have particular mental constructs due to stupidity. No offense.
I know, and it's
I'm a
crazy because
little blunt, sorry.
past like the hoodoo and the voodoo and kind of like you were saying, you from the Appalachian Mountains, right?
Appalachian Mountains, yes.
Like that, and I hear it, and I'm like, I try not to be envious of it because I'm just like, I want that because I'm so lost on where I'm going.
No, 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 no. Hey, listen. First and
You can
foremost, let
talk
me
to
say
me
this.
anytime if you want to.
Let me say this as a spiritual life coach. Don't ever be envious of what someone else has, because then young queen, this is what you do. This is what people end up doing. You'll see these hundreds of people if you ever just scroll on the app. Even when y'all get off this live, just scroll and watch how many people are pushing because they want answers to questions and they want information, and they're bombarding, and they're overzealous, like the young lady who was a part of the app, because
Right.
they're pushing, right? Take your time as you're on this journey, because everyone has a heritage, everyone has a history. Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna be very honest with you. A lot of people like to say, oh, the
I don't like to say the everybody like to say the Caucasian people don't have any heritage or ancestors. Yes, they do. So do we. So do the Indians. So do the Haitian. Everybody has a heritage, a history.
We all come from
We all
somewhere.
come from somewhere. We all come from a collection of different people who all did different things. Don't
Right.
ever be too envious of what others have, because then it'll push you to the place of where you'll end up being too open and wanting too much, to where if you're not careful, you'll receive any and everything that's being said, right?
Right.
So just be very careful, meditate, pray, whatever you believe that you should do, right? Because I don't never tell anyone to, meditation is good whether you're spiritual or not. It helps to clear the mind, okay? So I tell people to definitely meditate, but as you meditate, as you research, as you take your time to learn different things, you will find what resonates with you, and then you can ask your ancestors, God, your spirit guides, your inner self. You can ask for a clear understanding, right? And as you begin to move into understanding different gifts, you'll begin to get dreams and visions. Part of your beginning your journey spiritually is to definitely journal. Write down your dreams, write down your visions, because they can mean something. They can be open messages to
Oh,
tell you, information that you need. Okay, it takes time.
yeah, I do that. I write down my dreams and I journal and I work with my pendulum and I do tarot and I do all of that. I have my own practice. I was asking in the comments earlier. I don't feel like I know people talk about like I'm Scottish descent and Irish descent, but I don't get pulled to stuff like that. I get pulled to ancient things.
Mm-hmm. And
I
there's
don't
and
get
there's
I don't
nothing wrong with
find
that.
it through anything else. I
Yeah, I
find
was
it
gonna
through like
I was gonna tell her to ask you that because she kept asking that question in the comments and it got lost with all the stuff that was going
mm,
on.
So
And
when you
that's why I told her to, click on your leads or your bio so that y'all could have a conversation. You can help lead her down the right way.
Yeah.
And you may not be able to, but at least that's a start for her.
Yeah.
And that's why I was encouraging her to, to start that way. That way she can at least start there. And as you always say, if you can't help her, you can point her to someone else
I can, yeah, because
because she kept crying out in the comments.
and
Yeah.
I'm glad that she got a
Cece,
chance to come
can
up.
I chime in for a second?
So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, sweetie.
Just because I relate to this so much. So I started my spirituality, came from, apostolic Pentecostal for years and years. There wasn't really like spirituality outside of the Abrahamic apostolic Pentecostal. It wasn't a thing, right? And so that, asking grandma, asking great grandma about where we come from and things like that, and tapping further outside of the basic religion was like a no. And so what I found is that when I started really figuring out my own essence of what my own spirit actually is, and meditating and asking my angels, ancestors, and spirit guides with my highest good as their intention to bring me the clarity of where I'm actually from, the knowledge was dropped. Not only were there dreams, but the knowledge was actually dropped of that lineage. So now I can do that research of, the Northwestern European. That knowledge was actually brought to me. And it all started with that meditation and asking verbally out loud for those angels, ancestors, and spirit guides to bring that information. Because whether it's, you being here in this live and doing this spiritual coaching with Cece, whatever that door is for you, they will bring that to you. They'll
Yes.
see that hunger and they'll know that you are truly searching for those answers,
Yes.
and you will get them. You just have to keep pushing through, keep meditating, and keep asking for that information.
Yes, she is
I'm
correct.
having a really hard time.
Say that again, baby.
But they let her here when she came in this live. This is what she needed. Her first step is when she came to this live because I believe that her ancestors let her here. because
Yes.
Oracle and I seen the comments. We were responding
Mhm.
to her. We saw her cry. So that was her first step.
And
This
Kim,
is
most of the
ordained.
people who tend to reach out to my live, and you and Oracle have seen this for the past 6 months. Jamie, most of the people that end up in my life actually really need like help. They
Mhm.
feel that they don't know which way to go. Those are the people that I love to be there for, because I've been where you are. I have been in that down place. I had to get to the place of a better understanding. I had to begin to shift my mindset. um a lot of the things that helps you to be in a better place naturally is affirmations, is speaking better, and thinking better, and listening to things that give you a high vibration. Because when you're in this dark place, the negativity can kind of breathe in, and you don't want it to last in there too long, because it'll keep you down, and you'll just be like, oh, I don't know what to do, I don't know where to go. And like she said, you got to keep pushing forward. You have to make sure that you're asking for an understanding, for a clarity. When I begin to ask God for my clarity and understanding, I begin to research and find out that my ancestors were slaves. My maiden name, I'm married now, but my maiden name is Norton. And so when my ancestors, it all came into my dreams, and I was like, wait a minute, why am I running from hoodoo and voodoo? My ancestors were slaves. I dug deep, and I went to go research and found out that the people, all this came from my dreams. And then
Right.
it made me do my research just by my last name, by certain things that I found out from my family, my mom and dad. Like I'm part Native American, I'm part Creole and African. So I began to research each one of those heritages, and like I dug. I dug. And when you
Mhm.
dig, you begin to find, and you're like, wow, I wish I would have known. And so it takes time. It takes time. I promise you, you
Yeah,
will find.
I've been that. I've been doing that. I did a DNA test and I found out my ancestry and like the Irish and stuff like that. And there's still no pull to it. So like I
And
think
that's
that's where I'm
fine.
just stuck. And
Mm-mm.
I'm stuck in my shadow work because I feel like every time that it's done, it's not done. Because there's just so much trauma there that I sometimes get frustrated with it.
I have a lot of books of ancient knowledge. And so
Okay.
if you send me your information, I'll call you on, let me not lie, tomorrow's Sunday. So tomorrow's my self-care Sunday. I will still call you. I have taken time out on self-care Sunday to reach out to people. I will call you and talk to you specifically, and kind of um we'll talk about like what you feel you are drawn to as far as ancient, because there is shamanism, there is, you can go all the way back with the Egyptians. They have some ancient stuff. The Africans, they have some ancient stuff, and a lot of people don't even realize Africans are not all melanated. There are some, so like
Right.
it depends. But we could talk about it, and I can help direct you in the path to many books that I do have, so that you can start doing research. And then you can do what calls to your
Okay.
spirit. You'll be like, "Oh, this is what I meant by ancient. I like this. This feels right to me." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And I had a reading from you. I think it was like last week or the week before.
Oh, were you
You
in
had
one of
told
my
me to open
lives?
up to my deep. Yeah, I was. And you told me that I needed to work on my root, heart, and third eye chakra and grounding and shielding and balance.
See, I don't remember.
I even had it wrote down. Have date. Yeah, I even have the date that you did it. I even have the reading from you, like wrote down your name and everything. And so I've been coming back.
See, this is why I be careful how
Also,
I
thank
speak
you,
to people.
Susie,
You never
for
know how many
telling her
people are
not to be
still watching and
envious.
following you.
That's
Well,
that's where that first question comes in, with is there harm being done that's happening, from the spiritual community? I can't see the full question, but that's where it comes in
it
because
is the first question
as readers, as
is,
spiritualists on here,
hold on one second. I'm gonna find the question. I'm gonna read it. So that does come to the first question. Is New Age spirituality harming the
yes.
spiritual community? Yes, it kind of is.
Exactly. Because you never know when you're giving those readings. You never know who is truly honest to God. They're in your life. Well, I mean, as like real readers, we can feel that energy that they're really searching for that information. But the
Mhm.
new age spiritualists, you never know who's writing it down, who's taking notes, who's screen recording, who's meditating off of what you're telling them, who is incorporating this into their spiritual practice. You just never ever know, and so that's where that harm can come in if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's why I don't let very many people do my readings.
You can't. You can't, girl. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
I had someone
I've
who
only let
offered
like
to
three
do a
people do
prayer
it.
for me, and I was like, I don't let everyone pray for me. I'm so sorry.
Right.
Right.
Well, I
Yep,
just
we
wanted to
can't let
tell y'all
everybody
thank
pray for
you
us.
for letting me come up here, and it is 3:30 in the morning here, so I'm gonna try to go take my insomnia to sleep.
Okay, no problem. So this is what I'm gonna do because y'all have kept me for almost 7 hours. I knew that was gonna happen again. Ooh, I said y'all can't keep me for no more than 4 hours, and I lied. So I am going to break down one more time. I've added some more things to my list. For the many people who are here, I'm gonna break down what I have for those who may want to buy certain amounts of books, and I'm going and they're dirt cheap because you can find them on the web. I just already have it available for you. So I'm going to tell you guys what I have, and I have a couple of more collections that I have added and that I will continue to add. So I'm going to give this quick list, and then I'm going to let you guys give your last statements and let you guys go. You're welcome. You're welcome. Um, so for those who are still here, if you're looking to get ebooks for your knowledge, this is not any ebooks I wrote. These are ebooks that are available all over the web, but I have put each one of these in collections. I have read most of them. I can promise you that. I'm not giving you any information that I haven't read, right? But I'm trying to give people the opportunity to get a hold of knowledge because they ask often, like, where do you get your knowledge from? Years and years of research before the 2000s. Most of this stuff goes way back. In some of these collections, some of these books come from the 1700s. Some of these books come from the 1800s. Some of these books even come from the 1500s. Okay. So, I love knowledge of old because I don't like anything new age. And so, for those who are here and decide that you want to click the link in my bio and you want to buy these collections, I'm going to tell you when you go here, it is going to show you every single book that are in these collections. Okay. I have put the names of all those books there so you can go pop the name in Google and see how old they are. You can do whatever you want to do before you decide to buy the collections. Um, Give me a second here. I'm pulling it up so I can tell everybody. And I'm only doing this because the knowledge is hard to find on the web. I have collected these collections for over 14 years. I've been researching since I was a teenager. So some of these collections I've had for a very long time. Um, Books included. So for those who are interested in opening your own knowledge in your own way, now that everyone else is out. um, and I'm still going to be adding more. Let me pull up this list now so I can tell you what I have there. And I'm going to tell you how many books are in each collection so that you can really know. You're welcome. You're welcome. A pleasant change. Yes, I try to keep it pleasant over here. um, So what I have here already available is Kabbalah. Now, if you don't know about the Kabbalah, we're talking about the pathway to God. Okay, so it talks about the logical side, the spiritual side. It's a big tree, right? And it goes to, we're talking about the rare books of the Kabbalah, not the new Kabbalah. I'm talking about back when the Kabbalah started with a Q. Okay, before they decided to add the K and take out the Q. Over 100 rare ebooks that's available. 1111. I'm not going no more than that. I compiled them, right? I don't gotta charge y'all a whole bunch of money. That's not my place. Aleister Crowley, for a lot of people who like some of what he did, he was a little weirdo during my research, but I have a little bit of his collection. That's $7.77. That has, I think, 10 books. I'm still collecting the rest of my Aleister Crowley from out of my Dropbox. I will add more to it. Yes, I do. I'll get to that in just a second. The astrology collection. The astrology collection has, let me tell you how many books that has. The astrology collection has 200 books, over 200 books, 1111. Let me go back in here real quick. The Chaos Magic collection has over 300 books. So for those who are interested in chaos magic, you're gonna go real deep in understanding what that was and how that came about. That is over 300 books. I think I put that in there for $16.66. I'm not sure. If any price was incorrect, y'all let me know and I'll fix it. That's over 300 ebooks. I've read most of them. Very interesting, by the way. Candle Magic. That has over, and all of this is before 2000s, guys. So none of this is new age. None of this. And that's one reason why I'm sharing it, because people are kind of tired of the new age. I've been tired. That's why I have these collections. Candle has over Candle has 35 books, so that is $7.77. Give me a second here. Rest on the list, and I'm just telling you guys all of what I have just in case you decide you want to get it in the future. It ain't nothing you got to buy now. Understand, when you do buy it, I will get it to you immediately. Trust and believe that. Working with sigils, that's working with symbols, signs, things of that nature. Working with sigils, that's over 90 ebooks that's available. Archangels, working with angels, okay, understanding the archangels to the fallen, or even just understanding the history of it, right? You don't have to do what's in any of these books. I'm giving you guys history. Some of these were printed in the 1300s and reprinted for us, so they're really good. The Archangel one has over 270 books. 1111. I'm not charging no more than that for most of these books. I have the rare Bibles for those who are interested. I do have the rare Bibles and the Tanakh. I believe it's about 7 or 10 in that list. That's only $7, $7.77. Adult Magic. I can't say the word, the S word. Audiobooks. So it's very hard to get the audiobooks for these old files. But you can take my PDF files if you have Edge. Edge will actually read them to you. So you can go ahead, when you pull up PDFs in Edge, at the top of the screen, it will give you an option for you to choose a voice, whatever you decide, and it will read it to you, just like an audiobook. Just for those who are asking. I have the rare Bibles. I also have the Adult Magic. That's over 140 books. That's a very, very old thing. Just for those who are interested, if you guys are leaving, thank you for being a part. Hoodoo, voodoo, voodoo and African spirituality. That list is over 150 books. Okay. It has everything in there that takes you back to the understanding of Gullah Geechee. Please don't do any of that. Gullah Geechee and Obey, please don't do any of those. But this is history, okay? So it helps to give you information. That's over 150 books. I have the Dictionary of Mythology for themes, legends, and heroes. I have the Hoodoo, Conjuration, Witchcraft, and Root Work. And that's what I have in there right now. I still got to pull the rest out of my Yoruba. So in the collection for voodoo and African spirituality, Yoruba, Kenoki, all of that's in there. You can click before you buy anything and see the names of all the books that's in there. So look at all the names of the books. You'll see the years are next to them and everything. And choose if you decide to buy anything. I have a few more collections out of my Dropbox that I have to pull and make sure I have before I put the information up for sale, because I have some more stuff for African spirituality as well. And how do I know where to click? When you click the link in my bio. So let me hold on one second. And my objective is to get as many people knowledge that wants it, right? Because people aren't going to. No, they're not going to teach it. When you click right above where collectively where my information is, when you go in my bio, there is a sign up for those who want to work with me. You can send me your information. Right next to that is my pillar. Okay. Which takes you to every social media link. This conversation will be on YouTube for those who want to go back to certain points. And you will also see the links to be able to purchase a session with me, purchase the ebooks. All of them are dirt cheap for each one of those collections. And you will have access to the zip file from my Google Drive, and you can download them on your computer. And if you're a person who prefers to print and actually highlight, you can print them all out. I will give you download access to every collection you purchase. So you can do whatever you want with them. You can save it, you can print them, you can take them and have Edge read them to you. You will love these collections. And for the African and voodoo spirituality ones, y'all dig deep in some of those, because it goes all the way back to before the ancestors of old started connecting it with Christianity and Catholicism. Oh, I got the books that come before that. So yes. No, take your time. I'm just letting you guys know. Save the link. Because as the more that I get, I will be adding them in there for you guys. I haven't added. I'll find a way to add it, but I haven't added the 6 and 7 Book of Moses. I will add the 6 and 7 Book of Moses when I load the Apocrypha. I have my Apocrypha. I have some of the lost books. Very rare. And I will add the 6th and 7th Book of Moses to that when I pull that collection, and I'll add that in there as well. Because the Apocrypha is very important for those who still believe in like Christianity. It gives you an opportunity to see some of the books that were taken out, and the Tanakh and the Torah. And I know I'm saying that wrong because I'm not of that language, but all of those gives you an idea on actually what was in the original text before King James and John Wycliffe and all those people decided to do their versions. So it's important. Yeah. But thank you guys for being a part. I just wanted to tell you guys what was available.
So many people ask, so I'm not trying to get anyone to make any purchases. It's only because all of my people have asked me continually. So I spent all morning and all night pulling all of my stuff out of the drive, my drop boxes, and decided that I was going to help as many people who want the information. So you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Wait, don't put your number in here. Wait. Pandora, thank you, honey, for being a part. No, you're fine. If you got a call, I understand. If you're asking to be connected to me and you're looking to work with me, at the bottom where it says get leads, right in this live, you can send me your name, number, and information if you're trying to connect. If you're trying to buy any of these collections, but you're not sure and you just want to talk about it first, or you're like, wait a minute, there was a collection of some other stuff that you want. Like I have Egyptian ones I still have to load. I have so much. I even have the Celtic and paganism, and I have all of I listen, I reread because it gives you the knowledge and understanding that you need. You need, right? When you click collectively, click me and go to my page. And when you go there, there should be a link right there. No. When you click my face at the top, it'll take you back to my page. You'll probably still hear me talking, but it's in my bio. It's in my bio. But if you're looking to send me your information, it's at the bottom where it says get leads. And if you don't see it there, click sign up in my bio and you can send me your information where I can reach out to you. Yes, Pandora, I have hundreds of books on Egyptian history, and I will load that as well to the collection for people to be able to get. So if you want to keep my link, and I'll send that link, I'll send that information over to you, or make a video when I've added that so people would know that they can go in there and get that as well, because the Egyptian ones is so lovely. I love how they really reverence and talk about their deities and their pantheons. It's great. Anybody else have anything they want to say on this topic before we leave, on everything that has been talked about? Y'all got me up here. I'm supposed to be in bed with my husband and I'm up here helping. Oh Lord. It's 1:41 a.m.
I just want to say I have enjoyed this live so much. Anybody who is watching, if you are just starting to, come into your awakening and you're looking for some insight, definitely check out Collectively's link tree. Hit that sign up. Do some of the spiritual coaching, because this is a place to be. This right here,
Oh, she's
there's a
so
lot of
sweet.
questionable things going on TikTok. I personally, for me, I have fallen into some of those traps before, but Collectively is absolutely incredible. And to anybody who is, starting their journey, keep pushing forward. All of you guys are loved, and we see you, and we appreciate you guys all being here and joining us. Cece, thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure as always.
Of course, baby. Listen, it's an open space for everyone. Did you
Yeah,
get a
I was
chance
just
to
gonna
see?
say, I appreciate you as well. I just wanted to let the people know, I I too have been searching for some things because, as y'all know, my short story, I left the church, and I have been searching, and I even shared this with Goddess that I knew it was God ordained that He sent me to her, because I was at a point that I was pretty much ready to give up, and I knew that I needed to get on my spiritual walk. And I'm old enough to be her mother, but yet I have still learned so much in these last few weeks that it's just, my mind is blown. So even myself can learn from her. So as long as you're open and you're ready to be on that journey, I promise you it's a safe space. I've never felt actually so safe in God knows how long. And all is welcome here, no matter what you believe. We just ask that we all be respectful. That's
That's
all.
it.
We all be respectful. I felt nothing but love from Oracle as well. Even some of the people she was talking about, like other people that came on here, they followed me. I followed them. They showed me love and respect when I go in theirs. She knows how to pick a community. So it definitely is a safe space. And I appreciate you, Cece, for all that you're doing for everyone.
Welcome.
I want you to get some rest because I don't want a husband being mad at us and telling
Oh,
us that you
he
got to get
gonna
off at a certain
get me. He gonna
time.
get me.
So,
Listen, I
you
said
know,
y'all wasn't gonna hold me for 8 hours, and here y'all done
you
held
did
me for
say that.
7 today. Y'all keep doing it. Ugh. This is why I leave my Saturday completely open for these conversations, because I know y'all gonna take me above and beyond, because people begin to ask questions and they need knowledge and understanding. Um, and I appreciate everyone who feels led to think that they want to work with me. It's a blessing to me, because it gives me the ability to really help many while I'm on this earth, because that's all I've wanted to do. And the knowledge that I have is the same knowledge that everyone else can have, everyone else can know, and begin to learn. And I remember being in a part of when I was in Christianity, they didn't want you to learn anything else but the Bible. Not they pushed you away from learning the truth. And I'm not that type of person. I feel like even though you know your truth and you know what you believe in, you should also dig into history. Because history will give you much more information uh than what your conversation with God can give you. History will tell you about a lot of events that have happened, which are important for you to know when you are going down the path of spirituality, the path of witchcraft, the path of doing spells and manifestations and just anything spiritual of a sort. You must open your mind to as much knowledge as possible without overdoing it. And this is why I'm allowing these books to be available to people, because, hey, pick and choose. Be careful, right? For those who are going to buy, and I haven't put it on there yet, for those who are going to buy the Witchcraft Collection, it's not on there yet. I have researched, right? There are over 400 books in that. Don't you find yourself doing any and everything that's in these books. I'm trying to give you knowledge for you to learn and for you to find what resonates with you. Don't do everything that you find in these books. Do your research before you start incorporating some of this stuff in your lives. Because some of these books that you are going to run across goes all the way back to working with angels. Some of these books goes back to Enochian magic. Some of these books go back to very ancient rituals and practices and symbols and stamps and seals, which were very powerful. So don't find yourself just, ooh, boop, 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 boop. Ooh, that looks interesting. I'm going to say that right. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah, meditate first before I gotta say, before you do any sort of craft, when it comes to witchcraft or anything of that sort, or even spirituality in general, meditate first, because there are things that are not for everyone. Me being Northwestern European, I cannot dig into voodoo. That is not for me. That is a closed practice. So meditate, because your spirit guides will tell you when you are about to get into something that is not for you. Also, understand that spirituality is a journey. Do not become manic. Do not become obsessive. Allow
Mm-hmm.
yourself to take things in. This is not a race, it is a journey, it is a lifestyle. So don't become manic. Take in little bits, right? Take in little bits and meditate and ground and really think about the things that you're learning before you incorporate anything into an actual ritual or practice.
Yes. Also,
I'm gonna piggyback off of what she said, and I'm finna hit y'all with it. Before doing any of these spiritual practices, are you eating right? Is your mental straight? Right? Because if you're not mentally straight, some of these spirits, some of these ancient spirits, they gonna F with you. Right? Because your mental is not in order and you're getting into something that has a very strong spirit and connection with it. So your mental needs to be straight. You need to meditate. You need to be going to therapy. You need to be dealing with any type of coaching. You need to watch your anger. You need to watch sadness. You need to watch doubt. You need to watch certain types of energy that you're carrying before you want to be a part of true spirituality and start practicing. Watch your mind. Watch what you're putting in your body. Watch what you're watching, right? What you're incorporating yourself in, because in some of these spiritual belief systems, baby, if you don't fast for like 3 weeks, you shouldn't be talking to angels. Okay, I'm finna tell y'all, because it's not just about meditation. When the spiritual woman, when it came to African, and I'm gonna just use this one for an example. When it came to African spirituality, back to Yoruba, Kenoki, Gelagichi, all of these old religions, the women, when they did the spiritual work, they ate certain things. They only ate fruit. They only ate vegetables. They only ate, the Egyptians, they only ate certain things. They were in prayer. They meditated. They spent their time. This is why I tell y'all, F that new age. We not just popping out candles and like, oh, it's done. No, we spent time cultivating the craft. You spent time meditating. You spent time consecrating. You spent time making sure your spirit was correct before you did workings. Not just a quick meditation. Baby, before I do certain workings, before I make my oils, I have recipes on oils. I have recipes on powders. I have all that. We'll go into like private conversations. I will make a Discord or Zoom lives or whatever where we can talk about some of the things that you can use to cover and protect yourself. But before I even make oils, I fast for like 3 days, meditate morning, noon, and night. When you learn astrology, you realize that certain times of the day are heightened as far as spirituality is concerned. 6 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning, 1 p.m. every 7 hours. You begin to learn that the planets actually control each one of the days. Sunday, Saturn, and so forth. You begin to dig down this rabbit hole and you begin to see how the entire universe is connected to everything. Everything. From the planets to the angels to the astrology, all of it. All of it. Does anyone know what time was it when the young lady came into the box? Which one?
Oh my goodness. I want to say around 11 my time. I'm Eastern Standard Time. I'm not sure. I think it was around 11. But I could totally be wrong.
What happened? The believer? Okay, so we have been on this live for 7 hours. She
Oh my
came in
goodness.
at, I'm gonna say, the 3, maybe 4 hour mark. Well, when I load this to my YouTube, I'm gonna go skip to the 3 hour mark and I'm gonna double check. But I swear that was around about the time, maybe close to the 4 hour mark. But yeah. Y'all just take your time and research. It's very important. And people think astrology is not a part of spirituality, and it very much so is. Pay attention
It
to
so is. It so is. I honestly, like, I realized the hour of Jupiter for manifestation. I did that in with some of my craft. Next thing I know, my husband got a job offer, $49 an hour. Like
Yes, because
you
okay,
bring in that astrology, it's whew,
so I'm gonna break
it
this down.
works.
So she said she did some working with Jupiter, right? So, and this is from my own personal notes. I've done this research. Y'all can also check the astrology collection. I think the astrology collection has like 200 books in that collection as well. You'll learn some things that will give you some information that you really need to know. Each day of the week is governed by one of the 7 planets. And I'm gonna give y'all this little nugget, and I'm gonna get off here because y'all know I'll be talking forever. Sunday is Saturn. Okay. The abbreviation is SU. Monday is the moon. Tuesday is Mars. Wednesday, and these are all my own personal notes. Wednesday is Mercury. Thursday is Jupiter. Friday is Venus. Saturday is Saturn. Sunday is the sun. Okay. She said she was working with Jupiter and she got her husband a wealthy, good paying job. Jupiter,
Yep. And I did that on a Thursday as well. The hour of Jupiter on a Thursday.
that is correct. Jupiter and Thursday. Jupiter deals with wealth and travel. The sun deals with vitality and self-confidence and health. The moon deals with fertility and lucid dreaming. Mars deals with protesting and self-defense. Can you list those one more time? Sure. And this is all information you guys can get on your own by doing research, whether you purchase the book collections or you look it up online. But I'm gonna break it down for you, okay? So each day of the week is governed by one of the 7 planets. Sunday is the sun. Monday is the moon. Tuesday is Mars. Wednesday is Mercury. Thursday is Jupiter. Friday is Venus. Saturday is Saturn. Now that's one, if y'all notice, they trying to mess up the zodiac. They giving y'all a different zodiac and they want to change days of the week and blah blah blah. If you pay attention. Don't let them mess us
Yep,
up,
I
y'all.
noticed that too.
Now, I'll tell y'all each specific thing for the days. So for the sun, vitality, self-confidence, and health. The moon, fertility and lucid dreaming. Mars, you should tell them the old ways. They said the names of the day. Oh yeah, listen, it goes it gets very old. We gonna dig into that another time. I'll do one specifically, a conversation specifically on astrology one day so we can talk about it. Mercury, communication and divination. Now, everybody be like, oh, you know what? Let me go back down the list. Jupiter, wealth and travel. Venus, love and beauty. And Saturn, protection and binding. Okay. You can actually use planetary sigils in your meditation that you can focus on. And there's also decks and there's so many things out there, but the sigils are most effective because they're very ancient. To make these sigils, you have to make the sigils in the hours that are best for that particular planet. The planets are 7 hours apart, 6 a.m., 1 p.m., 8 p.m., and 3 a.m. Okay. Now, if you guys don't believe in astrology or that the planets really affect things, let's think about the beginning of the year. Does everybody remember how in January, like the end of December into the beginning of January, how it seemed like everybody you talked to, you were having communication problems. There was so much frustration. Communication devices were mucking up. They were breaking. Everything was, it was just crazy, just for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember that? Comment and tell me before I explain to y'all what that was. Communication problems, frustrations, arguments with your spouses, arguments with family, and it was continually for like a month, right? Well, when you're dealing with that type of stuff, it's actually connected to the Mercury retrograde. Every time Mercury goes into retrograde and simulates back around the sun, well, Mercury, what did we say Mercury dealt with? Communication and divination. So every time that happens, and now mind you, most of the other ones, when they go into their retrograde, important stuff happens and is available for you to do workings in during them times as well. And that's when and the X is coming back around. That happens through one of the other retrogrades. There's so many things that happens through these retrogrades that if you pay attention and just think over the amount of years, just look back and think about how and I had to talk to my husband about it before we ever got married. I said, babe, we have arguments every 3 months. And this was about 4 or 5 years ago when I was researching, because at that time I wasn't good with astrology. And so I researched and I was like, why are we having arguments? You know what? I'm a spiritual woman. I'm finna look it up. Found out, looked into the Mercury retrograde, and then looked back at how many times me and my husband were arguing and how it only happened every 2 to 3 months, where we would have huge arguments for like a month. And so now what me and my husband do is Mercury retrograde hit, we ain't talking about nothing.
You said we're not talking about nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. We're not dyeing our hair. We're not texting nobody. We're gonna do surface level conversations. That's
No, like for real, we started noticing it because we thought that we weren't meant to be together, but we noticed that it was only during period. And see, he's a Cancer, so he's also ruled by the moon. So for him, Mercury retrograde, ooh, he just antsy and he just everything. And I'd be like, and I'm a Capricorn, and so the Mercury retrograde rarely affects me. I'm very calm and collected because of how much I meditate, and so I'll notice the communication issues and I'll shut up immediately. I won't say nothing. I'll be like, good. I'll be like, word? Is that what you okay, that's what you believe? Awesome. Did you want to say anything? You know, at the current moment, I don't feel led to say anything. During that retrograde, people will misunderstand everything you're saying. And let me give y'all a nugget. The shadow can be from a week before the time frame to a week after the time frame. You can still be in the shadow of communication issues, frustrations, and bad conversations. Just pay attention. If y'all don't believe me, pay attention to that one retrograde. Look up. Matter of fact, let me tell y'all when the retrogrades are for the rest of the year so that y'all can look it up. Mercury retrograde for 2023. For the rest of the year, write them down and then just watch how people communicate and argue during these time frames if y'all think that it's fake. So for the rest of the year, we have August 23rd. We just got out of one on my birthday on the 18th. August 23rd through September 15th. Wait. Nope. That's not Mercury. Hold on one second. Okay. So for Mercury retrograde. Sorry, that was Venus. My bad, y'all. Mercury retrograde was from December 29th, 2022 up until January 18th. That was my birthday. The next one is April 21st to May 14th, August 23rd to September 15th, and December 13th to January 1st of 2024. Now, if y'all think that I'm lying and people are lying about this planetary movement stuff, watch those times of the year and watch how many people gonna be communicating on this app, miscommunicating in relationships and homes, people frustrating, arguing, tired of their mates. You gonna see it. Just watch. And y'all gonna be like, ooh, Mercury in retrograde? I don't like it. Literally have arguments like clockwork. So yeah. See?
You're correct. When you was explaining that, I went to my text messages because I needed to see the date of an argument that I had with a family member that blew up so badly. It was on the 12th. You said it could be the week before and the week after. And this argument that was unusual.
Was it January 12th? It was
12th.
in it. If it was in it, if it was January 12th, you were in it.
Yes, January 12th, we were in it. And now it makes sense because that was a very unusual argument. And it blew up to the point that I haven't even talked to this family member since the 12th.
Yep. And it happens like that. And listen, before I got married to my husband, about a couple of years ago when I was really learning astrology, we were arguing so bad. I was like, I don't know what to do. This relationship isn't for me, blah, 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 blah. We would get out of the retrograde and we would be fine. We would be amazing. And I was confused. I was like, is somebody speaking against me? Girl, whole time I looked back because I got to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm clocking this in my calendar. We would argue and I would clock it in my calendar. We would argue, I clock it in my calendar. And then I would look back at all the retrogrades and be like, nah, I'll be damned.
Yeah, I'm gonna start paying attention because I told you I was always interested in astrology, but because of church, I was pushed out of studying astrology. But when you were saying that, I literally came off and went straight to my text messages to look for the date of that argument. And yeah, we were in it. Man.
I was fine during the recent retrograde, had a meltdown and caught me off guard the day after the last day. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes you will be perfectly fine. But you will start to notice everybody else around you is having communication issues. You don't have to have a problem. The problem is the understanding in the midst of Mercury, right? So like in the event that you tell somebody something, they'll be like, I don't understand. And then they'll start arguing you up and down because they have no understanding of what you're talking about because of that communication at that moment, it ain't working. Active listening, how y'all seen the active listening situation? That's exactly how bad it get in Mercury retrograde, if not worse. Active listening is out the window because the communication, it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, look it up and look into. Let me see. Did I put up the astrology collection? Yeah, I put up the astrology collection. So there are books in the astrology collection that I have from 1795, 1879, 1828.
Oh, wow.
1886. I also have another book from 350 BC in the astrology collection.
Oh my God.
So like, and I've read most of these. They're amazing. Trust me. When you start to get this knowledge, you be like, baby, I have one from 1540. And this is what I'm telling y'all. Go look at these collections I have for sale and go look at the years. You're going to want the books because you're going to be like, first of all, I can't even find this on the internet anymore. Let me get that.
Those aren't even golden nuggets. That is like pure gems, like diamonds, to be able to have all of that in one spot. You guys, we got 80 people up in here. Y'all don't sleep on these links. Don't sleep on them. Go look at them.
I have books from the 1600s. Like, it's, and I'm just reading y'all the years on the astrology ones in case y'all are like, she lying. No, 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 no. Most of these books are before the 2000s. I don't do anything new age. They can have that.
Mm.
They can have the new age stuff, because when you get this old knowledge, baby, you sit up. I will never forget when I started digging into the old knowledge. I sat up one day and I said, when I first found out that Moses had 12 tablets that he was given instead of 2, and then I found out most of the people in the Bible did magic, I said, I was lost. I was
It's a
lost.
look for me. Like, what?
Because listen, when I open up this knowledge, I also tell my husband about it. And so when we were dating and we were just in boyfriend and girlfriend, he's Christian. You know what I'm saying? So he still holds on to his Christian, belief, but I open knowledge to him and he's open, and he's like, when I would tell him stuff, he would just be like, say what? He'd be like, run that by me again, read that. And I open it up to him and tell him about it, and he would just be like, I see why you moved over to what you did, because you're opening up to so much knowledge and you're understanding. And he was like, I don't like a lot of the lies. He was like, I don't know if I can continue to call myself Christian, but my husband is Christian. So we have two different belief systems in the same home.
It works because you can respect each other's faith and beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you can respect it. My husband's respecting my journey. He's left the church as well, but he's also respecting my spiritual journey and where I'm going now. And he
Mm-hmm.
supports me 100% in it.
My husband does too. And I share a lot of my knowledge with him. And he even asked me, like, hey, can you send me some of the books? Like, I want to learn some of, Egyptian. And um he'll ask me and I'll definitely send it to him.
Yeah.
Let me see. I struggle with Christian. Yeah, you have to have respect for it to work. You have to have
All right, you
respect for
guys,
it to
I'm gonna pop down, but it was a pleasure. It was awesome. It's
Girl,
5:11 in the morning
I
here, and I got a double
Oh,
birthday
love.
party. I got a double birthday party. Oh my goodness. I have a kid that a birthday on the 17th, a birthday on the 31st, and a birthday on the 4th. So we're
Oh,
doing a
wow.
double birthday party, and I
First
gotta
off,
be
your
up
butt
in
should
a
have been
few
off of here
hours.
long ago and
A
relaxing.
long time
I know.
ago.
It was so good though. This live was so good. So I love y'all. I'm gonna catch you
Love
next time though,
you.
for sure.
Okay. For those of you guys who are still here, I'm going to point you to one book in the collection that you may want to get. This collection is the Kabbalah. There are 100 rare books, and some of these are old Bibles. There is a book in here that is from 100 BC. Did Jesus live 100 BC? And it is an inquiry into the Talmud. I cannot say this word. Talmud, Jesus stories. I would read that if you're interested. It was rewritten and recopyrighted in 1903. Okay. I have read it. I have read some of these other stories. I would check. Just read the different names of some of these books and decide, okay, if you want to review this information. Because when you start going down the rabbit hole, you gotta let go of all you know. You gotta open up your mind to the difference. You gotta open up your mind to different knowledge and choose to decide what you want to do with that knowledge. Okay. Yeah, that's in. So the Lost Gospel of Joseph is in the some of the apocryphas. So when I load my apocryphal ones in there, I have the Book of Enoch. I'm almost done with that. I've had it for some years now, but I read all over in so many different things. It's crazy. Um, it has the Book of Enoch, the sixth and seventh Book of Moses, the Book of Gad, the Book of Jashir. There, I believe there's also the Book of Adam and Eve. There's so many. There's so much. You guys just got
And
to
I would
take your
say
time.
definitely jump on them, because there was a YouTube channel a couple of years ago where someone actually was reading the Book of Enoch. I want to say it was Enoch. I know it was Suzanne, and it was a few others. And eventually, YouTube took that video down. They read it from the beginning to the end. So I would definitely jump on these links, because that was out there for a few years. And I guess YouTube said, nope, this is too much knowledge you're putting out. And they shut that person's page down.
Yes. And this is why I'm
And they
trying
had
to,
all of those books.
This is why I'm trying to give it to
Yeah.
everybody, because listen, you're going to have to print them off, because eventually, like I said, we're going to have to do discords. We're going to have these conversations in private, because they don't want you to have this knowledge that they don't. They don't want you to have this knowledge at all. They don't want to listen. It's not, most of the people that don't want you to have this knowledge, they're mostly doing dark, and they're trying to keep you bound. And they don't want you to open up your eyes. So I will load more, because I will have, if I go back into my collections, I even have how many books do I have on shamanism? I have like three something on shamanism. I have, so for the Kabbalah, I have all of the old original ones with the Q. So like before they started changing the new age Kabbalah. I have the old ones. I have some collections on, I have so many collections. I will definitely, as I add them, I will put notes in there. Like if you guys aren't buying them right now, go into that link and click follow. And when you click follow on that particular link, which is gumroad.com, and you follow Collectively Different on that link, you will get a notification when I'm adding more books and stuff in there for you. You'll get a notification because you're following that. So you'll see when I've added more books, you'll see when I've added more information, because like I said, I got to go in my Dropbox. My Dropbox is freaking 10 years old. So I have to go in there and grab some of the old ones that I've read for like ages, and then add that information in there for you guys. And I'm doing it that way because y'all got to get this information before they try to remove it. These are all PDF, so you can keep them, you can save them, you can print the ones that you really like. Okay? Does anybody else have any questions? Yes, those books are good as well. Anybody have any questions before I get off here? Because I know I'm tired. Okay. No problem, no problem. If y'all have any questions, reach out to me. If you feel led to work with me, send me your information. I have to go get some sleep because tomorrow is self-care day. All of you all who are following, if you are off on Sunday, take some time, meditate, take a spiritual bath, read a book. Don't answer your phone. Go to the park. Play a video game. Watch a movie. Buy something for yourself. Do something for yourself. Set a day. And if you're not off on Sundays, find a day throughout the week to do that. right? Self-care is very important. That self-love is extremely important, because when you do so much for others and you don't take time to repair yourself, um so when it's very important, you got to take time to do for yourself, okay, guys? For nerve repair, so it depends. There are herbs out there for it, and if you want to, you can send me your information and I'll reach out to you, because you have to be very careful with what you're putting out in the open web. And you also have to connect with what you learn from a holistic person along with your doctor to make sure that you don't have any allergies or anything that can affect you. um Meditation is good for nerve repair. I have had a bad pinched nerve in my back for very long, but a lot of people don't really realize that meditation helps to repair your nerves. There's meditation, there's herbs, there's a couple of different things. Okay, so send me your information and I'll call you and talk to you. But don't take the information that I tell you as face value. Take it as education and knowledge, and add that to the fact of finding a holistic doctor in your area as well as a regular doctor, and put two and two together, right? And I tell you to find a regular doctor because you also want to make sure your allergies, certain things that you are and aren't allergic to, before you start incorporating holistic practices. Okay? See, I don't just tell people to start taking herbs, because you can move, you can F around, take the wrong herb and go into anaphylactic shock because you did not know that you were allergic. Okay? So you got to be very, very careful. You're welcome. You're welcome. I got to get some rest. Y'all have kept me. I'm uploading this to YouTube. Y'all can click the link in my bio, follow my YouTube, go look at all the other conversations, skip around and go into the conversations to listen to everything that everyone has said. And you guys, please enjoy the rest of your night. It was a beautiful live, beautiful conversation. We do this every Saturday. Sometimes it's 11 a.m. in the morning. Sometimes it'll be in the evening. I will pick and choose, but we will be here. Okay. You're welcome. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Bye, guys. And if I do mad at me, it's my self-care day. Okay. But I am going to call that one lady tomorrow because I did promise that. Bye.